Best gift for everyone. Carva Mini.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. This discourse is dedicated to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, our spiritual master and the founder and Acharya of the worldwide Hare Krishna movement. Now we are going to discuss a very important subject matter. So I request, please try to hear with rapt attention. All of us are working very hard with just one aim in life. Just one aim, but we have many desires, one may ask. Yes, the endeavors could be many, but the aim is one, and that is happiness. We think if we become very rich, very knowledgeable, very beautiful, very learned, have good family members and friends with us, that will make us very happy. And this is the fundamental mistake that we make in our attempt to become happy. Why fundamental mistake? Because we are seeing all those people who have achieved all these things. The richest person, the best CEO of all times, the best celebrity of all times on the planet, the best of the sportsmen, they are all unhappy, anxious, and many times depressed for many years, if not months. What is the mistake that everybody is committing? The same mistake happened with Arjuna also. Arjuna also was materially a very successful person. He was a very great general, one of the greatest fighters. He had very good looks. He had very nice family. He was a very sharp moralist, had a very kind and loving family. But despite all these achievements, which we think will make us happy, Arjuna was not happy. What is a mistake? So we have to always remember this example which the Shastras give. Patanga, we all know a moth. How moth is very much convinced, if I just get closer and jump into fire, I would become very happy. The moth is captivated by the vision of the fire. In a similar fashion, we are captivated by these opulences, materialistic enjoyments of mind and body, and we think, if I can just get closer and enjoy all these things, I would become very happy in life. And this is a mistake. Just like a moth jumps into fire and realizes another feature of fire, which is heat, we realize another very painful feature of this material world: birth, death, old age, disease, and unlimited anxieties and complexities. So just like a moth, we are jumping into so many miseries, getting attracted by the green grass on the other side, materialistic success. So we should take guidance from wise people. We cannot concoct our own formula for happiness. H2 plus O2 is water. There is a standard way for making water. We cannot create water out of anything else. In a similar fashion, there is a standard formula for happiness. We cannot manufacture our own way to become happy. Just like the sweet, when you put it on your tongue, you feel very good sensation. That is the design of the tongue. That is the way you can enjoy, relish the enjoyment of taste. In a similar fashion, it is very important to have knowledge about our own self if we want self-satisfaction and happiness in life. And this knowledge is so important that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna, had to come, descend down, incarnate to explain it to all of us through the medium of Arjuna. So Lord Krishna explained to Arjuna Vasansi jirnani yatha vihaya. Just like we change clothes when the clothes become old, we change the bodies. We are eternal. We are different from this body. Whole life we work very hard just to satisfy the externals, not caring about our own self. I am completely different from this body. And this knowledge of self, spirit, soul, what is spirit, soul, and how to satisfy the spirit, soul is explained very beautifully in the scriptures. Yatha taror mool nishechanena tripyanti tatra skanda bhujopashaka. Nobody has this knowledge. Even though some people are able to understand, I am not the body, I am spirit, soul, but they do not understand further what is the origin of the spirit, soul and how to satisfy the spirit, soul. If I stop all the hard works of simply satisfying my external dress, I understand putting foodstuffs on the dress will not satisfy me, but this does not give me positive knowledge of what will satisfy me, and that knowledge the scriptures mention. Yatha taror mool nishechanena. The mool, the root of the tree is to be watered if we want to nourish the entire tree. We need to put the foodstuffs in the stomach if all the limbs of the body have to be healthy. In a similar fashion, this most important knowledge is explained in the Upanishads and in the Bhagavad Gita, that the soul is part and parcel of Super Soul, Supreme Lord, God. Krishna explains to Arjuna, Mama evansho jiva loke jiva bhutas sanatanaha. You are always my ansha, my part and parcel. Just like the finger is part and parcel of this body. If this knowledge is not there with the finger, and finger tries to put in some other body, in some other mouth or in some other place, so finger cannot be happy. In a similar fashion, we are trying to serve so many people, but we are not engaging ourselves in the service of God. And we are part and parcel. That is the design of the soul. Soul is connected to God, just like the leaf is connected to the root of the tree, the limbs of the body are connected to stomach. So only when the foodstuffs are fed to the stomach, finger, all the limbs get nourished. In a similar fashion, the message of Bhagavad Gita is devotional service unto the Supreme Lord. So who is that Supreme Lord? Who is God? And how do we understand I am different from this body? And what is the way of satisfying the Supreme Soul? This wonderful knowledge of the science of self, the super self, this material creation, the purpose, and all the connected categories is very beautifully explained in Bhagavad Gita. So if all the knowledge of the Upanishads is compared to cow, which explains the fundamentals of spiritual life, the most important essence of that knowledge, just like the most important essence of cow is milk, so it is explained in the glorification of Gita. Sarvopanishado gavo dogdha gopal nandanaha partho vatsa sudhir bhokta dugdham gitamritam mahat. If all the knowledge of Upanishads is compared to cow, the wonderful knowledge which all the Western scientists, Heisenberg, Niels Bohr, Nikola Tesla, all of them were very deeply studying, the essence of that knowledge is Bhagavad Gita. And who is the milkman who is taking out this essence of all the Upanishads? He is Gopal Nandanaha, Lord Krishna, Supreme Lord himself. And Arjuna is Vatsa compared to calf, and the milk is drank by other people aside from the calf, and they are called Sudhir, Sudhir Bhokta. So if we want to relish this essence of the Upanishads, we have to have this quality of being Sudhir, very, very sober. Senses are controlled, satisfied in all circumstances. But even if we are not so Sudhir, need not worry. Simply by hearing this message with rapt attention, we will become Sudhir, and then we will realize this knowledge. So I am very glad that we are going to discuss this knowledge. My name is Gaurmandal Das from Hare Krishna movement. I congratulate all of you. Now we are going to realize the most important knowledge in the corpus of all the Upanishadic knowledge, which is called the Bhagavad Gita. If we assimilate this nicely and spread this knowledge to everyone, the whole world would become very, very happy. So let us start with chapter 1 of Bhagavad Gita. The only qualification is hearing with attention. So 5,000 years ago, there was a rift in the family of the Kurus, who were the rulers of Hastinapur. Pandavas were the rightful heirs to the throne, but their uncle, Dhritarashtra, who was ruling on their behalf, Pandavas who were yet to come of age, wanted his sons to occupy the throne. So Pandavas were very liberal. They told, it is fine, let our brothers rule. We are not greedy, but we are Kshatriyas, we cannot have any other occupation. Kshatriya is but trained to rule and in this way maintain his livelihood. So please give us at least 5 villages. On being denied any piece of land whatsoever, even equaling the tip of a needle, when all the peaceful negotiations failed, finally a war was declared. Rather, it became the world war. All the kings of the world got divided into 2 parties, Kauravas and Pandavas. And Dhritarashtra, who was the king is supposed to lead the fight, but because he was blind, he could not join. So Dhritarashtra is sitting in his own palace with his secretary Sanjay, who was a student of Vedvyas, and by the mercy of Vedvyas, he was able to envision everything that is happening on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. So this discussion between Sanjay and Dhritarashtra, as explained in the great historical epic Mahabharat, forms the basis of all the philosophy of Bhagavad Gita. So let us start with chapter number 1, observing the armies on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. Dhritarashtra uvacha dharmakshetre kurukshetre samvetaya yutsavaha mamakav pandavaschaiva kim akurvat Sanjaya. Dhritarashtra said, O Sanjay, after assembling in the place of pilgrimage at Kurukshetra, what did my sons and the sons of Pandu do, being desirous to fight? The foremost thing, before we even begin to hear the Vedic knowledge or the knowledge of Bhagavad Gita, is understanding, verifying the source. We would have got this confusion, or we should think now, that Bhagavad Gita has got so many editions, and similar is the case with other Vedic literatures, and every edition is conveying a unique meaning. So how do we understand which is the right meaning, the original sense, what Krishna wanted to convey to Arjuna? This is very important to discover. So we should not simply start hearing from any source. Otherwise, it is told, it can create disaster in our spiritual life. People who have done commentaries which are very famous on Bhagavad Gita, they describe, it is actually not a historical incident. It is an allegorical narrative. The Kurukshetra is human body, Pandavas are the 5 senses, and Kauravas are 100 vices within the body, and this battle is our internal struggle of senses to overcome the vices. But this is very wrong understanding, because it is explained in various parts of the Vedas, Kurukshetra dharmam achare. There is reference of Kurukshetra as dharmakshetra, as Dhritarashtra is speaking here. If you have to perform dharma, any religious activities, go to the pilgrimage dharmakshetra of Kurukshetra. Kurukshetra dharmam acharet. So Kurukshetra is considered, and even now we know, it is a geographical location. So why this discrepancy happens? It is because people do not know how to take the right knowledge. The right knowledge, original intent, is very carefully preserved and passed on the succession of disciples in schools called parampara or sampradaya. So it is told in the Padma Puran, in Garg Samhita, which are those sampradayas, Vedic schools, from which you should get this knowledge. So it is said, Sampradaya vihinaye mantraste nishvala mataha Shri Brahma Rudra Sanaka Vaishnava Shriti Pavana. You may be very happy. Oh, I have read this very nice mantra in the Vedas or Geeta. I am chanting this every day. But the Vedas are telling, if you have not received it in parampara, nishphala mataha. That is nishphal, of no use. Other places Vedas mention nishphala smritaha. So nishphal, it is useless if it is sampradaya vihin. That is why it is important to stick very carefully to one sampradaya or disciplic succession. So which are these disciplic successions? How do we find? So it is mentioned as I quoted in this verse, Shri Brahma Rudra Sanaka. First sampradaya is Shri, then Brahma. Lord Krishna gave this knowledge to Goddess Lakshmi. Then Lord Brahma is another immediate disciple. Lord Shiva is also another immediate disciple. And the fourth sampradaya is that of Kumaras, the sons of Brahma. So they passed this knowledge to their disciples, and then they decided among our disciples who can pass it without any change, who has understood the perfect meaning, and in this way he was declared the next Guru. Then that Guru chose another perfect person who can pass it on without any change. So Sanskrit is such a wonderful language. Even in English, a statement can have many meanings. What to speak of Sanskrit, which means most reformed. So every verse of Sanskrit can have 60, 70 or many more meanings. So we have to understand in this parampara, Krishna explained to Brahma, Brahma explained to Narad, Narad explained to Vedvyas, he explained to Madhvacharya. This is called Brahma Sampradaya, and we humbly belong to this Brahma Sampradaya, which is one of the four original Sampradayas, to pass this knowledge without any change. And not only the original meaning, but the spiritual potency is also passed on in this succession. We can memorize all the shlokas of the Vedas and Bhagavad Gita, but we will not be able to have realization. We can read Dehino asmin yatha dehe kaumaram yavanam jara. I am not the body, I am spirit soul. But the realization will never come how I am not the body, I am spirit soul. Always lust, greed, senses will be pulling us. So this realization is passed on in this parampara, the original message and the spiritual potency. That is why when we chant mantra received from the bona fide Guru coming in parampara, that mantra becomes effective. And that promotes us to spiritual realization. So, but we are very fortunate, we are in touch with the Brahma Sampradaya, and thus the spiritual potency and the original meaning is kept intact. So Dhritarashtra also is knowing that Kurukshetra does not mean the body, thus he is very much afraid, concerned that Kurukshetra is Dharmakshetra, place of pilgrimage. The place has got very strong influence upon the activities and intentions of people living over there. So Dhritarashtra is concerned there should not be any truce between the parties, because he wanted the battle to happen, Pandavas to be defeated, and his sons to occupy the throne. So he is asking Sanjay, did the armies actually fight being assembled on the battlefield of Kurukshetra? Let us see what Sanjay replies. Sanjaya uvacha drishtva tu pandavanikam vyudham duryodhanastada acharyam upasangamya raja vachanam abravit. Sanjaya said, O king, after looking over the army gathered by the sons of Pandu, King Duryodhana went to his teacher and began to speak the following words. Pashyaitam Pandu putranam acharya mahatim chamum vyudham drupad putrena tava shishyena dhimata. My teacher, behold the great army of the sons of Pandu, so expertly arranged by your intelligent disciple, the son of Drupad. So Duryodhan now is pointing out the defect of Acharya, Dronacharya. What is the defect? Dronacharya and Drupad Maharaj had a quarrel. And to take revenge of some offenses which he took from Dronacharya, Drupad Maharaj, who is Drupad Maharaj, father of Draupadi, the wife of Arjuna and the Pandavas, Drupad Maharaj, he performed a very powerful sacrifice, because of which he got the benediction of a son who will be able to kill Dronacharya. And thus he got Dhrishtadyumna. And he sent Dhrishtadyumna to Dronacharya only to get trained in the art of military warfare. And Dronacharya, being a liberal Brahmana, did not hesitate to impart all the secrets of military science to Dhrishtadyumna. And now the great army of the Pandavas, the Kauravas, were not expecting that Pandavas, being in exile for so many years, will be able to arrange a large army, and that to arrange in wonderful phalanx which is difficult to break. So Duryodhana is pointing out defect. You did not hesitate to impart military secrets to your disciple, and now see Dhrishtadyumna has arranged the phalanx of the army of the Pandavas. Now do not commit any such mistake in futures. Do not show favoritism to your disciples anymore. So a very extraordinary display of character is shown here by Dronacharya. If we come to know that this person is going to kill me, shall we teach him or her the science of military warfare, the art of killing? But Dronacharya could do that, being a liberal Brahmana. So what is this Brahmana? Actually, Brahmanas are the most important people in a Vedic society. Brahmana does not signify caste system. That is a perverted interpretation and practice of very beautiful Varnashrama system which is created by God. The system which is called Hindu Dharma, there is nothing called Hindu Dharma. Hindu is a geographical term. Other side of the Sindh Valley. They could not pronounce S, so Sindhu became Hindu. People who were living on the other side, this Aryavarta province, which is called India today, came to be known as Hindus, and their practices Hindu religion. So just like science is not American science or European science or Indian science, African science, no. Science can be called electromagnetism, optical physics, quantum mechanics. In a similar fashion, religion means the instructions given by God so that we can have self-realization. In a similar fashion, this religion which was practiced in this Aryavarta, and actually it was practiced across the globe, now it has got reduced to this portion and practically it has vanished now. Just the remnants are there in the form of caste system. So in this system of Varnashrama, the leaders were the Brahmanas. Who is a Brahmana? Not as per any surname. Krishna tells, Chatur Varnyam Maya Shrishtam Guna Karma Vibhagasha. Just like in democracy, the society is divided. There are lawmakers who are different, bureaucrats are different, and the ordinary public is different. All of them have the right to vote. In monarchy, this was not the system. In communism, the system is different. And in Varnashrama system, the society was most scientifically divided by the perfect arrangement of God in 8 divisions. 4 Varnas of social orders and 4 ashramas. They were spiritual orders. So in this system, we have body and soul. We need to take care of soul as well as the external body, thus varnas and ashramas. And the ultimate result is self-realization. So Brahmanas are considered the head of the body of society. The body can continue without other limbs like hands and legs, although they are important. But if the body is severed of its head, it will fall down immediately. So Brahmanas are considered the head of the social body. If Brahmanas are not there, it is catastrophe in the society. Why catastrophe? Because Brahmanas only are able to understand the most important fundamental knowledge, which should be the basis of all other activities that we do. And what is that fundamental knowledge? That is the knowledge of eternality. If we are working very hard to decorate our house, we are painting, we are putting bunting, festoons, and so much work is going on. We are refurbishing entire house with imported furniture. So people will ask, who is coming to your house? Why you are working so hard? And if you reply, yes, I am working so hard so that I can burn it down, then people will tell you, are you crazy? So the Vedas point out, actually, similar is our situation now. Entire life we are working very, very hard just to take care of this body, which will eventually be burned down. So taking care of house is important. But if it is not your permanent house, what is the use? So we are eternal. This is the essence of the Vedic literatures and Bhagavad Gita. So if you are eternal, just like you are sitting in a restaurant, you will move out. You need not waste all your money in decorating, arranging your chair and the interiors of restaurant, because you are going to carry on. You are a traveler. Similarly, we are eternal travelers having temporary experience in this body. And we don't care to work for our eternal benefit, but waste all the efforts for temporary benefit. We leave all our loving people, all our property, all the name, fame, recognition acquired, and move on. This is the mistake of civilization. So this concept is difficult to understand. People are doubtful. And we will be doubtful, just like a sick man is doubtful of the actual taste of the food. When a man is sick, he cannot tell what is the real taste of food, because all the food is bitter to a sick person. So he will always remain doubtful. Similarly, we have got this disease of bhavaroga. Bhavaroga means accepting material bodies and bodily concept of life, thinking I am the body. Just like a madman, sometimes he thinks I am traffic police and he's controlling the traffic on his own. Mad. Or they think I am doctor, like that. So we are thinking I am this body. This is a disease called bhavarog. So when we are affected by this disease, we can never understand our eternality. But Brahmanas are free from this disease and they can understand that we are eternal. So taking care of mind and body is important, but they are important only if they are contributing to our eternal self, our eternal benefit. So thus the Brahmanas are the head of this social body. So how does one become a Brahmana? Janmana jayate Shudras. Shastras explain, by birth everybody is Shudra. What is Shudra? Shudra means one who is untrained and who cries for insignificant small things. Now because this systematic training of evolution in higher consciousness is missing, entire society gets disturbed very easily. And there is depression, panic attacks, suicides, and all such mental agonies. Because by birth, everyone is Shudra. Just like a child keeps on crying, we will keep on crying in our life unless we promote ourselves to higher platform. And for this, the Vedas, the Varnashrama system recommends sanskaras. Janmana jayate Shudra sanskarat bhavet dvijaha. Now, of course, just the external formalities of sanskaras have remained. When the child is sent to school, the child gets educated, gets a good job or does good business and settles in life. But if he takes it as a formality, let me go to school and come back, it will not produce the desired effect. So now just some formality is remaining in the name of sanskaras. Some person who is not qualified to chant mantras and do yajna, he is chanting mantras and doing some yajna and having no realization, put some thread on the shoulders, and then a person is initiated. This is the remnant of Varnashrama system, just external formality. But there is a great science behind this. So if the rules and regulations, procedures are taken care of, the lifestyle is altered, and these sanskaras are performed in a proper way, then they give us elevation in consciousness. Sanskarat bhavet dvijaha. If a person goes through these proper sanskaras, he becomes dvija. Dvija means twice born. First birth even the animals have. That as a human being, we are expected to take second birth. What is second birth? Spiritual master becomes the father and the Vedas become mother. And only a dvija who has taken such second birth is qualified to understand the Vedic knowledge. As a sick man cannot tell the real taste of food? A person who is not Dvija, Traina Shruti Gocharam, they cannot understand the Vedas. So taking these formal steps of sanskaras is important. After initiation, person becomes Dvija, and Dvija are given admission in the Vedic schools. And then he starts studying the Vedas. Ved pathed yo vipraha. And when he becomes scholar, vastly learned in the Vedas, he becomes a Vipra. Vipra means learned scholar. And then, when one realizes that knowledge, as we were discussing, reading shloka is not enough. You have to realize that. Fire is hot is one thing. Touching the fire and knowing, oh, this is hot, this is called realization. So when a person has realization, Brahma Janati, one understands Aham Brahmasmi, I am different from this body, I am spirit soul. And Mama Evancho Jeeva Loke, the spirit soul is eternal, servant, fragment of the Supreme Soul. That is called perfect realization. Brahma Janati iti Brahmana. So one who understands this Brahma Gyan, he is called Brahmana, a realized soul. Thus Brahmanas were not bound by any rules of the state. Brahmanas are directly in touch with the Supreme Lord, and thus they were only authorized to become acharyas. Thus Dronacharya was the acharya. He taught the Pandavas, but he did not teach them Brahma Vidya, his students. He taught them Dhanur Vidya, because the Brahma Vidya is meant for the Brahmanas and they were Kshatriyas, so he taught them Dhanur Vidya. But it is very important that unless a person comes to this platform of realization as oneself being different from body, they should not become teachers. Because if we miss this fundamental aspect of eternality, then all our education is useless, because it simply promotes hard work for just temporary gains. Atra Shura Maheshwasa Bhimarjuna Samayudhi Yuyudhano Viratascha Drupadascha Maharatha. Here in this army, there are many heroic bowmen, equal in fighting to Bhima and Arjuna. And there are also great fighters like Yuyudhan, Virat and Drupad. So Duryodhan is now analyzing the warriors on the opposite side and the strength of his army. Drishtaketushchekitanaha Kashirajascha Viryavan Purujit Kunti Bhojascha Shaibyascha Narapungavaha. There are also great heroic powerful fighters like Drishtaketu, Chekitana, Kashiraj, Purujit, Kunti Bhoj and Shaibya. Yudhamanyuscha Vikranta Uttamaujascha Viryavan Saubhadro Draupadeyascha Sarva Eva Maharathah. There are the mighty Yudhamanyu, the very powerful Uttamauja, the son of Subhadra and the sons of Draupadi. All these warriors are great chariot fighters. Asmakam tu vishishtaye tan nibodha dvijottama nayaka mama sainyasya sangyartham tan bravimite. O best of the Brahmanas, for your information, let me tell you about the captains who are specially qualified to lead my military force. Bhavan Bhishmascha Karnascha Kripascha Samitinjayaha Ashwathama Vikarnascha Saumadattastathaevacha. There are personalities like yourself, Bhishma, Karna, Kripa, Ashwathama, Vikarna, and the son of Somadatta called Bhurishrava, who are always victorious in the battle. Anye cha bahava shura madarte tyakta jivitaha nana shastra praharana sarve yuddha visharadaha. There are many other heroes who are prepared to lay down their lives for my sake. All of them are well equipped with different kinds of weapons, and all are experienced in military science. Aparyattam tadasmakam balam bhishmabhirakshitam paryaptam tvidametesham balam bhimabhirakshitam. Our strength is immeasurable, and we are perfectly protected by grandfather Bhishma, whereas the strength of the Pandavas, carefully protected by Bhima, is limited. So here Duryodhana is making an estimation of strength, and he is telling very confidently that we are having odds on our favor to win this battle, because the Pandava army is led by Bhima, who Duryodhana considered like a fig, and it was a fact, he was a fig in the presence of Bhishma, the great fighter who was leading the side of the Kauravas. So Duryodhana is very expert in calculation. And here also we are very expert in calculation. We are having many researches. The research papers are just increasing every day. Very nicely we are calculating what is going to make us happy. But all the calculations are failing. Why the calculations are failing? So this incident is very instructive in this regard. Because Lord Krishna was connected to both the parties, he told, I cannot be partial. So he came upon a solution. I divide myself into two segments. One side will be my army. Another side will be me who will not fight. So anybody who approaches me and asks, I will reward accordingly. So Duryodhana and Arjuna both got to know. One side is Narayani Sena of Lord Krishna, which was not defeated anywhere. They were able to defeat even the demigods, the residents of higher heavenly planets. On other side was Lord Krishna, but Lord Krishna told, I will not pick up any weapons, because if Lord Krishna picks up weapons, who can defeat him? So both of them, Arjuna and Duryodhana, became very eager to approach him to seek the desired favor. Duryodhana reached first. Lord Krishna was taking rest at that time. Being very eager to ask the desired wish, he sat very close to the head of Lord Krishna, who was resting. Arjuna also reached, and being a devotee of Krishna, he took the humble position sitting at the lotus feet of Krishna. Krishna, when he woke up, he saw Arjuna and he told Arjuna, you have come, please tell me, what do you want? Duryodhana immediately told, no, I came first. But Krishna told, but I have seen Arjuna first. So it is his right to ask first. Seeing this argument, Duryodhana is telling, no, I want first right to ask. Arjuna immediately blurted out, he told, no Krishna, I just want you, I don't want anything else. And Duryodhana was pleasantly surprised. Arjuna has become mad? Anyway, no problem Arjuna, you keep Krishna. I will be satisfied with the army. Thank you very much Krishna, he told. So Duryodhana thought, what use would be Lord Krishna, because he is anyway not going to take weapons. Let me have his army and defeat the Pandavas. This is the mistake which all of us do. We calculate very nicely. Let me have nice education, nice wealth, nice body. We go to gym every day, spend many hours over there. And let me do more certifications, more courses. Let me set up more business, have more branches. Let me have very nice family members, have nice spouse. And in this way, we are very nicely calculative to become happy. But why our calculations are failing? The world is working very hard for many years, and as the world statistics shows, the depression is increasing, anxieties are increasing. Because like Duryodhana, we miss this most important factor in our calculation, and that is God. Kali Kale Naam Rupe Krishna Avatar. Krishna has descended in the form of his holy name. So when we request people, you please chant. Krishna tells in Bhagavad Gita 9 chapter verse number 13, Satatam kirtayanto mam, always keep on chanting my name. People think, oh, what will chanting Krishna's names do? Let me do my calculation and work very hard and become happy. But we see, where is happiness? So we have to understand, put this factor in the first line of our calculation. Please have God in your life. Then that will make us happy. So Arjuna did not calculate, I just want to have Krishna on my side. And then even though Arjuna was weak, it was not possible for him to defeat great generals like Drona, Bhishma and Karna. Arjuna was less powerful, much less powerful compared to them. But he was able to defeat all of them because Krishna was on the side of Arjuna. So let us just have Krishna on our side, and then we'll be victorious in the struggle against all the material miseries of life. Ayaneshu cha sarveshu yatha bhagam avasthitaah bhishmam eva bhirakshantu bhavantas sarva eva hi. Now, all of you must give full support to Grandfather Bhishma, standing at your respective strategic points in the phalanx of the army. So Duryodhana is behaving like an expert diplomat because he is telling the glories of Bhishma Deva. Our army is having great chances of victory because we have Bhishma. But Dronacharya is also as qualified as Bhishma in terms of fighting. So in order to pacify him also, give respect to him, now he is telling, yes, even though Bhishma is qualified, but all of you are very important. We have to give protection to Bhishma, because if Bhishma focuses fighting just on one side, enemy can break into our phalanx, attack Bhishma, and thus we will lose our general. So all of you also are very, very important. We have to protect Bhishma very carefully. Tasya sanjanayan harsham Kuru vriddhah pitamaha Singhanadam vinadyochaye Shankham dadmau pratapavan. Then Bhishma, the great valiant grandsire of the Kuru dynasty, the grandfather of the fighters, blew his conch shell very loudly, like the sound of a lion, giving Duryodhana joy. So Bhishma wanted to give joy to his son, grandson Duryodhana, that I will not leave any stone unturned in this war, and thus he blew his conch shell. But he also wanted to indicate by conch shell, which is eternal insignia of Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna always carries conch shell with him, that please understand Krishna is on the other side. So even though I will not leave any stone unturned, victory is on the side of Pandavas. Tata shankhascha bhairyascha parnavanaka gomukhaha sahasaivabhyahanyanta sashabdastu mulo bhavat. After that, the conch shells, bugles, trumpets, drums and horns were all suddenly sounded, and the combined sound was tumultuous. Tata shvetair hayair yukte mahati syandane sthitau madhavav pandavaschaiva divyau shankhau pradhadmatuhu. On the other side, both Lord Krishna and Arjuna, stationed on a great chariot drawn by the white horses, sounded their transcendental conch shells. Panchajanyam rishikesho devadattam dhananjayah paundram dadmau mahashankham bhima karma vrakodaraha. Then Lord Krishna blew his conch shell called Panchajanya, Arjuna blew his the Devadatta, and Bhima, the voracious eater and performer of Herculean tasks, blew his terrific conch shell called Pandram. A very significant word is used here to address Lord Krishna, Rishikesh. Every Sanskrit word has got great meaning. Rishik means senses and Isha means controller or master. So Lord Krishna is described here as the master or the director of the senses. We have got 5 knowledge acquiring senses by which we sense this world, we understand what is happening. And now we have created many extensions of the senses, just like the television or the newspapers. Through it, we are able to sense the things, whatever is happening in the world around us. But we have to understand the senses cannot give us absolute knowledge. The government, which has provided us televisions or the internet signals, very tightly regulates these extended senses. Whatever the government wishes, we will be able to perceive through these extended senses. In a similar fashion, Lord Krishna has given us these senses, and these senses even we can understand if we have gone through the basic scientific books. Our eyes can see a very small range of the electromagnetic spectrum, 400 to 700 or 900 nanometers. Not beyond that. That is called Vibgyor, the visible range. And then what to speak of spiritual existence? Even the personalities or the objects which emit or reflect light, beyond this Vibgyor spectrum, we will not be able to see them. So our senses give a very limited perspective of this world. Thus we can never tell what is reality using our senses. Even material reality. Then what to speak of spirit, which is beyond the range of all the senses. Only when Lord Krishna is willing, who is the master of the senses, our senses, mind is also considered sense, 6th sense. Mana shashthani indriyani prakriti sthani karshati, Lord Krishna explains to Arjuna in Bhagavad Gita. So just like our senses have got limitations, our mind also has got limitation, which is the 6th sense. Just like a mind of dog cannot understand anything about the advanced sciences that we study. Mind of a child cannot understand he should go to school and study to prepare for his future. He is forced to do that. Similarly, our mind cannot understand everything. Then why are we thinking by research work using our senses and mind, we will be able to understand God and spirit? Senses provide a small window to the world. Is it not common sense? Mind has got its limitations. Is it not common sense? So sometimes, some scientists who are atheistic or agnostic, actually all the real scientists, science was meant actually to discover absolute truth. What is this world all about? From where it has come? Now it has got drifted off into technology, and we are using science to create means of carnal gratification or mental gratification. But science was also meant to understand absolute truth. So you'll be surprised to know, I was surprised when I read that Schrödinger, Heisenberg, Niels Bohr, the founders of all the wonderful technology I'm speaking here, you are hearing, this revolution has come because of quantum mechanics, and they are the founding fathers. And all of them were great readers of the Upanishads and the Vedanta. Oppenheimer, Albert Einstein, all of them. But some of them who are not so enlightened, they tell these people, religious people, are having blind faith. But one scientist, I think Charles Towns or somebody else, has very beautifully told that people accuse the religious people of having blind faith, but actually the atheistic scientists are the people who should be accused of having blind faith, because they are having blind faith on their mind and senses that with this they can understand everything of this world. This is blind faith, isn't it? We understand our brain and mind has got limitations, but thinking my brain, my mind can explain me and I can understand the complete reality, and thus let me engage in research depending upon this mind and senses, this is blind faith. So just see, Vedas are so nice. So Vedas still do not depend upon your research work. You will never be able to understand absolute truth. Understand who has designed your senses, and then if he is pleased, he can change the design, and then you will be able to understand complete reality. So Lord Krishna, Rishikesh, he is seated within our hearts and is willing to give all the direction to us. He is willing to give us complete knowledge, but we do not want it. We do not surrender to Krishna. Just like the teacher cannot impart knowledge to the students unless the students surrender. They agree to take admission in the school, follow the rules and regulations, attend classes on time, wear the uniform, pay the fees. Then only they can be imparted knowledge. Doctor cannot help the patient if the patient does not surrender, agrees to be operated by the doctor. We cannot reach any place if we don't surrender to pilot. So we see that in day-to-day life also surrender is very much required. So God can give us complete knowledge and direction if we surrender to God. So thus, we should be very, very eager to understand these instructions of Bhagavad Gita. Surrender means simply following the instructions. So let us first understand all the instructions and then try to follow completely. And then Krishna will take complete charge of our body. Not just he becomes director, but he becomes complete, absolute controller of a soul which is completely surrendered. And then we are led to the right actions which bring happiness to us and to everybody else. Anant Vijayam Raja Kunti Putro Yudhishthiraha Nakulas Saha Devascha Sughosha Manipushpakao Kashyascha Parameshwasah Shikhandi cha Maharatha Drishtadyumno Viratascha Satyakischa Parajitaha Drupado Draupadeyascha Sarvashav Prithivipate Saubhadrascha Mahabahu Shankhan Dadmuh Prithak Prithak. King Yudhishthir, the son of Kunti, blew his conch shell, the Anant Vijaya, and Nakul and Sahadev blew the Sughosh and Manipushpaka. The great archer, the king of Kashi, the great fighter Shikhandi, Drishtadyumna, Virat, and the unconquerable Satyaki, Drupad, the sons of Draupadi, and the others, O king, such as the son of Subhadra, greatly armed, all blew their respective conch shells. Saghosho dhartarashtranam hridayani vyadarayat nabhascha prithivim chaiva tumulo abhyanunadayan. The blowing of these different conch shells became uproarious, and thus vibrating both in the sky and on the earth, it shattered the heart of the sons of Dhritarashtra. So when the party of the Kauravas blew their conch shells, there is no such narration explained that the Pandavas got disturbed. But when the Pandavas blew their conch shells, Vyadarayat, their hearts became shattered. Because a devotee is never disturbed in any circumstances. The Pandavas were pure devotees, completely surrendered to Lord Krishna. And thus, understanding the Supreme Lord, who is the creator of unlimited universes, is on our side, then what is the cause of any fear? So we are very, very fearful in our life. The way to come out of all the fear is taking shelter of Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality, like Pandavas have taken here. Atha vyavasthitan drishtva dhartarashtran kapidhvajaha pravritte shastra sampate dhanur udyamya pandavaha rishikesham tada vakyam idam aha mahipate. O king, at that time Arjuna, the son of Pandu, who was seated in his chariot, his flag marked with Hanuman, took up his bow and prepared to shoot his arrows, looking at the sons of Dhritarashtra. O king, Arjuna then spoke to Rishikesh, Krishna, these words. Arjuna uvacha senayorubhayormadhye ratham sthapayamechyuta yavad eta niriksheham yodhu kaman avasthitan kairmaya sah yodhavyam asmin rana samudyame. Arjuna said, O infallible one, please draw my chariot between the two armies, so that I may see who is present here, who is desirous of fighting, and with whom I must contend in this great battle attempt. Again, a very significant word is used here to address Lord Krishna, and that is Achyuta. The relationship between the Lord and his devotee is very sweet. The devotee has no other intention but to serve the Lord, and the Lord has got nothing else to do but to serve his devotee. Thus we can see Lord Krishna sometimes becomes the doorman of his devotee, like he became doorman of Bali Maharaj. Sometimes he becomes child like that of Nand Maharaj and Yashoda. Sometimes he takes lowly positions as that of charioteer, like here he has become of Arjuna. But Arjuna is very conscious that, my dear Lord Krishna, you have kindly agreed to become my chariot driver. But I understand you are Supreme Lord, so please excuse me, I am ordering you to take my chariot between the two armies. You don't become any less than the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus he is used the word here, Achyuta, means infallible. You always remain the Supreme Lord. Another understanding is, Chyuta means fallible. We are all Chyutas, the conditioned living entities. When the living entity falls from the spiritual platform and gets trapped by the laws of nature, then this situation is called Chyuta. But Lord Krishna, although he appears in this material world, made up of material energy, he remains Achyuta. He never becomes controlled by the laws of nature. This point is very important to understand. Because our perspective of world is given to us under the control of material nature. If we have got the body of a pig, we will find stool to be very tasty. If we have got human body, we will find other delicacies like sweets, milk sweets to be tasty. So the way we perceive the world, it depends upon the body which is in control of material nature. We don't have absolute perception of the world. But when Lord Krishna comes here, he does not become controlled by the laws of nature. Although it appears that he is also taking birth, he is also dying. Somebody shot an arrow and it struck the toe of Krishna and Krishna left his body. Why you are telling that he is God? And see, somebody killed God. Can God be killed? He cannot protect himself even from an arrow. How he can be God? Or he is crying, being fearful of the mother. How God can cry? That is why Kunti Maharani tells, Tad atyanta vidambanam, your activities are bewildering. So it is not very easy to understand the activities of Krishna simply by seeing those activities. Some people tell, you need not read the activities of Krishna, books like Mahabharat, Bhagavad Gita. Simply you know the activities and you understand, pick up from their behavior. No, we will be completely mistaken. Thus Krishna tells in Bhagavad Gita, Janma karma chame divyam evam yoveti tatvataha. My birth and activities don't follow material laws, they are divyam. Completely transcendental, spiritual. Anybody who is able to understand these laws, he will also become immortal. So it's a great science. When Lord Krishna comes here, it is nato natya dharo yatha. It is explained by Kunti Maharani. It is like a dramatic actor acting on a stage. He acts as if he has taken birth. He acts as if he is dying, just like an actor on the stage. He is telling, I am having a heart attack. Actually, nothing is happening. In a similar fashion, Lord Krishna does performance here. He acts to attract the attention of conditioned souls, living entities like us towards his wonderful activities. But then sometimes he surpasses all the laws of nature. Lord Krishna showed in his mouth all the universes to Mother Yashoda. Lord Krishna lifted great hill Govardhana on his little finger for 7 days continuously without eating, drinking, or taking any rest. These are extraordinary activities. So sometimes Krishna performs ordinary looking activities, sometimes extraordinary activities, but Lord Krishna always remains Achyuta, beyond the laws of nature. Thus this Bhagavad Gita is valuable because this is absolute knowledge. Any human being does not deserve to give knowledge because his knowledge, the knowledge taken by the research using mind and senses, it is conditioned by this body. Just like a sick man finds all the food bitter, we will give knowledge basis our understanding, the way our senses perceive the world. But Lord Krishna being transcendental, this instruction is absolute and without any fault and mistakes. Thus the name used here is Achyuta. This is second reason of using this word. Yotsamananaveksheham ya etetra samagataah dhartarashtrasya durbuddhe yuddhe priyachikirshavaha. Let me see those who have come here to fight, wishing to please the evil-minded son of Dhritarashtra. Arjuna is telling Lord Krishna, can you please take the chariot in between the parties so that I can see who has come to fight with me? Sanjaya uvacha evam ukto rishikesho gudakeshena bharata senayorubhayor madhye sthapayitva rathottamam. Sanjaya said, O descendant of Bharat, being thus addressed by Arjuna, Lord Krishna drew up the fine chariot in the midst of the armies of both parties. Arjuna here is being addressed as Gudakesha. Gudaka means sleep or ignorance. So Arjuna is said to have conquered sleep and ignorance because of his constant association with Lord Krishna. So here the ignorance which Arjuna displays of that of a materialistic man, this ignorance is created so that we can get instruction, perfect knowledge, because we will never ask these spiritual questions. We are generally interested in material enjoyment. Otherwise Arjuna is Gudakesha. He is constant companion of Krishna. Just like an iron rod kept in fire, it becomes fire-like. It also starts emitting heat and light. Anybody who touches that iron will get burnt. In a similar fashion, just maintaining constant touch with God, the Supreme Spirit, spiritualizes us completely. Our body also becomes spiritual and we also surpass ignorance in sleep. Thus the great devotees, very advanced spiritualists, they are not bound by the conditions of hunger, thirst and sleep. When Srimad Bhagavatam was spoken, for 7 days continuously, Shukdev Goswami kept on speaking, Parikshit Maharaj kept on hearing, without eating, drinking or sleeping. Similarly, the 6 Goswamis, Shad Goswamis, who have founded the current Vrindavan. So Lord Krishna spent all his time and wonderful childhood pastimes he performed in Vrindavan. But then after that, all the places got lost. The invaders came, they attacked, it became jungle. So all the places were restored by the Shad Goswamis of Vrindavan, Rupa Goswami, Sanatan Goswami, Srila Jeev Goswami, Gopal Bhatt Goswami, Raghunath Bhatt Goswami and Raghunath Das Goswami. And these Goswamis, who were earlier materialists, behaving like materialists at least, and sleeping for many hours, 12 hours, 13 hours, when they became devotees, they surpassed all the influence of biological needs also, and they were sleeping just for 1 or 2 hours in a day. So can we imagine a person sustaining himself with just 1 or 2 hours of sleep? That is possible in spiritual life. Gudakesha. So if we also maintain constant touch with Krishna, we will be able to surpass the influence of ignorance and sleep. So how to maintain that now? I do not see Lord Krishna around us. As we discussed in the beginning of the discourse, Kali Kale Nam Rupe Krishna Avatara Satatam Kirtayanto Mam. Lord Krishna tells, constantly keep on chanting my names. So this is very important message of Lord Krishna to Arjuna in Bhagavad Gita. Satatam Kirtayanto. Constantly do kirtan, keep on chanting my names. So whatever activities we are doing, throughout the day, if we keep on taking the names of God, then we will be maintaining constant touch with this incarnation, Nam avatar of God. Just like Ramadi Murtishu Kala Niyamena Tishtan, many incarnations are taken by God as Ram, Varaha, Narsimha, etc. In Kali Yuga, Nam avatar, this is also incarnation in the form of sound. So by chanting the names of God constantly, we maintain constant touch with God, and we surpass all the ignorance and get knowledge by the mercy of God. Bhishma Drona Pramukhatah Sarvesham cha Mahikshitam Uvacha Partha Pashyaitan Samvetan Kuruniti. In the presence of Bhishma, Drona, and all other chieftains of the world, Rishikesh, the Lord said, "Just behold, Parth, all the Kurus who are assembled here." Tatra pashya sthitan Partha Pitrin atha pitamahan Acharyan matulan bhratrin Putran pautran sakhins tatha Shvashuran suhridaschaiva Senayorubhayorapi. There Arjuna could see within the midst of the armies of both parties his fathers, grandfathers, teachers, maternal uncles, brothers, sons, grandsons, friends, and also his father-in-law and well-wishers, all present there. Tan samikshya sa kaunteya sarvan bandhun avasthitan kripaya parayavishto vishidan idam abravit. When the son of Kunti, Arjuna, saw all these different grades of friends and relatives, he became overwhelmed with compassion and spoke thus. Arjuna uvacha Drishtvaimam swajanam Krishna Yuyutsum samupasthitam Sidanti mama gatrani Mukham cha parishushyati. Arjuna said, "My dear Krishna, seeing my friends and relatives present before me in such a fighting spirit, I feel the limbs of my body quivering and my mouth drying up." Vephatuscha sharire me romharshascha jayate gandivam sransate hastat tvakchaiva paridahyate. My whole body is trembling and my hair is standing on end. My bow, Gandiva, is slipping from my hand and my skin is burning. So we can imagine what is the situation of Arjuna. Suppose our relatives, brothers, fathers, father-in-laws, and all other dear friends, teachers and relatives come before us taking swords, arrows and guns in their hand, willing to kill us. What would be our situation? They are willing to kill us, the people whom we love the most, and we are supposed to kill them. We are duty bound. The situation would be very pathetic. And this is the situation of Arjuna. As soon as he saw, he wanted to see who has come, and when he saw all his relatives who are very dear to me, Bhishma is there, whom I was calling as father, and Bhishma was correcting Arjuna, "I am not father, I am grandfather." When he would try to climb on the lap of Bhishma. Such Bhishma, he is now standing with arrows, willing to kill Arjuna, his teacher Drona, and all other people. So this material world is summarized very beautifully as Pavarga in the Vedic literatures. What is Pavarga? So this is very important instruction again. Usually we do not know for what we should follow the dharma, the scientific rules and regulations for our conduct in life. Why God has given these instructions? And if at all some people follow it, they think it is for economic development. But actually, yes, in the codes of religion, economic development is also mentioned. Dharma, artha, kama, moksha. But actually, such religions are cheating religions. It is mentioned in Bhagavatam as Kaitava Dharma. Kaitava Dharma means cheating religion. Just like the purpose of school is to impart education, but the child is introduced into this education system through play school. And he thinks, oh, school is a nice place to go. I am able to play there very nicely. But actually the purpose is to take a child away from the playful sporting so that serious business of education he can undergo. Similarly, when people are not very wise, just like a small child, such dharmas are required which are called Kaitava Dharma. And in the Vedas it is told, you follow these rules and regulations nicely, do this yajna, do this dan, do this kriya, tap, sadhana, and you will enjoy material fame, name, comfort, spouse, defeat of the enemies and all such things. But what is the real purpose of dharma? That is mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam. Dharmasya hi apavargasya nartho arthai upakalpate. Hardly people know this, nobody teaches this. Dharmasya hi apavargasya. Dharma is meant for apavarga, nullifying pavarga. What is pavarga? So many activities which are happening in the world. We have so many nations, we have so many universities, we have so many establishments, we have so many factories, offices, businesses, sports, and so many numerous engagements. But all of this can be summarized in pavarga. What is pavarga? So we have wonderful alphabets. In the Devanagari, pa, fa, ba, bha, ma. This string is called pavarga, the pa series. Pa means parishram. Everyone has to work very hard in the material world. So parishram is the beginning of this material world. And then after parishram there is fa. Fa means fena. What is fena? Sometimes when the horse runs so much, there is foam in the mouth of the horse. So much hard work a person has to do, he will become completely exhausted, fatigued. This fatigue, fena, is another feature, second feature of material world. We have to work very hard and fena, foam starts coming out of mouth. We get tired. And once we work so hard, then what happens? Pa, fa, ba. What is ba? Ba means bandhan. We get some results, either objects, situation, have a high status in the society, or some loving people around us or animals around us. And then we get entangled. We have strong attachment for all these things, positions and people. And that is called bandhan, attachment. What happens because of this bandhan? Bha means bhaya, fear. Then the person is always fearful. When the child attains status of top ranker, he is always fearful. Oh, I may not lose even 1 mark, otherwise I'll get second rank. Always anxious. If a person becomes rich, he is afraid, I may not lose my wealth. I have purchased a new car, dent may not come in my new expensive car. I have got some relatives, or something may not happen to my relative. Always these thoughts are bothering, and thus a person is always fearful. My people may not go away, spouse may not go away, money may not go away, my reputation may not go away. Thus a person is constantly fraught with fear, and his life becomes very troublesome. And fearing, what happens? Ma means mrityu, death. This is sum and substance of material life, nothing else. The always expected happiness which gives satiation to the heart never comes about, because a person does not know the science of the self, being part and parcel of Supreme Self. He never counts Krishna in his calculations like Duryodhana. We simply want Krishna's energies, armies. Even though we approach God sometimes, just like Duryodhana approached Krishna, we approach God not for God, but for God's opulences, God's strength, God's army, God's wealth, but never for God. And that is why pavarga happens. So dharma means dharmasya hi apavargasya. Real purpose of dharma is to stop this hard parishram, stop this constant fear, and which is because of material attachments, and stop the process of death. This is the aim of human form of life. After evolution through so many species, finally we have got this human form of life. Turnam yatet na patet anumrityu yavan. Before death arrives, we should prepare ourselves that there is no more death. We should become immortal after this death. This is the preparation. But we have no knowledge. So we have to understand, just like using science, we have stopped certain diseases. Similarly, using the science, wonderful science which is mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, leading our life basis those principles, we can stop death also, just like diseases have been stopped, some diseases. All the diseases can be completely stopped, and death can be stopped by following the scientific regulative principles of the Bhagavad Gita. And that is the aim of human form of life, preparation for immortality. Thus, Dashrath Maharaj, when he met the sage Vishwamitra, who came to meet him in his court. So when we meet each other, we generally ask, how are you doing, how your family members are. But what can you ask a sage? So, the father of Lord Ramchandra, Dashrath Maharaj, asked, Aihistam yattat punar janma jayaya. My dear sage, how are your endeavors going on to win over this repeated death? Punar janma jayaya, repeated birth and death. This is the aim of human form of life. This is the purpose of dharma. Otherwise, the situation is like that of Arjun, fraught with anxieties. Nacha shaknomi avasthatum brahmativa cha me manaha nimittani cha pashyami viparitani keshava. I am now unable to stand here any longer. I am forgetting myself and my mind is reeling. I foresee only evil, O killer of the Keshi demon. Another very significant word used here is viparitani. Arjuna is telling Krishna, we think this war is going to give us happiness through kingdom, but I think viparitani, the reverse is going to happen. I will come in complete distress. So if the science of God is not taken into account, the spiritual knowledge is not taken into account, then any action which we do, it will have viparitani, the reverse effect. And very clearly we can observe this in the society around us. Computers were invented so that we can save time from the tremendous filing and other labor. But we see computers have made us even more busy. The means of transport were there to save time, but those very means of transport. So I am speaking here from the city of Mumbai. Mumbai people spend so much of time because Mumbai city has got additional facility, very good public transport, local trains and buses. So people very fondly, they are forced to spend on an average 2 to 3 hours minimum every day in these modes of transport. So reverse has happened. Rather than saving time, their time is going in this transport. Now because this transport is there, they have to travel. Viparitani. Social media was invented so that we can increase socializing, but it has made people isolated and depressed. Socializing has been cut off, reduced. Viparitani. We think in our life just a couple of years more, and then after this stage, everything would be settled. I'll be very happy. But after every couple of years, instead of expected happiness, complexities and anxieties increase in our life. So what kind of knowledge are we cultivating in our life? Ya vidya sa vimuktaye, Vedas tell. Vidya should make you liberated, should make you happy. But by this advancement of knowledge, we become more and more stressed and depressed. It means we are cultivating ignorance. Why ignorance? Because this fundamental first equation itself we have committed mistake. That I am eternal spirit soul, part and parcel of God. na cha shreyo nupashyami hatva swajanamahave na kangshe vijayam Krishna na cha rajyam sukhani cha. I do not see how any good can come from killing my own kinsmen in this battle, nor can I, my dear Krishna, desire any subsequent victory, kingdom, or happiness. So Arjuna, the word he has used here for happiness is Shreya. There are two kinds of happiness, Shreya and Preya. Preya means immediate happiness and Shreya means ultimate happiness. So Arjuna is telling Krishna, immediately I think I may become happy by winning this war, but I don't see any ultimate happiness, Shreya, in this. So this should be our consideration always. This act, now it is giving me satisfaction, instant gratification, but what does this material enjoyment do to me in the long run? I get addicted to it. Today I want to see one video, I want tomorrow 2 videos, more. 1 cigarette I have, I want more, 2 cigarettes. So immediately I get gratification, but in the long term the desires always keep on increasing, and there is a limitation being put by mind, body, society and the laws of nature. And thus we are never satisfied by this material enjoyment. Instant gratification, long-term dissatisfaction. So we should understand where is Shreya. Even though initially it could be troublesome, but ultimate happiness, where does it lie? Kim no rajyena govinda, kim bhogair jivitena va, yesham arthe kangshitam no, rajyam bhoga sukhani cha, ta imeva sthita yudhe, प्राणांश त्यक्त्वा धनानि च आचार्याः पितरः पुत्रास् तथैव च पितामहाः मातुलाः श्वशुराः पौत्राः श्यालाः सम्बन्धिनस्तथा एतान् हन्तुमिच्छामि ज्ञतोऽपि मधुसूदन अपि त्रैलोक्यराजस्य हेतो किं नु मही कृते निहत्य धार्तराष्ट्रान्नः का प्रीति स्यात् जनार्दना. O Govinda, of what avail to us are kingdoms, happiness, or even life itself, when all those for whom we may desire them are now arrayed in this battlefield? O Madhusudana, when teachers, fathers, sons, grandfathers, maternal uncles, fathers-in-law, grandsons, brothers-in-law, and all relatives are ready to give up their lives and properties and are standing before me, then why should I wish to kill them, though I may survive? O maintainer of all creatures, I am not prepared to fight with them even in exchange for the 3 worlds, let alone this earth. Papam evashraye dasman hatvaitanatayinaha tasman narha vayam hantum dhartarashtran swabandhavan swajanam hi katham hatva sukhinasyam madhava. Sin will overcome us if we slay such aggressors. Therefore, it is not proper for us to kill the sons of Dhritarashtra and our friends. What should we gain, O Krishna, husband of the goddess of fortune? And how could we be happy by killing our own kinsmen? So according to Vedic injunctions, there are 6 kinds of aggressors. One who gives you poison, one who sets fire to your house, one who encroaches your property, who kidnaps your family members, attacks you with deadly weapons. So such aggressors can be killed. And there is no, although killing is a great sin, but if you kill these people, 6 categories, then there is no sin incurred. So Arjuna is telling that they are atataina, they are aggressors, but Arjuna is saintly person at the same time, and a saintly person is not supposed to avenge like this. But such saintliness should not be displayed by a Kshatriya. Such saintliness is meant for Brahmanas, non-violence. So non-violence, which is dharma of Brahmanas, was very strictly followed in the Vedic times. Thus Vishwamitra, he could have killed the Tadka Rakshasi, but he came to Dashrath Maharaj to beg for his sons Ram and Lakshman for such an act. Vishwamitra was so powerful, but he was knowing what is my dharma, non-violence. Even though I have power, but it cannot be used. That can be for my temporary material benefit, it will be against my eternal benefit. So a Kshatriya, he is not supposed to practice non-violence because somebody has to defend the citizens. And thus Arjuna, being a Kshatriya, was not supposed to exhibit this saintly behavior. So this is the confusion. But then there is another confusion. Even though Kshatriya is not supposed to show this behavior and kill the other party, but here the situation is different. Because the other party, although they are aggressors, but they are relatives also, and the relatives should not be killed. In this way, there is a lot of dharma sankat in the case of Arjuna. There is duty as a saintly person, but then there are aggressors. He is a Kshatriya. Kshatriya is supposed to kill. But then on the other side, the aggressors are relatives and family members who are not supposed to be killed. So Arjuna is completely puzzled. And also he is feeling very disheartened seeing his family members ready to kill him. And thus he is very much disturbed. Yadyapyete na pashyanti lobhopahat chetasaha kulakshaya kritam dosham mitra drohe chapatakam katham nagyeyam asmabhihi papadasman nivartitum kulakshaya kritam dosham prapashyadbhir janardana. O Janardan, although these men, overtaken by greed, see no fault in killing one's family or quarreling with friends, why should we, with knowledge of the sin, engage in these acts? Killing relatives is a very big sin. They cannot bother, at least we being intelligent should bother. This is a great sin. Kulakshaye pranashyanti kuladharma sanatana dharme nashte kulam kritsnam adharmo abhibhavatyuta. With the destruction of dynasty, the eternal family tradition is vanquished, and thus the rest of the family becomes involved in irreligious practice. Adharma bhibhavat Krishna pradushyanti kulastriyaha strishu dushtasu varshneya jayate varna sankaraha. When irreligion is prominent in the family, O Krishna, the women of the family become corrupt. And from the degradation of womanhood, O descendant of Vrishni, comes unwanted progeny. So Arjuna is citing various reasons. He is very nicely calculating, being a devotee, having compassion in the heart, also being a very righteous person, not getting maddened by the desire to have sovereignty on the planet Earth. He's telling, I am not just calculating my distress, my dear Krishna, but it is having other very serious implications also. Now all these people are elderly members of the family. The male persons, if these elderly people are killed here, then the family tradition would be lost. In family tradition, not only the vocational skills were passed down, but also these practices contributed to spiritual salvation, which is the ultimate aim of life of the individual. Now when elderly family members are not there to monitor these sanskaras and conduct, the family tradition will be lost and the ultimate aim of life would be baffled. And when there are no senior people to keep the family religious, then the woman would become corrupt and polluted. If we don't follow religion nicely, there is no higher pleasure in life, then corruption, adultery is the result. And if woman becomes adulterous, that is a disaster for the entire civilization. So how to bring a good progeny on this planet? It is a great science. And chastity of womanhood is very important factor in this. If women are chaste, pious, religious, then the child would be born in a very good consciousness, and they can be admitted into the varnashrama system. So varnashrama system is not just one-sided, just taking care of the spiritual side, but also it takes care of the most nice management of the society. So society needs brahmanas, which is like head. Society also needs kshatriyas, which are like arms. The varnashrama is not one-sided, just taking care of the spiritual side and ignoring the material comforts. No. Just like the body has got many limbs and all the limbs should be properly protected, taken care of, in a similar fashion, varnashrama system very nicely sees to it that all the limbs are taken care of, protected, and they are very healthy, in good shape. So in order to protect the brahmanas, which as we discussed are the heads of the social body, this varnashrama system is very important. Not every person can have the brain to have spiritual realization. Not every person can practice all the rules and regulations which enable one for spiritual realization, like Satyam, Shama, Dama, Titiksha. So Brahmana is avowedly truthful, even though he can lose his life for speaking truth, he will never speak false. So people ask, why do you believe in the Vedas? There are many reasons. If you read, you will also believe. But one important factor is it is coming down through the Brahmanas, who can never interpret a false meaning, who never take a salary. Brahmana is having complete control on mind and senses. He does not get carried away by the demands of the body. So he takes alms because he has no time to go for a job. He is engaged in Pathan, Pathan, Yajan, Yajan, to study and to explain, give this knowledge to others. Yajan, Yajan, to do Yajna, worship the Supreme Lord, tell others how to worship. And thus, because he has no time for other less important maintaining livelihood, such activities, he goes and begs alms. And people being generous can give extra alms to them. He will keep just the amount required for the maintenance of that particular day. He will not save it for tomorrow also. And he will also do charity for all the excess goods received. So in this way, a Brahmana is supposed to follow many qualities. So to have such qualities, it is important to have such body also, which enables a person to practice control of senses, control of mind, tolerance, titiksha, shanti, very peaceful, arjavam, very simple, simplicity. So all these qualities and such qualities are maintained even in animals. We know if you want to maintain a good breed, then they should not be bred with some other combination. So the breeds are also very carefully preserved. Unrestricted mixing among the breeds, if it happens, then the dogs also become very dull. The cows also are not able to produce sufficient milk. So just like in animals we present good bodies by preservation of breeds, the similar preservation was practiced in the varnashrama system also. Unrestricted mixing of the varnas, the classes, was not allowed. So such people whose bodies have been designed to act as Kshatriya, who are very strong and having lording over nature, having administrative skills, and who are very brave, will not deny any challenge, even though the challenge can lead to their death. But Kshatriya cannot avoid the challenge to accept a combat. So like this, many other features were there. Such trainings required unique bodies, and these were very nicely preserved. And one very important factor is chastity of womanhood. So then if women, they start mixing, they become adulterous, then the child would not be of very good body and mind, not of good consciousness. And when the progeny itself, the child itself, is not having capacity to enter into varnashrama system. Just like everybody cannot take admission into school, people are having dementia, autism, and so many other things. So if the body itself is not capable of entering even into varnashrama, where is the question of spiritual perfection and peacefulness in the society? If there are only mad people in the society, society cannot be peaceful. So sane people keep the mad people, they help them, they treat them very nicely, but it is done by sane people. So to maintain such sanity, preserve the unique qualities required for the maintenance of society, the strict rules and regulations of avoiding illicit sex and adultery was required. And only when a person is very devotedly religious, such adultery can be avoided in society. And if the elderly members are killed, who will protect the women whom untrained men can entice into unwanted progeny? So thus Arjuna is counting all these very important reasons. Sankaro narkayaiva kulagnanam kulasya cha patanti pitaro hesham lupta pindodaka kriyah. When there is increase of unwanted population, a hellish situation is created both for the family and for those who destroy the family tradition. In such corrupt families, there is no offering of oblations of food and water to the ancestors. Lupta pindodaka kriya is very important here. Yes, we have responsibility for the family members as long as they are there in this body. Once death happens, then there is no responsibility. But Vedas tell no. Our family members at the time of death, they have left shed of this external covering only. They have continued. So our responsibility is not over. After death, if family members, if they have committed sinful acts, they have not properly atoned for it, then they might have to suffer in hell, or they might have got trapped in ghostly bodies. If we commit suicide, and if there is accidental death, or those people who are very much attached to the material objects of possession, house, or the relatives, then such people are not able to promote themselves to next gross body and they get stuck in ghostly body. Ghostly body is very horrible. The demands of the body is there, but the demands are there, but you cannot fulfill because you do not have body. So when Pindadan happens, the oblations of food which is offered to Lord Krishna and such water is offered to the ancestors, then they are relieved from such hellish punishment and ghostly bodies, and they get a gross body. So this is a great science which is not known now today. So Arjuna is telling that how Pindadan will happen. If the family tradition is lost in such families as it is happening now, in many families there is no Pindadan. And very famous Hollywood actor, he was seeing his son who died an untimely death. And then he was very much concerned what to do. He was able to see his son, the spirit of his son. And then somebody suggested him, do this Shraddha ceremony, Pindadan. And then they came to Haridwar, did this ceremony to get to help their son get rid of this ghostly body. So thus it's a great science. Many such proofs are there, provided we have time to study these literatures and understand science behind it. And another very important understanding is, people may ask, oh, what is this hell? Arjuna is repeatedly telling hell, whether there is hell and heaven. So it is common sense. We simply have to understand this axiom that designer is there behind every design. You cannot mathematically prove it, but it's common sense. This microphone you are seeing, can it assemble automatically? No. The computer or the phone on which you might be hearing this discourse, can it assemble automatically? No. So this brain, which is also much more powerful than a computer, can it assemble automatically? Can this body which houses this brain assemble automatically? No. So behind this there is a creator. So creator God, he is the supreme powerful person. Everything is under his control. So he has not made a fallible system where if a person kills one person or 100 people, he can be hanged till death just once. This is unjust, no? If a person has killed more people, more punishment should be given to them. So God does not have imperfections in his creation. He is a supreme creator, all-powerful person. So perfect divine justice is perfectly meted out. So such people who cannot be punished for their misdeeds here, God has made an arrangement. It is common sense, isn't it? So laws of nature are very nice. They act equally on everyone. So the balanced punishment which has not been meted out here, there has to be some place where God implements that. Nobody is above God. Nobody can stop God from executing His will, His desire. And God has made equal system because we are all His children. If we harm other children, then harm will come to us. This is called law of karma. So thus, nobody can stop God to make a perfect arrangement. If a person kills more people, he should also be given more punishment. Once he can be killed in this body, but balanced punishment should be meted out in a place, and that place is called hell. So simply if we understand one axiom, designer is there behind the design, then all the things, all the concepts we can understand very, very easily. So hell exists, heaven also exists, but unfortunately we have no knowledge of the laws of nature, and almost entire civilization is geared up to enter into hell in the ignorance of these laws which are described in the Bhagavad Gita. But Arjuna is very cautious. If we break these laws, then all these families will end up, and we will also end up in hell. दोषैरेतय कुलघ्नानं वर्णसंकरकारकैः उत्साद्यन्ते जातिधर्माः कुलधर्माश्च शाश्वताः. Due to the evil deeds of the destroyers of family tradition, all kinds of community projects and the family welfare activities are devastated. Utsanna kuladharmanam Manusyanam janardana narake niyatam vaso bhavati anushushuma. O Krishna, maintainer of the people, I have heard by disciplic succession that those who destroy family traditions dwell always in hell. So very important word used here again is anushushuma. Arjuna is not citing these reasons of a dharma basis his own understanding of life and his own perceptions. He is telling Anushrushrama, I have heard this. The Vedas are called Shruti. They are the user manual given to mankind. God, being perfect person, He makes perfect arrangement also so that His children may not suffer here. With every machine, there is a user manual. If we don't follow those things, we may spoil the machine and spoil ourselves also. So because we are ignorant of the Vedas now, thus, despite tremendous hard work to become happy, the civilization is creating more and more distress. So we should not simply get carried away by our own perceptions. Please remember the example of moth. As per the perception and understanding of moth, jumping into fire will make the moth very happy. No. Anushrushrama, hear from Vedas what will make you happy and not. And practically we can see those people who follow the Vedas, who are into devotional service, they are in complete bliss despite all the external material inconveniences, if they exist, and they are also satisfied in conveniences. So we can practically see it is proof also. So Anushrushrama, simply we have to hear from the Vedas. A real user manual given by God from the beginning of creation, but we have heard Vedas have been created by Vedvyas, and these books were written some time back. So yes, the books were written some time back because people were so sharp before, they were called Shrutidharas. That is why Vedas are called Shruti. They were passed down in oral reception. Once if the disciple hears from the spiritual master, he will be able to remember for the rest of life and understand also very quickly. Thus this Bhagavad Gita people take years to understand. Even after that they don't understand. But Arjuna was able to understand, assimilate the knowledge in around 45 minutes or maximum 1 hour. people were very sharp. But when Vedvyas saw Manda Sumanda Matayo Manda Bhagya Yupadruta, people are going to become very, very lazy and less intelligent, he understood it is important to write it down in books. By one hearing, they will not be able to memorize or understand. So thus the books were created recently, but Vedas are extant always. They are always existing in this wonderful parampara, as we have discussed in the beginning, Guru Shishya parampara. So in this parampara, simply we have to understand what will make us happy, what is not, what is fact of life, what is not. We should not try to judge the taste of food, understand the reality. A sick man cannot taste food, we cannot understand reality. For thus each and every person, 7 billion people, have their own perceptions, opinions about life. Only when we are free from the laws of nature, we can have absolute perceptions by the mercy of absolute truth, Krishna. Aho bat mahapapam kartum vyavasita vayam yad rajya sukha lobhena hantum swajanam udyatah. Alas, how strange it is that we are preparing to commit greatly sinful acts driven by the desire to enjoy royal happiness. Yadi mam apratikaram ashastram shastrapanayah dhartarashtrarane hanyas tanme kshemataram bhavet. I would consider it better for the sons of Dhritarashtra to kill me unarmed and unresisting rather than fight with them. So Arjuna, being very compassionate, he is like a saintly person, understanding the laws of nature. He is telling Krishna, I do not want to fight. I am not ready for this kingdom. I can be killed unarmed. I am ready for that. But please, let me not engage in this ghastly warfare. Sanjaya uvacha evam uktvarjuna sankhye rathopastha upavishat visrijya sasharam chapam shoka samvigna manasaha. Sanjaya said, Arjuna, having thus spoken on the battlefield, cast aside his bow and arrows and sat down on the chariot, his mind overwhelmed with grief. Arjuna has casted aside his bows and arrows, crying practically in great distress, sat down on his chariot. I cannot fight, he told. So this is the beginning and the background of entire wonderful philosophy, which now Lord Krishna is going to speak, 2nd chapter onwards, which if we are able to understand nicely, our life will change. It will witness such a wonderful change that we'll no longer be the same person. The only requirement is hearing with rapt attention. Thus Arjuna has casted aside his bows and arrows, and grief-stricken he is sitting on his chariot telling Krishna, I cannot fight. This is the beginning and the background of the wonderful knowledge of Bhagavad Gita, which actually begins 2nd chapter onwards when Lord Krishna is going to speak. This knowledge is so profound. If we are able to assimilate in our life, we will witness an amazing change in life. Life will no longer be the same. So we should be very, very enthusiastic and eager to hear what Lord Krishna is going to speak now in the 2nd chapter. 2nd chapter is the summary of all the contents of Bhagavad Gita. So again, one request I have, please hear it with rapt attention. See you in the 2nd chapter. That's all for the first one. Thank you so much for hearing. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Today we will be discussing Second chapter of Bhagavad Gita. Contents of the Gita summarized. This session is dedicated to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, our spiritual master and the founder and acharya of the worldwide Hare Krishna movement. Let us see verse number 1. Sanjaya uvacha tam tatha kripayavishtam ashru purna kulekshanam vishidantam idam vakyam uvacha madhusudanaha. Sanjaya said, seeing Arjuna full of compassion and very sorrowful, his eyes brimming with tears, Madhusudana, Krishna, spoke the following words. Arjuna was feeling great compassion, and this compassion is considered a very good quality. However, this is the first instruction of Bhagavad Gita, that compassion, lamentation, and tears on material platform are because of ignorance of the knowledge of the self. Usually we think, and that is how we define all the activities of our life. All the activities are directed towards comfort of the body. We think if the body is comfortable, then we'll be happy. If there is discomfort for the body, such situations we are willing to avoid. But compassion and lamentation simply for the body is like compassion for the dress of a drowning man. If a man is drowning and we are crying for the dress of such a person, then that is less intelligence. In a similar fashion, we have to understand, more important than saving the dress is saving the person who is drowning with that dress. But all the efforts are simply to save the dress. This body is nothing but dress of the spirit soul. That is why it is told by Lord Rishabdev. Lord Rishabdev was also incarnation of Krishna, and his great son was Bharat Maharaj. And because of Bharat Maharaj, this entire planet got the name Bharat Varsha. Before his rule, it was called Ilavrat Varsha. So Bharat Maharaj, along with his brothers, was given very, very sublime instructions by his father, Rishabdev, before he was about to take sannyas. And the most important of all instruction is, Lord Rishabdev tells to Bharat Maharaj, Nayam deho dehe bhajam riloke kashtan kaman arhate vid bhujamye tapo divyam putrika yen satvam shuddhyed yasmad brahma saukhyam tvanantam. Human life is not meant simply to bring comfort to the body. Rather, people do not know. We should try to take voluntarily discomforts. That is called tapasya. Tapasya means willingly one is taking discomforts in life. For what? For spiritual pleasure, for spiritual advancement. The body becomes purified if one takes discomforts according to the direction of the scriptures. And by such scientific taking of discomforts, even for maintaining physical body, we take discomforts, otherwise we'll get diseased. And for spiritual fitness, spiritual pleasure, physical discomforts, mental discomforts are very much required. Thus, Vedic culture is full of tapasya. So human life is only meant for tapasya, Rishabdev tells. Sense enjoyment, which is available even in the lower species like that of stool-eating hogs, vid bhujamye, human beings should not work to enjoy the same pleasure, but one should do tapasya so that one's existence becomes purified. Once the existence is purified, then a person can experience Brahma Saukhyam, spiritual pleasure. And because we are spirit souls, unless we relish spiritual pleasure in our life, we will always be dissatisfied. So Arjuna here, because of ignorance, was simply crying for the external dress. He was thinking, I am going to kill my relatives, and he was not able to understand that in this activity of war lies the spiritual emancipation of both the parties. How is it so? That Lord Krishna will explain. Shri Bhagavanu Vacha Kutastva Kashmalamidam Vishame Samupasthitam Anarya Jushtam Asvargyam Akirti Karam Arjuna. The Supreme Person Bhagavan said, My dear Arjuna, how have these impurities come upon you? They are not at all befitting a man who knows the progressive values of life. They do not lead to higher planets but to infamy. Very important word used here for Lord Krishna is Bhagavan. Shri Bhagavanu Vacha. What is Bhagavan? Why God is called Bhagavan? This question may come in many minds. So, the entire Vedic system of education directs a man to have Brahma Jigyasa. Brahma Jigyasa means to understand the spiritual existence. What is the ultimate reality? Why am I existing? Who am I within this body? Who has created this body? A wonderful supercomputer. Who has assembled this wonderful brain? Who has assembled these most wonderful, fantastic cameras called the eyes? Like this, who has manufactured this body in which every cell is more complex than a metropolitan city? Who has assembled and for what purpose? What is the truth of life? This is called Brahma Jigyasa. So just like modern science has analyzed, actually whatever we see around us, the atomic physics says it is actually nothing but combination of protons, neutrons and electrons. Nothing else. Protons, neutrons, electrons, they combine together to produce whatever we see around us. But now, the science has become more advanced and they are understanding, no, even proton, neutron, electrons are not the fundamental particles. They are combination of some other energies. Like this, if we keep on tracing, ultimately what is truth? What is the substance that we are seeing around us? Wood, cement is definitely an illusion. But even atoms and proton, neutron, electrons are also not the ultimate reality. So what is that ultimate reality, the substance which is manifesting in so many forms around us? So the Vedas inform us that is Brahm or the spirit. So unless a person understands this ultimate reality, the problems of life cannot be solved. So those who are seers of the truth, Srimad Bhagavatam explains, Vadanti tat tattvavidas tattvam yaj jnanam advayam. That absolute truth is discovered by them in 3 phases. Which are those 3 phases? Brahmeti Paramatmeti Bhagavan iti shabdyate. The first phase of understanding the ultimate truth, absolute truth, is called Brahm. Brahm means spiritual energy. When we keep on analyzing, go deeper, what is the fundamental energy? We'll understand there is one energy which is all pervading. And when a person advances further, he realizes actually this energy which is all pervading is coming from a person who is present in all of our hearts. That is called Paramatma. In this body there is Atma, that Krishna will explain in detail in 13th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. But along with Atma, there is another Atma, and that is called Param Atma. So the individual Atma is conscious of this body, but Paramatma is conscious of all the bodies. This is called second phase of realization of absolute truth. that the energy which is there everywhere, this energy is coming from a person who is present in the hearts of all the living entities. And then the third and the final phase of realization of absolute truth, the most advanced transcendentalists are able to understand the Bhagavan feature. Brahmeti Paramatmeti Bhagavan iti Shabdyate. So this Bhagavan feature is the ultimate word in realization of absolute truth. What is the meaning of Bhagavan? Some people ask whether Bhagavan is a person or simply an energy. Actually, if we understand the Sanskrit language, the meaning of the root, then such a question will not arise. Bhagavan, Van means possessor, and Bhag means opulences. The definition of Bhagavan has been given by Parashar Muni, father of Vyasadeva, the author of Mahabharat, Bhagavad Gita, the compiler of all the Vedas. His father, Parashar Muni, has given definition in the Vishnu Puran. Aishwaryasya samagrasya viryasya yashasa shriya Gyan Vairagyayashchaiva Shannam Bhag Itingana. Bhag means opulence. There are 6 kinds of opulences which make a person attractive. One opulence is the beauty. Beautiful people attract others. Second opulence is wisdom. It attracts. Third opulence is power. Strength, if a person is very strong. Fame and renunciation. So any person who has got these opulences and riches. So any person has got these 6 opulences becomes very attractive. So Parashar Muni explains, Samagrasya. There could be many rich people, but nobody can claim all the riches in the world belong to me. So all the riches are owned by a person. That person is called Bhagavan. So any person who can claim that all the riches, wealth of the world, creation belongs to me, that is Bhagavan. So any person who has got all the opulences in completion, that is called Bhagavan. Bhagavan means who is having all the riches, who is most beautiful, who is having all the strength in this world, who is most wise, who is most learned. He is called Bhagavan. Thus, these are the attributes of a person. So Bhagavan means possessor of opulence, a person. So ultimate truth cannot be simply dead energy, impersonal energy, because we see beautiful designs around us. Energy cannot act automatically and create designs. There has to be a conscious designer. So some people tell God is only a person. Ultimate truth is person. Some people tell ultimate truth is only all-pervading, impersonal energy. But actually, the all-pervading impersonal energy called Brahm and Bhagavan are non-different features of absolute truth. Absolute truth is having personal aspect as well as impersonal aspect. But the impersonal aspect energy is dependent on the person. So there is no difference between the two, Brahm and Bhagavan. They are one and the same. Example given is like that of sun and the sunlight. There is no difference between sun and sunlight because it is not possible that sun is existing without its light. And it is not possible also that light is existing without sun. So in that sense, sun and sunlight are one and the same. But still there is difference. If I am seeing the sunlight, I am contacting the sunlight, it does not mean I am touching or I have entered the sun planet. This is called Achintya Bhed Abhed, oneness and difference at the same time. So in this way, definitely absolute truth is Brahm, all-pervading energy, which is non-different from Bhagavan, but this all-pervading energy is emanating from Bhagavan, the personality of Godhead, just like the sunlight is emanating from sun. This is the perfect understanding of absolute truth. So thus, Ved Vyas has not written Shri Krishna Uvacha because people may think, oh Krishna, one powerful man is giving his opinion. So throughout the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna has been addressed whenever Lord Krishna speaks as Shri Bhagavan Uvacha, Shri Bhagavan Uvacha. Ved Vyas wants to tell, please understand this knowledge is coming from Bhagavan, the supreme reality from whom all the living entities are coming, all the planets are coming, all the matter is coming. He is the creator, therefore knowledge given by him is perfect. So people are having so many confusions about this world. What is this world all about? What is the purpose? Who we are? And we are going to get answers of all these questions by Bhagwan, the Supreme Person, Creator Himself. How fortunate we are. So let us see how Lord, the Supreme Lord, is going to give this wonderful wisdom to Arjuna and bring him out of lamentation. Klaibyam asmagamah partha naitatvai upapadyate kshudram hridaya dorbalyam tyaktvotishtha parantapa. O son of Pritha, do not yield to this degrading impotence. It does not become you. Give up such petty weakness of the heart and arise, O chastiser of the enemy. Arjuna uvacha katham bhishmam aham sankhye dronam cha madhusudana ishubhiv pratiyotsyami pujarha varisudana. Arjuna said, O killer of Madhu, Krishna, how can I counteract with arrows in battle men like Bhishma and Drona who are worthy of my worship? So it is Vedic injunction, etiquette, moral obligation that superior should not be offered even a verbal fight. And who is superior? A person can be superior in knowledge, that is the first criteria, or in social position, that is second criteria, or in age. If a person is more in age, social position, or knowledge, such people are called superiors, and they should never be offered even a verbal argument. It is sinful activity. So if a verbal argument also cannot be offered, here Arjuna is being told to kill them. So he's telling, how can I pierce them with arrows? Arjuna is completely bewildered. This is against the religious injunctions. Guru nahatva hi mahanubhavan shreyo bhoktum bhaikshyam apiha loke hatvartha kamanstu guru nihaiva bhunjiya bhogan rudhira pradigdhan. It is better to live in this world by begging than to live at the cost of the lives of great souls who are my teachers. Even though they are avaricious, they are nonetheless superiors. If they are killed, our spoils will be tainted with blood. Na chaitad vidma kataranno gariyo yadva jayema yadivano jayeyuho yaneva hatva na jijivishamas tevastita pramukhe dhartarashtraha. Nor do we know which is better, conquering them or being conquered by them. The sons of Dhritarashtra, whom if we killed, we should not care to live, are now standing before us on this battlefield. So this shows that Arjuna is having all the good qualities. He is a very virtuous man. Even though he was put along with his family into so many troubles by the Kauravas, and such aggressors are standing. Their wife was attempted to be disrobed in a full assembly. They were given poison. Their house was set on fire, and so many other life attempts were made. So an ordinary person would not leave the chance to attack such an enemy and kill him. But Arjuna, his senses are perfectly under control. Very nicely, as per his capacity, he is analyzing. Oh, this is sinful, this is bad. Even though I can kill them, they are avaricious. But what will happen to their families? They are elderly people, they are supposed to guide family. Families without guidance will fall down from the path of religion, will not attain the ultimate objective of life. Like this, Arjuna is very nicely with controlled senses and controlled mind, he is analyzing the situation. So thus Arjun is perfect candidate for self-realization. Unless the senses are controlled, unfortunately today there is no training for controlling the senses. We think the more we indulge in sense enjoyment, we'll be happy. No, that is illusion. If the senses are not controlled, there is no question of coming to the platform of knowledge. And without knowledge and devotion, there is no question of liberation. Karpanya doshopahata svabhavaha pritchami tvam dharma sammudha chetah yachreyasya nishchitam bruhi tanme shishyasteham shadhimam tvam prapannam. Now I am confused about my duty and have lost all composure because of weakness. In this condition, I am asking you to tell me clearly what is best for me. Now I am your disciple and a soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me. Karpanya dosho pahata svabhavaha. The word used here is kripana. From kripana comes karpanya. What is kripana? Kripana means miser. And who is a miser? It is explained in Garg Samhita. Yova etad aksharam gargi aviditva asmal lokat prayati sa kripanaha. Any person who does not understand the science of self-realization and passes away from this world like cats and dogs, simply catering to the demands of material mind and body, such a person is called miser. Why such a person is called miser who does not do spiritual inquiry? Because miser does not know how to utilize the assets. He could be very rich, but he would be living a very wretched life. In a similar fashion, in human form of life, by self-realization, person can solve all the problems of life. But if a person does not do self-realization, he has wasted this very rich asset of a human form of life. So he is called miser. And such misers, mainly they are not able to have spiritual inquiry because of material affection and family attachments. We are all just like travelers. Suppose in a long journey, we sit in a restaurant with some strangers and we spend all our money on taking care of such strangers and all our love and affection we show on them. So such an act is not very wise because all of us will carry on to our respective destinations. We are never going to meet again. That is the situation in this material world. We are all travelers. We are traveling through various bodies life after life. And then we assemble in this world and we meet in this eternal voyage in groups called families. So if you simply spend all the time, the family members are natural objects of affection. But if a person is overly affectionate, he is attached to anything in this material world, people or objects, places, anything, then a person will get trapped in the cycle of birth and death. So Arjuna here, because of strong family affection, is not able to wage a war which is his duty, even though his family members are standing on the other side. So Arjuna is conscious that this is karpanya dosha, this is miserly weakness. Because of this family affection, I am not able to do my duty. And unless a person does his duty very nicely, there is no question of self-realization. Another important word used in this verse is shadhimam tvam prapannam. So when such complexities arise in life, Arjuna is very successful person, very strong person. There is no material dearth in his life, but still he is perplexed. So even though we can become very, very successful in our material life, perplexities are going to come in life. And the solution lies in prapadyante, shadhimam tvam prapannam, surrender. One has to surrender to Krishna or Krishna's representative who is called Guru or spiritual master. Unless one completely surrenders to Guru, there is no question of solving the problems of life. Of course, such surrender is not blind. Just like using our intelligence, we find a very good doctor and then surrender unto that doctor. "Oh, doctor, please operate my heart and you please fix my disease." Unless such complete surrender is there, doctor will not be able to help despite doctor's willingness. In a similar fashion, unless we completely surrender into spiritual master, we cannot solve the problems of life. Of course, we should be wise enough to have knowledge who is a bona fide spiritual master. Only then surrender should be done.
Nahi prapashyami mamapanudyad yachchokamuchoshanam indriyanam avapya bhumavasapatnam riddham rajyam suranam apichadhipatyam. I can find no means to drive away this grief which is drying up my senses. I will not be able to destroy it even if I win an unrivaled kingdom on the earth with sovereignty like that of the demigods in heaven. Sanjaya uvacha eva muktva rishikesham gudakeshav parantapaha nayotsya iti govindam uktva tushnim babhuvaha. Sanjaya said, "Having spoken thus, Arjuna, chastiser of enemies, told Krishna, 'Govinda, I shall not fight,' and fell silent." Tam uvacha rishikeshaha prahasanniva bharata senayorubhayor madhye vishidantam idam vachaha. O descendant of Bharat, at that time Krishna, smiling in the midst of both the armies, spoke the following words to the grief-stricken Arjuna. Shri Bhagavan uvacha ashocyanan vashochastvam pragyavadanshya bhashase gatasuna gatasunshcha nanushocanti pandita. The blessed Lord said, "While speaking learned words, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither for the living nor the dead." We see in the society stress, depression, lamentation is continuously increasing. And now various people, even celebrities, are telling it is okay, we should not be shy. Depression is normal. No, sir, it is not normal. It is normal for the ignorant people who are not educated people. But a person who is educated person, learned man, is called Pandita. So those who are wise, Pandit, such a person does not lament, Lord Krishna is telling, either for the living or for the dead. He does not lament for any situation of this material body. Lamentation is only the business of the people who are not trained in the science of self-realization. Because I am not the body, I am spirit soul, I remain eternally the same. So all the lamentation, this distress is because of abhiniveshataha. Abhiniveshata means absorption. As a sleeping man gets absorbed in the body of the dream, and thus he creates situation of so-called happiness and distress, ideally should be unaffected because it is only a dream. In a similar fashion, we are spirit souls, we have got nothing to do with this body and this world. But when the spirit soul starts thinking out of illusion, I am this body, then the situation of so-called happiness and lamentation is created. But a person who is wise laments neither for the living nor for the dead. Natvevaham jatu nasam natvam neme janadhipaha nachaiva na bhavishyamaha sarve vayam atah param. Never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be. So this is the first instruction which is given by Lord Krishna to Arjuna. Never was a time when we were not existing. And there shall never be a time in future when any of us will cease to exist. Arjuna was thinking, oh, if I kill these people, they will cease to exist. So Krishna told, no, there is no cause of lamentation. Because we are spirit soul different from the body, we will never cease to exist. And apart from the eternality of the individual soul, the individuality also is being expressed here. There is a class of philosophers called Mayavadi, impersonalists, who tell that we have come from the Supreme Spirit and now we have got trapped in this body. Again, we have to merge in the Supreme Spirit. So this is rejected by Krishna. In the words Sarve Vayam Ataha Param, Vayam means plural, plurality. And this plurality of consciousness is also asserted in various Upanishads like Kathopanishad, Shvetashvatar Upanishad, Nityo Nityanam Chetanas Chetananam Eko Yo Bahunam Vidadhati Kaman. So the Upanishads point out there are two kinds of Nityas or eternal entities. There is Nitya, one singular entity, and Nityanam, so many eternal entities. There is Chetana, one conscious living entity, which is different from so many other conscious entities. What is the difference? Eko yo bahunam vidadhati kaman. This one eternal living entity, conscious living entity, takes care of all other infinitesimal consciousnesses. So thus plurality is explained here. There is one soul which is infinite, which is supreme. It takes care, fulfills the desires, bahunam vidadhati kaman, of multitudes of infinitesimal atomic living entities. So there was never a time, Sarve Vayam Ataha Param, Lord Krishna explains, when we were not existing, we were always existing. And in future also there will never be a time when you merge into me or anybody merges into me. We will all continue to exist in future. Dehinosmin yatha dehe Kaumaram yauvanam jara Tatha dehantara praptir Dhiras tatra namuhyati. As the embodied soul continually passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. The self-realized soul is not bewildered by such a change. As we did not cry for change of bodies, our body was pea-shaped in the womb of mother. Then it developed into a grown-up embryo. Then it came out as a child. We did not cry, oh, I was pea-sized, now my body has changed. Similarly, the child body got transformed into a young body. We did not cry at that time for the change of body. And then the young man became old man. We did not cry for such a change of body. Similarly, Krishna is telling Tatha Dehantara Praptihi. At the time of death, soul simply is going to change the body. What is the need of crying? Anyway, we are changing body always. And death is final change. We move to another body. Simply a change of external appearance. So what is the cause of lamentation? So Dhiras Tatrana Muhyati, death. The media, the news, it is filled with such news and the whole world is lamenting for death. But it is told Dhiraha, a self-realized soul is not at all disturbed by death. Matra sparshastu kaunteya Shitoshana sukha dukkhadaha Agama payino nityas Tanstitikshasva bharata. So even though we may theoretically understand I am not the body, but still we feel the pangs of the body. to have practical realization is difficult. It needs great advancement in spiritual life. But there is a stage, just like when a person wakes up from the dream, he is no longer affected by the calamities of dream. He understands, I am not the body of dream. Such a state of wakefulness, self-realization is possible, but that is very advanced stage. Till then, a person has to, Lord Krishna recommends here, Tan Stiti Shasva Bharata. Unfortunately, many people have taken to profession of spiritual life and they try to solve the material problems of their disciples in the name of spirituality. Please ask, what is your material desire, and I will fulfill it. I will cure your disease, your toothache, and people think this is spiritual life. Arjuna was in distress, so Krishna did not tell Arjuna, okay Arjuna, no problem, you will sit, I will fight for you. Or take this pill of ash and throw it on the enemy will get destroyed. No. Krishna told, that is the nature of this material world. As long as one is there in the body, action reactions will continue. Just like you feel heat and cold, the summer and winter seasons, they come and go. Similarly, happiness and distress is nature of this material world. We think if I do some adjustment in my life will be all set and I will be happy. That is not possible. So, as long as a person is not very advanced where one can practically realize I am not the body, one has to tolerate. Tan Stiti Shasva Bharata. Tolerate for what? For spiritual life. When we execute our spiritual duties, then in course of such duties, just like it is told in the Vedas, one has to get up early in the morning and take cold water bath. Now, such bath has to be taken even in the winter season. So that is a duty. Like this, it is told that you have to fast on certain days in a month. If we fast, then hunger pangs will disturb a person, but one has to tolerate. That is called tapasya. So one has to learn how to tolerate such material dualities in course of performing the spiritual duties. Yam hi na vyathayantete purusham purusharshabha sam dukha sukham dhiram somritatvaya kalpate. O best among men, Arjuna, the person who is not disturbed by happiness and distress and is steady in both is certainly eligible for liberation. So a very important word used here is Amritatvaya Kalpate. Amritatva, immortality. This is the aim of life. So one may ask, why so many austerities, tapasyas are recommended? Why to take physical discomfort? Because this physical discomfort brings immortality to the soul. There will no longer be need to accept more bodies, material bodies, which come along with concomitant distress of birth, death, old age and disease. So if we are able to tolerate the happiness and distress, we are neither related by material happiness nor we are disturbed by material distress, then Amritatvaya Kalpate, such a person becomes eligible for Amritatva, immortality. Yes. So some of the richest people of the world are funding research how to become immortal. God is telling here the standard procedure. So the spiritual life is nothing but scientific discipline to attain the stage of immortality and solve all the problems of life. Na sato vidyate bhavo, na bhavo vidyate sataha, ubhayorapi drishto antas, vanayos tatvadarshibhihi. Those who are seers of the truth have concluded that of the non-existent there is no endurance, and of the existent there is no cessation. These seers have concluded by studying the nature of both. Very, very important verse. Arjuna is crying. So Krishna tells, you should cry for the substance and not for illusion, if at all you wish to cry. There are many things in the world which we perceive as real but are non-existent. Just like water in the desert. That is actually called mirage. It is illusion. We see water, but water is not there. In a similar fashion, Krishna is telling, before crying, you understand whether that thing is reality or illusion. Thus, all the philosophers have always been wondering, what is reality and what is illusion? Am I dreaming right now? Because how would a person know one is dreaming or not? Even what I am touching, this desk I am touching, this is dream or this is reality? What exists and what does not exist? How do we understand that? So here Lord Krishna is quoting the version of the seers of truths. How can we understand what is reality and what is illusion? Krishna has explained just in one verse. Very beautiful verse. Na sato vidyate bhavo, na bhavo vidyate sataha. Lord Krishna explains, those who are seers of the truth have concluded that of the non-existent there is no endurance. So anything which does not endure does not exist. And what exists, there is no cessation of it. So what does not endure? We see so many animals around us, dog, cat, fish. Are they going to endure always? No. It means they do not exist. Similarly, we see people around us. We see our family members. Will they always exist? No, they will not endure. It means they are non-existent. They don't exist. Oh, don't exist? But I touch them, I speak with them. How do we understand the meaning of this statement? They are non-existent. Then what is it that I am seeing around me? I am seeing so many personalities, species. They don't exist means what you are seeing is only dress. Such identities do not exist. Just like a man can take the get-up of a woman and perform very nicely on the stage. Similarly, another person can take the dress of a lion. Somebody can take the dress of a tree. But there is no tree on the stage. There is no lion on the stage. There is no woman on the stage. The male members have taken these different dresses. They are completely different from the appearance, those characters on the stage. In a similar fashion, what is there within everybody, either the dog on the street or the fish in the water, in the aquarium, or within all our family members whom we identify as father, mother, children, male, female, uncle, aunt, friend, enemy, is spirit soul. And these are simply different roles which we have taken. Such personalities do not exist. Just like on the stage, a person has taken certain role. He has taken the role of a farmer, but farmer does not exist. He has taken the role of a warrior. Warrior does not exist. It is only the external get-up. In a similar fashion, dog does not exist. There is no dog over there. That is why it is told, Krishna will explain further in Bhagavad Gita, Pandita Samadarshina, Shuni Chaiva Shapache Cha, Brahmani Gavi Hastini. A learned man, whether he sees an elephant, dog, or a dog eater, he does not discriminate the external dresses. He knows these are only dresses. Within it, similar spirit souls are living. So thus a wise person does not discriminate. This is my family, this is enemy. This is human, this is animal. He sees all of them on equal level. He understands these identities do not exist. These are simply the designations given to the dresses. So thus Arjuna is being informed by Lord Krishna, please do not fall for these roles. Some spirit soul has taken the role of grandfather, of your teacher. Actually, these are only roles. Such personalities do not exist. So what we see around us are only dresses. We are getting attached simply to the dresses. We have never seen the spirit soul which is living inside the dress. So is it sanity to get attracted by the dresses? If a man comes in the dress of a woman and another man gets attracted, oh, I want to marry that woman. Oh, that is not woman itself. That is a man actually in the get-up of a woman. This is the illusion of this materialistic society. We get trapped in the external appearance of dresses and not able to see the spirit soul living within the dress. So thus Krishna tells Arjuna, and of the existent there is no cessation. Spirit soul always continues to exist. It will leave this body, enter another body. The spirit soul is reality, and these external designations, please such personalities never exist. They are only dresses. Avinashi tu tadvidhi yena sarvam idam tatam vinasham avyayasyasya na kaschit kartumarhati. Know that which pervades the entire body is indestructible. No one is able to destroy the imperishable soul. Antavanta ime deha nityasyokta sharirinaha anashino aprameyasya tasmad yudhyasva bharata. Only the material body of the indestructible, immeasurable, and eternal living entity is subject to destruction. Therefore fight, O descendant of Bharat. Ya enam veti hantaram yaschainam manyate hatam ubhau tau na vijanito nayam hanti na hanyate. He who thinks that the living entity is the slayer or that he is slain does not understand. One who is in knowledge knows that the self slays not nor is slain. Na jayate mriyate va kadachin nayam bhutva bhavita va na bhuyaha ajo nitya shashvatoyam purano na hanyate hanyamane sharire. For the soul there is never birth nor death, nor having once been does he ever cease to be. He is unborn, eternal, ever existing, undying and primeval. He is not slain when the body is slain. Veda vinashinam nityam ya enam ajamavyayam katham sa purushah partha kam ghatayati hantikam. O Parth, how can a person who knows that the soul is indestructible, unborn, eternal and immutable kill anyone or cause anyone to kill? Vasansi jirnani yatha vihaya navani grihnati naroparani tatha sharirani vihaya jirnani anyani sanyati navani dehi. As a person puts on new garments, giving up old ones, similarly the soul accepts new material bodies, giving up the old and useless ones. Nayanam chindanti shastrani nayanam dahati pavakaha na chainam kledayantyapo na shoshayati marutaha. The soul can never be cut into pieces by any weapon, nor can he be burned by fire, nor moistened by water, nor withered by the wind. Achedyoyam adayoyam akledyo shoshya evacha nitya sarvagatassthanur achaloyam sanatanaha. This individual soul is unbreakable and insoluble and can neither be burned nor dried. He is everlasting, all-pervading, unchangeable, immovable and eternally the same. So, sometimes people experiment to find out about the soul, this consciousness which animates the body. At times there are experiments where they just want to weigh the body before and after death. In this way they want to understand the mass of the soul. Sometimes they want to use advanced instruments, some radars to capture the motion of the soul. But here Lord Krishna is describing that the soul cannot be cannot be cut into pieces, cannot be moistened by water, cannot be burned by fire. the soul cannot be perceived by any of the material instruments because the soul is beyond material dimension, technically called Turiya. So something which is not belonging to material dimension can never be perceived by scientific experiments. If at all we have to have knowledge of soul, then understanding it from the Creator is the only bona fide way. Here Lord Krishna further explains, it is unbreakable and insoluble, and it is everlasting, all-pervading. We are willing to find out whether there is life on other planets. Here it is being told life is there on all planets, soul is all-pervading. We may not be able to perceive in which form life is existing, but here it is being explained, soul is all-pervading. Everywhere you will find the souls. There is life on every planet. And actually, science is now beginning to understand, even in fire, we find microorganisms. So thus, even on sun planet, there is life. On every planet, it is full of life, bustling with life. Avyaktoyam achintyoyam avikaryoyam uchyate tasmadevam viditvainam nanushochitum arhasi. It is said that the soul is invisible, inconceivable, immutable, and unchangeable. Knowing this, you should not grieve for the body. Another important word used here is achintyoyam, means inconceivable. As a dog's brain cannot understand our science and technology, similarly, the Creator Lord Krishna is telling, our brains are not designed, our minds are not designed to conceive soul. Soul is inconceivable to material minds. So thus, how much ever we try, we will not be able to conceive how something is always existing and it cannot be broken into pieces, and the same small soul, it animates such a huge body of that of whales and elephants and that of even small ants and mosquitoes. How it becomes all-pervading, how it enters the body, how it leaves the body, it is very difficult to conceive. So if we want to have knowledge, understanding from the Creator is the only way. Ath chayanam nitya jatam nityam va manyase mritam tathapi tvam mahabaho nainam shochitum arhasi. If, however, you think that the soul is perpetually born and always dies, still you have no reason to lament, O mighty armed. Now Krishna is speaking from the perspective of an atheist. As soul is inconceivable, it might be difficult unless somebody is austere or devoted. It is very difficult to understand the subject matter of soul. But even if a person is not able to understand the eternal existence of soul, Lord Krishna is telling, if you think this consciousness is function of matter, under certain mature material combination, the body gives rise to consciousness, then also you have no reason to lament. Because if everything is just chemical, then who cries for loss of some chemicals? Then all your relatives, they are nothing but chemical combinations. So who cries for loss of chemicals? So thus Krishna is telling, in any case you should not lament. Jatasya hi dhruvo mrityur dhruvam janma mritasya cha tasmad apariharyarthe natvam shochitum arhasi. For one who has taken his birth, death is certain, and for one who is dead, birth is certain. Therefore, in the unavoidable discharge of your duty, you should not lament. Avyaktadini bhutani vyaktamadhyani bharata avyakta nidhananyeva tatra ka paridevana. All created beings are unmanifest in their beginning, manifest in their interim state, and unmanifest again when they are annihilated. So what need is there for lamentation? Now Krishna is presenting both perspectives. If you do not believe in the existence of eternal existence of soul, and such philosophers were there even 5000 years ago, they were called Vaibhashikas or Lokyatikas. Such philosophers would say that consciousness is the result of chemical combination. So anyway, nobody cries for loss of chemicals. And just like the children, they make some sand castles on the beach and then they dismantle it. Nobody cries for the loss of castle. In a similar fashion, these bodies are nothing but castles of earth which has combined together. So death is nothing but dismantling of this castle. Why should you cry for it? And if at all you believe in the eternal existence of soul, then the soul was always existing. It took this dress and then again it has left the dress. Again there is no cause of lamentation. In other words, Krishna is telling, no thoughtful person will lament in life. Lamentation, distress is only meant for people who are ignorant. Brahma bhuta prasannatma na shochati na kangshati. Shochati, lamentation, is not meant for people who are educated in the science of self. Prasannatma, they are always happy. So thus happiness does not lie in working very hard for material success. Unfortunately, in the absence of this guidance given by Lord, even the best brains of the society are spoiling their time, thinking material adjustments will make us happy. No, we are spirit soul. When we become callous for the material adjustments and rise to the platform of self-realization, then only there is freedom from lamentation. Otherwise, it is going to continue. Ascharyavat pashyati kaschidinam Ascharyavat vadati tathaiva chanyaha Ascharyavat chainam anya shranoti Shrutvapiyenam vedana chaiva kaschet. Some look on the soul as amazing, some describe him as amazing, and some hear of him as amazing, while others, even after hearing about him, cannot understand him at all. Just like a small child who is always busy with his toys cannot understand the function of the government, the economic policies, and so many advanced concepts. Similarly, people who are very fond of materialistic enjoyment, actually there is no difference. Small child is crying for and hankering for toy car, and a grown-up man, so-called educated man, is hankering for a big car. What is the difference? Car is big or small? Both are made of matter, material ingredients. Thus, any material desire is but childish. But childish. A child becomes very sad when he sees his favorite character dying in the movie. Similarly, if we also cry seeing death in this world, which are nothing but movie characters, this life is but a movie, soul has taken a role for a certain time, then such situation, such behavior is not expected from wise and learned people. So anybody who has any material desire, I want a big house, I want car, I want so-called success or so-called people, actually this is only ignorance. It is childish. So as a child is not expected to understand advanced subject matters, people who are very much attached on the material platform cannot understand about soul. And some who are able to have some understanding, they are also not able to have perfect understanding of the soul. They mistake soul to be the same as super soul. So the Vedas are mentioning Nityo Nityanam Chetanas Chetananam Atmasya Jantor Nihito Guhayam. There are two souls in the Guhayam, in the heart, Atma and Paramatma. So if at all they are able to understand that I am soul different from body, they start thinking, oh, I am only Paramatma, I am God. And there are some philosophers who tell you are God, you don't realize you are God. This is not recommended here as per Bhagavad Gita. Nityaha Nityanam, plural, infinitesimal living entities will continue. And all their desires will be supplied by Nityaha, one infinite soul. Lord Krishna has told the soul cannot be cut into pieces. Nayanam chindanti shastrani. It cannot be broken. So it is not that from one soul, small souls have come up, again it will merge, it will become God, or that you are God. So all these are misunderstandings created because of material desires. Either desire to enjoy matter or desire to leave matter for attaining liberation. Both are different formats of material desires. So when a person desires the satisfaction of God, then he is able to have perfect understanding of spiritual life. So Krishna is telling here, others cannot understand about the soul even after hearing a lot. Dehi nityam avadhyoyam dehe sarvasya bharata tasma sarvani bhutani natvam shochitum arhasi. O descendant of Bharat, he who dwells in this body is eternal and can never be slain. Therefore, you need not grieve for any creature. This is the conclusion of Lord Krishna about the subject matter of soul. Lord Krishna presented both the perspective. If at all you are thoughtful, even though you are atheist, you should not lament. If for you everything is chemical combination, who cries for loss of chemicals? And if you understand, you are wise, you understand eternal soul, again why you are lamenting? But Lord Krishna, being God, he needs to give proper knowledge about soul. He explains, please understand, the conclusion is, he who dwells in the body is eternal and can never be slain. Dehi nityam avadhyoyam. Deha means body, dehi means one who lives in the body. One who lives in the body can never be destroyed. This is a great revelation, and a person should get very much fascinated by this knowledge. Oh, I am eternal. Then who was I in my previous life? What am I going to become in the next life? We all understand, oh, nature does, yes, nature does everything. Nature is going to give us next body. But we also understand nature works strictly as per laws. So which are those laws which are governing my next body? Now everybody is so very much cautious. Oh, which school I should take admission in, which college I should have, which business I should launch, which technology is going to come. Let me keep myself updated, otherwise I'll be out of business. We are going to be out of body. Where is preparation about next life? This is very important subject matter, a great revelation, and this is just the beginning of the knowledge of Bhagavad Gita. Understand that we are eternal. So Arjuna was putting forth various reasons not to fight. First of all, Arjuna was telling, I do not think how any good can happen. It will cause us great distress and lamentation. So Krishna has given argument of soul different from body to avoid all the lamentation. Arjuna gave another argument of not fighting. He is telling this is against my duty, against dharma. Now Krishna is going to give arguments to Arjuna how fighting is his duty and it is not against dharma, even though he is supposed to kill his elderly respectable relatives. Swadharmam api chavekshya navikampitum arhasi dharmyadhiyuddhat shreyonyat kshatriyasya na vidyate. Considering your specific duty as a kshatriya, you should know that there is no better engagement for you than fighting on religious principles, and so there is no need for hesitation. Dharma means intrinsic behavior or characteristic which cannot be separated. It has come from dhri dhatu. Dhri means to capture. Dharma means something which maintains one's existence. Just like sweetness is the dharma of sugar. Sugar cannot be bitter. Heat is the dharma of fire. In a similar fashion, different dharma is given to living entities who are absorbed in the bodily concept of life. Their intrinsic behavior which they are never supposed to leave, using that way, performing duties in that fashion, they should maintain their existence. Why such duties are given? So that eventually they can come to the platform of self-realization. Just like the dharma for a young student is not to carry calculator in the examination hall, and the dharma for an advanced student is to carry, one must carry scientific calculator in the examination. Similarly, for Kshatriya, it is not allowed to be non-violent, and for Brahmana, it is not allowed to be violent. He must always remain non-violent. So something which is dharma for one person becomes adharma for another. So just like the child is gradually trained, in a similar fashion, the consciousness is given chance for gradual elevation to come to its original state. Thus Arjuna was having body of a Kshatriya. So Krishna is telling Arjuna, please stick to your swadharma. What is your swadharma? As a Kshatriya, your specific duty is to fight. So even though there are inconveniences, you should tolerate. Because if you do not stick to your dharma, you will not be able to attain self-realization. And only by self-realization you can attain immortality. Yadrichaya chopapannam swargadvaram apavritam sukhina kshatriya partha labhante yuddhamidrisham. O Parth, happy are the Kshatriyas to whom such fighting opportunities come unsought, opening for them the doors of the heavenly planets. Ata chetvam imam dharmam Ata chetvam imam dharmyam sangramam na karishyasi tata swadharmam kirtim cha hitva papam avapsyasi. If, however, you do not fight this religious war, then you will certainly incur sins for neglecting your duties and thus lose your reputation as a fighter. Akirtim chapi bhutani kathayishyanti te vyayam sambhavitasya cha kirtil maranad atirichyate. People will always speak of your infamy, and for one who has been honored, dishonor is worse than death. Bhayadranad uparatam mansyante tvam maharatha yesham chatvam bahumato bhutva yasyasi laghavam. The great generals who have highly esteemed your name and fame will think that you have left the battlefield out of fear only, and thus they will consider you a coward. Avachya vadanscha bahun vadishyanti tavahitaha nindantas tava samarthyam tato dukhtaram nukim. Your enemies will describe you in many unkind words and scorn your ability. What could be more painful for you? Hato va prapsyasi swargam jitva va bhokshyase mahim tasmaduttishta kaunteya yuddhaya krita nishchayah. O son of Kunti, either you will be killed on the battlefield and attain the heavenly planets, or you will conquer and enjoy the earthly kingdom. Therefore, get up and fight with determination. So if a Kshatriya dies fighting on the battlefield facing his enemy, then he is immediately promoted to planets where the standard of living is very, very high. So Arjuna is being told, if you die, then you will go to heaven. If you live, you are victorious, then you will enjoy the earthly kingdom. Thus, by all means, you should fight. Sukha dukkhe same kritva labha labhau jaya jayau tato yuddhaya yujyasva naivam papam avapsyasi. Do thou fight for the sake of fighting, without considering happiness or distress, loss or gain, victory or defeat, and by so doing you shall never incur sin. So Arjuna was fearful of committing sins, breaking the laws of nature. So we should be very, very careful of not committing sins. All the sufferings that we have is only because of breaking the laws of nature that we have. If we think, oh, now this some virus is there in the world, it is creating problem, let me now fix it with some technology. With technology you might be able to fix the virus, but if we have broken the laws of nature, more viruses are going to attack us. So if we break the laws of nature, we suffer. Bad people around us, bad situations around us, bad governance, these are only instruments. These people do not know. So we should be very, very careful not to commit sins. And here Lord Krishna is telling Arjuna, if you fight simply for the sake of fighting as a matter of duty, without getting attached to the results, without caring for victory or gain, profit or loss, then such an action never incurs sin. So do not worry, in this attitude you please fight. Esha te abhihita sankhye buddhir yoge tvimam shrinu buddhya yukto yaya partha karma bandham prahasyasi. Thus far I have declared to you the analytical knowledge of Sankhya philosophy. Now listen to the knowledge of yoga, whereby one works without fruitive result. O son of Pritha, when you act by such intelligence, you can free yourself from the bondage of works. Sankhya means analysis. Analytical study of body and spirit soul has been carried out very nicely by Lord Krishna, and this is what Lord Krishna is explaining as Sankhya. Now, after very nice analysis of one's existence completely different from the body, Lord Krishna is explaining the second level. It is not sufficient just to know that I am not the body. If we understand I am not the body, I will not be affected by the distress of the body. But I do not want just freedom from stress and miseries. I want positive happiness and pleasure in life. So how can the soul have positive pleasure in life, happiness in life? When the soul engages in the service of the super soul, gets connected with the super soul. And that is called yoga. Yoga word is very famous, but people do not know what is the actual meaning of yoga. We think throwing hands and legs around in the air, that is called yoga. The word yoga actually has come from yuj dhatu. Yuj means to link or to connect. So the process of linking the individual soul with the super soul, God, is called yoga. What is this linking? It is not any mechanical linking. Just like man and woman get linked in a relationship. So we have a relationship with God, we have forgotten that relationship. So when a person is able to revive his relationship, once we are out of this bodily concept of life, by following the spiritual discipline under the guidance of a bona fide spiritual master, our memory is revived of our eternal relationship with God. God is eternal, we are eternal, and our relationship is also eternal. So when we are able to revive that relationship and engage in the service of God in that relationship, then that is called yoga. Now here, there are various kinds of yoga systems described in the Bhagavad Gita. Lord Krishna is explaining a very advanced form of yoga practice, which is called Buddhi Yoga. Yoga is a ladder. Not everyone is expected to be on the top rung of the ladder. So as per the capacity of individuals, different rungs, different processes of yoga have been recommended. But a person should not get stuck at any of the level. One should keep on progressing. Karma Yoga, Dhyan Yoga, Raj Yoga, Ashtanga Yoga. Finally, a person should come to the level of Bhakti Yoga, which is the topmost yoga system, which is also known by the name Buddhi Yoga. Buddhi Yoga means doing yoga not by changing your external circumstances, as the yogas and asanas, yogasanas and the pranayams, which are part of Hatha Yoga or Ashtanga Yoga, which is normally taken as yoga. In that, you have to do external adjustments. You have to leave your house, family, go to the Himalayas or sacred place, pure place, and then sit there alone, stop your eating, stop your activities. Some external arrangements have to be done. But this Buddhi Yoga is such an advanced process. There is no need of any external arrangement. Using the same activity, you are an educator, you can continue your profession of educator. You are a businessman, you can continue being a businessman. Arjun was a fighter. He could continue being a fighter at the same time. Do yoga. Establish your relationship with the Supreme Soul. How? Simply by manipulating your intelligence. This is called Buddhi Yoga. So this very advanced form of yoga, Lord Krishna will now explain to Arjuna. And although this is most advanced, this is most practical also, because being situated in one's own position, in one's own occupational duty, one can perform and attain success of spiritual life. So what is this yoga? Let us try to hear very, very carefully. नेहाभिक्रमनाशोऽस्ति प्रत्यवायो न विद्यते स्वल्पमप्यस्य धर्मस्य त्रायते महतो भयात्. In this endeavor, there is no loss or diminution, and little advancement on this path can protect one from the most dangerous type of fear. So Lord Krishna explains, if you follow this process of yoga, suppose you are able to finish only 5% in this life, there is no loss. Next life, you will begin from that point, 5%. In material world, it is not possible that you finish first 2 years of your college in this life and next life you continue from third year. It is not possible. But in this process of Buddhi Yoga, Neha Vikramanashosti, there is no loss or diminution. From the same point you can continue in next life and keep on continuing till you reach perfection. And it is told, Swalpam apyasya dharmasya, even though you have just a small beginning in this path, it saves you from the greatest danger. What is the greatest danger? People think, oh, if I lose my job, that is great danger. If I lose my family members, that is great danger. Yes, these are dangerous situations. But anyway, we are going to lose all these things. And after losing all our relatives, all the money, name, fame, position that we have, if we degrade to lower species of life, that is the greatest danger, most serious fear. So now there is a lot of talk about data colonization. We should not give our data to others. We will lose our independence. People care a lot about their independence. The Independence Day is national holiday. It is celebrated. People take pride in independence. Nobody wants to become dependent. Everyone wants equal rights. But what if after human form of life, we degrade to animal species? We become dog, finish, all independence is gone. We become domestic animal, all independence is gone. And if we don't become domestic animal, life is much more horrible. Always we are fearful. Somebody can kill me, somebody can attack me suddenly. Fearing, ultimately somebody will kill, attack, and we are finished. So this is the most dangerous fear. Just imagine you are there out and there are all killers around you. Anybody can come and kill you anytime. How your life would be so full of fear. This is the greatest fear of life. If I degrade to animal species, unfortunately there is no knowledge. Just like children, we are attached to materialistic pursuits and we are not able to think that the nature has given me this human body. Some species have got animal bodies also. If I become animal, how horrible my life would be. But if we perform Buddhi Yoga, even a small beginning saves from degrading to animal species. A human form is guaranteed and a person begins from the point he stopped in the previous life. Vyavasayatmika buddhir Ekeha kuru nandana bahushakha hyanantascha buddhayo vyavasayina. Those who are on this path are resolute in purpose, and their aim is one. O beloved child of the Kurus, the intelligence of those who are irresolute is many-branched. So those who are following this Buddhi Yoga process, they are fixed up because they know the aim of life. But not everyone is able to appreciate that this is the aim of life, the highest activity. And even the Vedic scholars are not able to appreciate this. Why they are not able to understand? Lord Krishna explains. Yamimam pushpitam vacham pravadanti avipaschitaha vedvad ratah partha nanyad astiti vadinaha kamatmana svargapara janma karma falapradam kriya vishesh bahulam Bhogaishwarya gatim prati. Men of small knowledge are very much attached to the flowery words of the Vedas, which recommend various fruitive activities for elevation to heavenly planets, resultant good birth, power, and so forth. Being desirous of sense gratification and opulent life, they say that there is nothing more than this. Bhogaishwarya prasaktanam taya parita chetasam vyavasayatmika buddhi samadhau na vidhiyate. In the minds of those who are too attached to sense enjoyment and material opulence, and who are bewildered by such things, the resolute determination of devotional service to the Supreme Lord does not take place. Traigunya Vishaya Veda Nistraigунyo Bhavarjuna Nirdvanvo Nitya Sattvastho Niryogakshema Atmavan. The Vedas mainly deal with the subject of the three modes of material nature. Rise above these modes. The Vedas mainly deal with the subject of the three modes of material nature. Rise above these modes, O Arjuna. Be transcendental to all of them. Be free from all dualities and from all anxieties for gain and safety, and be established in the self. Vedavadaratav partha na anyad asti iti vadinah. People get trapped in the fruitive activity segment of the Vedas called Karma Kanda, because generally people in this world are having material desires. So Vedas, in order to gradually bring them to the point of surrender to Supreme Lord, in order to increase their faith in the Vedic authority, promise them material benefits. You do this sacrifice, this charity, this tapasya, austerity, and you will get such wisdom, such heroic power, such fame, and very nice life partner, good children. And because people are having material desires, they get stuck in following these things of the Vedas. Thus many people ask why Krishna's name is not much mentioned in Rig, Yaju, Sam and Athar the Vedas, but that of various Devatas are more mentioned. Yes, that is fact. Krishna's name is mentioned but not much, because Vedas mainly talk of Karma Kanda portion, fruitive activity. For that there is no need of disturbing Supreme Lord, and you can approach other Devatas and get your desires fulfilled. Actually, even for that material desires also we should approach Supreme Lord, because He is Supreme Power. But people are not interested in the Supreme Lord, and thus Vedas tell it's alright. You have no interest in Supreme Lord, you have only material desires, approach these various other Devatas. But when a person is, even because when he follows this Karma Kanda portion, material desires will be fulfilled. But even after following and fulfillment of all the material aspirations, the contentment of the heart does not come. So then a person is expected to come to next level of knowledge, that is called the Jnana Kand, which is mentioned in the Upanishads. That is called Vedanta. It is at that point that Lord Krishna is telling Arjuna to come to at least. So mostly people tell Vedavada Rata Partha. They tell, oh, there is nothing more than religious rituals. And you do this ceremony, do this fasting, and you visit temple once in a while. And that's all what is religion. I am very religious man. So Krishna is telling, please do not get stuck in these religious formalities and rise to Vedanta, the end of the Vedic knowledge, the knowledge of the Upanishads, spiritual inquiry. And Krishna is telling very importantly, Nirdvandvo Nitya Satvastho Niryogakshema Atmavan. The whole world is bothered about gain and safety. I want to gain more money, I want to gain more fame, recognition, respect, property in the society. Or people are worried about safety. Once you have gained it, I may not lose it. But Krishna is telling, be free from all anxieties about gain and safety. Oh, then if I simply care, yes, I will care about spiritual life, but then at least we have to bother about material affairs. If I don't think about my gain and safety, then I will be in distress. This is the general understanding, but Krishna is telling no. Why no? Let us see the next important verse. Yavanartho udpane sarvata samplutodake tavan sarveshu vedeshu brahmanasya vijanataha. All purposes that are served by the small pond can at once be served by the great reservoirs of water. Similarly, all the purposes of the Vedas can be served to one who knows the purpose behind them. So in India, it was mainly full of villages. Even now, mainly the population lives in villages. But earlier, the cities were very, very less. Hastinapur, Dwarka, very less cities. Mainly it was village. Because people were knowing we are just travelers. Instead of building a huge palatial apartment, let me save my efforts for spiritual salvation. So they would live a simple life in village. And how would they arrange water? There were no boring and modern supplies as we have now. So there were wells. And there were different wells for different purposes. There would be one well in which you can take bath. From another well, you can take water for drinking purpose. Then there is third well for washing clothes, fourth well for washing dishes. In this way, there would be at least half a dozen wells in villages. But if you have river in the village, then there is no need of well. Then all the activities can be carried out on the river bank. You can wash clothes there, you can take bath, you can fetch water for drinking, because in flowing water there is no contamination. But in static water of well, there can be contamination. So here it is being explained, if you have a river in your village, a big water reservoir, then there is no need of having small wells. There is no need of making such a great effort. So similarly, a person who is a Brahmana means Brahma Janati iti Brahmana, who is a self-realized soul, who knows the purpose behind all the Vedas, then he need not follow other religious formalities for gain and safety. So what is the purpose of the Vedas? That Lord Krishna will explain in the Bhagavad Gita itself, 15th chapter. Vedaischa sarvair aham eva vedyo vedanta krit vedavid eva chaham. From all the Vedas, I am to be known. So ultimately, the end of knowledge is to understand the science of God. So a person who understands Krishna, who understands God, then there is no need of following any religious formalities or worrying about gain and safety. So this process of Buddhi Yoga is so nice, Lord Krishna is explaining, that automatically yoga and kshema will happen. Whatever gains are required for your comfortable living, those gains will be arranged. And whatever requires to be protected for a comfortable life, that protection will also follow. This is Buddhi Yoga. So people think if I follow spiritual life, I will suffer in the material life. I will have material discomfort. No. Spiritual life is all inclusive. If we follow Buddhi Yoga, then not just we have spiritual advancement, but also all the material comforts follow automatically by the grace of the Supreme Lord. How is it so? Lord Krishna will explain. Karmanyevadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana ma karma phal heturbhur ma te sangostva karmani. You have a right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself to be the cause of the results of your activities, and never be attached to not doing your duty. So this is Buddhi Yoga, very important and well-known verse. But people are missing the crux, do not understand the actual import. So here Lord Krishna is telling, Karmanyevadhikarahte. You have a right to perform your duty, but you do not have adhikara, ma phaleshu, on the result of the activity. So somebody will tell, oh really, I have a right to do my job, but I do not have the result, right on salary. Yes, this is the right understanding. We have right to do our job, but we do not have right upon the result which we are generating out of our activity. How is it so? Why we do not have right? So actually it is simple understanding. Buddhi Yoga, we need to have little intelligence to understand this. If we see in the world around us, there are so many species. We have various plants and trees which produce grains and fruits. Suppose the plant in the field tells, I have been standing here braving the heat, cold and the sunlight, and I have produced these grains. So they belong to me. I will not give it to humans or to other animals. Then humans and animals will die. If the mango tree tells, this mango belongs to me, I have produced it, I will not give it to anybody, what shall we eat? If the tree does not give its leaves, its barks, its wood to us, how shall we make our houses? So we have to understand there is very nice symbiotic arrangement in the nature. Just like the workers in a factory. Say somebody is working in a mobile factory. So the training given to manufacture the mobile handsets, the required technology, equipments and the materials all have been provided by the proprietor of the firm. So the worker cannot tell, I have manufactured this handset, so I will carry it home. He has no right over the result of his activity. It belongs to the proprietor. In a similar fashion, whatever actions we are doing from this body does not belong to us. We have not manufactured this brain, this intelligence. So the skills, the body and the matter that we manipulate to produce some effect in this world, that matter also we have not created. So the ingredients, the material, the training, the body, the brain, intelligence, everything is given by God. So actually the result belongs to God. Ma phaleshu kadachana. We do not have right upon the result. So God has a plan to use it for the welfare of all the other species. So if at all we are not able to understand that it belongs to God, we can use it. That also Krishna recommends in the 12th chapter. You use it for general social purpose, for so-called pious activities and charity. But you are not entitled to enjoy everything for yourself. Unfortunately, now what is happening in society? We think whatever I earn, it belongs to me, I will enjoy it. Whatever property I have made, that belongs to me, I will enjoy it. This is ignorance. We are disturbing the laws of nature. If the plants and trees do not give us their produce, then there is no civilization. But human being has got some freedom which he should use to engage in the service of God. He uses that freedom to become independent of God. So this is very bad mentality. So thus Lord Krishna is telling, you have right to do your duty, but you are not entitled for the results. Then how will I maintain myself? Yes, for maintenance we can take it. For maintaining, keeping body and soul together, that much resources I can enjoy. And apart from that, it should be used in the service of God. That is not mentioned in this verse because this is the beginning. Lord Krishna explains that in further verses. Lord Krishna explains, Yat karoshi, yat juhoshi, yat dadasi, tat kurush madarpanam. Whatever you do, offer the result to me, because I am the proprietor. That Lord Krishna gradually will reveal his identity. Aham sarvasya prabho matta sarvam pravartate. I am the supreme proprietor. Everything belongs to me. Then Lord Krishna tells, Ma karm phal hetur bhur. Do not become the cause of your activity. If I do any activity for my sense pleasure, then I become the cause of that activity. And then that activity creates karma, bondage. If I do, let's say, good activity, I have helped some people, done a lot of charity, then if I did this charity for my pleasure, oh yes, I will enjoy name and fame, without keeping the pleasure of God in mind, not under the direction of God, then the money will come back to us. We have to take one more birth to get back that money. And as soon as we take birth, then the pains of birth, staying in the womb of mother, so many diseases, old age and death, they also follow. Thus we get trapped in the bondage of action and reaction. So thus it is told, Ma karmphal hetur bhur. Do not do any activity for your pleasure. You feel good in helping others. You feel good in tasting some nice food stuff, so I'll work hard so that I can eat nicely. You feel good in showing off your property to others, so you are working. No. If for your feeling good you are doing any activity, then you become the cause of the activity and you have to face the result of the action. Just like a soldier may kill many people, but if he has done this killing under the direction of king, then he will not be given any punishment. But without the direction of king or government, the soldier kills enemy without order, even that is considered a sin. How you can kill even enemy without my order? Then he will be punished. So for his own enjoyment, on his own, he cannot kill even enemy. But on the direction of the government, the soldier can do unlimited killings and there would be no sin incurred for that. Similar case happens with us also. On our own, if we do any activity, good or bad, we get trapped in the cycle of karma. But if we do that activity only for the satisfaction of God, then we are free from the bondage of action and reaction. Now one may tell, oh, if nothing belongs to me, the result of my activity do not belong to me, then why to act? So here it is being told, Mate sangvastva karmani. No, you cannot. Do not be attached to not doing your duty, because not doing duty is sinful. Yogastha kuru karmani sangam tyaktva dhananjaya siddhya siddhyo samo bhutva samatvam yoga uchyate. Be steadfast in yoga, O Arjuna. Perform your duty and abandon all attachment to success or failure. Such evenness of mind is called yoga. Siddhi asiddhi. We do any activity because we want to see ourselves successful. We rejoice success and we become very much disturbed if we fail in our attempts. So this is not yoga. These kinds of activities create bondage. A yogi can also do the same activity of studying, doing business, doing job or any other service. But how a yogi acts? Without attachment to success or failure. Siddhi asiddhi samaha bhutva. A person should not care, just like a soldier should not think, oh, why I am being ordered to fight? Will I win the war or I will lose the battle? No. If the soldier is ordered, you go and fight, the soldier should march ahead and fight without caring for profit and loss. This is called a yogi. A yogi understands what is the desire of God and he simply acts for the pleasure of God without caring for success or failure in that activity. This is called yoga. Such equanimity is yoga. Durena hi avaram karma buddhi yoga dhananjaya buddhau sharanam anvichha kripana falhetavaha. O Dhananjaya, rid yourself of all fruitive activities by devotional service and surrender fully to that consciousness. Those who want to enjoy the fruits of their work are misers. So Krishna is telling avaram. Avaram means abominable karma. So this fruitive activity, doing any activity so that you can enjoy the result, it is avaram. God is telling it is abominable because it is stealing. It is just like a worker creating any product in the factory so that he can use it for his own self. That is stealing. That is abominable. That is criminal mentality. So God has given everything. Everything should be offered simply to God. God is a person. This is the revelation of Bhagavad Gita. That is why God is called Bhagavan, a person. And why this person is so demanding? Give it to me, give it to me. No, actually he is not demanding. This demand is not of an autocratic ruler. This demand is that of an eternal lover. A lover expects, please do it for me. Give something to me to eat. That gives pleasure in the relationship. Thus, we will find further in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is telling, Patram pushpam phalam toyam yome bhaktaya prayachati. If you are an ordinary person, you are not very rich person, at least you can grow a plant in your house that everybody can do and offer the leaf of that plant to me. Is it very difficult task? You cannot even do that. At least you have water in your house. Toyam, please offer that water to me. But bhaktya, please do it with love. Why Krishna is telling this? Because Krishna knows unless we engage ourselves in this loving relationship with God, we will never be satisfied. And anyway, we are doing this activity. Nobody works in this world very hard so that he can enjoy all the money and prosperity that he has. He uses those things for others. He uses them for the people, for his family members. But unless one uses it in the service of God, there is no satisfaction of the heart. A person works very hard for the family is never satisfied. They ask, what you have done for us? And the person, poor fellow, entire life has worked only for the family, for his till his best capacity. But they complain what you have done. So neither the object of service is satisfied, neither the person who is rendering service is satisfied. So when the family is not there, especially in the Western countries, people have dogs, pets, and they want to engage their money in their service. Sometimes they give all the property to dogs. Because a person wants loving reciprocation in their life. So Krishna knows we living entities can never be satisfied unless we revive our loving relationship with God. So Krishna is not in need of anything, he has everything. So when we offer the result of our activity to God, then what happens? This loving relationship is established. And then that satisfies us so much, we do not have any material desires. And when we do not have material desires, the nature is designed only to fulfill our desires. Then we will not have material body. And if we do not have material body, we have a spiritual body. And we go to the place where the personality of God is living. That place is called Vaikuntha. Padam Gacchanti Anamayam. That Krishna will explain here. So this is called broad mentality. This is called a loving relationship, liberal mindedness. Krishna has given me everything, let me work just for Krishna. And other mentality, let me work so that I can enjoy, I can steal personally what I produce. Neither we can, I don't use it for myself. I work very hard so that I can do charity and help others. No sir, you cannot do charity of stolen goods. That is also crime. Everything belongs to God, should be used only for God. Now again, please do not think service of God is exclusive of service to other living entities. We are part and parcel of God, Krishna will explain. So service of God automatically, yavan arthodupane sarvata samplutodake. So please do not think service of God will exclude service of family members, service of nations, service of other people, animals. Rather, all these living entities are automatically served. It is not that when we love God, we start hating our family members. No. Real love for the family arises when we love God. Otherwise, nobody can love even family. That is why even among the most closest relationship, husband and wife, there is separation, there are so many divorces. Because people are interested in their own pleasure, personal pleasure. But when we understand, when we love God, when we know my family members are also part and parcel of God, we cannot love a person and hit his finger. So we understand, if I love God, they are also part of God, inseparable part of God. So how can I hate them? So love of God, if it is brought in our life, then a person actually increases one love for his family members, increases his love for all the species, and universal welfare happens automatically. If the family members don't behave nicely, he understands, oh, still I should behave nicely because they are part and parcel of God. They may be in ignorance, they are offending me, but I know that they are part and parcel of God. How can I hurt them? So thus all the relationships are automatically improved, and a person's all duties are automatically fulfilled. Just like we do prasad distribution, sometimes people take it as poor feeding. So that is not poor feeding. We are distributing prasadam, the remnants of God, to other living entities. By taking this, rich and poor without discrimination, they all advance in their knowledge of God, in their love of God. But those people who are poor and hungry, they are also fed automatically. So social service automatically is taken care. So thus, if a person simply realizes one's duties towards God, all other duties are automatically fulfilled. But if one forgets his duty towards God, then no sir, you cannot do charity with stolen goods. Your object of charity will not be satisfied, neither will you be satisfied. So Krishna is telling, avaram karma, karpana phal hetva, do not become a miser in this human form of life. You can enjoy some temporary happiness by enjoying the results of your work, but then you are a miser. You do not know, if you simply offer that to God instead of using it for your own self, you can attain unlimited happiness for which you are hankering, and you can attain immortality. Buddhi yukto jahatiha ubhe sukrit dushkrite tasmad yogaya yujyasya yogah karma sukoshalam. A man engaged in devotional service rids himself of both good and bad actions even in this life. Therefore, strive for yoga, O Arjuna, which is the art of all work. So yoga, buddhi yoga, is nothing but the art of all work. The best way of performing any action is called yoga. So somebody can do the activity which is called sin, which is stealing, breaking the laws of nature, which is called dushkriti. So Krishna is telling, do not do dushkriti, but Krishna is telling here, ubhe sukrit dushkrite, do not do sukriti also, do not do good deeds also. Now this person can ask, why Krishna is telling sukrite dushkrite? I will not do bad deeds, why good deeds are also prohibited? Because as we discussed in the previous verse, so-called good activity is also bad. And we can understand from a different perspective also, any good activity, will it stop our death? Will it stop our diseases? Will it stop our old age? No. It means even that activity is sinful. Otherwise, nature will not kill us. So any activity which does not stop our death is actually sinful activity, right? If any person is being given capital punishment to be hanged till death, it means he has done wrong activity. So we have to understand, any activity which does not stop our death, old age and disease, that is bad activity. So why good activity is also called bad activity? Because what is good activity? All the resources belong to God. Now those you want to use directly in the service of others without engaging them in the service of God. Thus it is bad activity. But still it is recommended, because at least you start thinking about others. You do not remain on a very lower platform of animal consciousness, my life, my resources for myself. At least you start thinking about others. So such pious activities are recommended. But even if you do pious, good, charitable, noble activities, what you will have is a good birth with good material facilities, enjoyment in next life. But whatever enjoyment, material facilities we have, we may become very educated, beautiful, successful. And then we may have a big house for ourselves, but then instead of suffering from COVID in a small house, you will suffer from COVID in a big house. Suffering will not go. You may be less educated. You may attract a life partner who is also less educated or less beautiful. If you are having a beautiful, attractive body, learned body, you may attract a life partner which is beautiful and learned, but fight with the life partner will happen. The pain will always be there. So you fight with a less educated life partner or more educated life partner. Similarly, death will also accompany and old age will also accompany. So thus, if a person is wise, he understands so-called good activities also do not solve the problems of life. I simply suffer from the same problems in a different setup. So one should not do good and bad activities both, because both entangle us in the laws of karma. As soon as we do any activity, we produce reaction of that activity, which we have to suffer or enjoy in a material body. And as soon as we take a material body, it means birth, death, old age and disease. These miseries, they follow. So Krishna is telling, rise above good activity and bad activity. Simply do the activities in yoga, in buddhi yoga, in Krishna consciousness. So when the activity is done only for the satisfaction of the Supreme God, then such activity is called neither good nor bad. Such activity is called akarma. It does not bring any material reaction, it brings spiritual reaction. You become spiritually happy and liberated from cycle of birth and death. Karmajam buddhi yukta hi phalam tyaktva manishinaha janma bandha vinirmukta padam gacchanti anamayam. The wise engaged in devotional service take refuge in the Lord and free themselves from the cycle of birth and death by renouncing the fruits of action in the material world. In this way, they can attain that state beyond all miseries. So, when we renounce the action, the results of our actions, then we attain a stage beyond all miseries. Padam gacchanti anamayam. We become free from janma bandha vinirmukta, from the cycle of birth and death. Oh, so Krishna is telling us to commit suicide? You become free, you do not take birth again, you stop to exist? No. As Krishna has already explained, there was never a time we were not existing, there will never be a time we will not exist. But we will get freedom from this process of taking material bodies. Birth and death happens to material bodies. We will continue to exist. How shall we continue to exist? Anamayam, in a state beyond all the miseries. That place is called Vaikuntha. So now, the limitations in modern science do not give us knowledge about other planets, life on other planets. So just like we have various elements in our body, there is earth, water, fire. But apart from this body, there are places where only water is there, water is predominant. There also there is life. Then only earth is predominant, there also there is life. And only fire is predominant, like sun globe, there also there is life. In a similar fashion, there is a planet, rather there are many planets where only spirit soul is there, there is no matter at all. Now because only they are made up of spiritual substance, time has got no influence upon them, they are eternal. So because there is no temporary nature, there is no death, no disease, no old age, no change introduced by time. So the Vedas tell us not to waste this human form of life in transferring to other planets where the living standards could be better, but ultimately life will end, diseases, old age will happen. One should work to transfer oneself to a state of anamayam, where there is no misery at all, and that is called Vaikuntha. Tad dhamam paramam mama, the Supreme Person, he lives on that planet. So that description further we will understand in the Bhagavad Gita. Very beautifully, elaborately Lord Krishna will explain. So this is the aim of human form of life. This is beyond moksha, not just freedom from birth and death, but going to spiritual planet and engaging in activities full of loving relationship with God and His associates. Yada te moh kalilam buddhirvyatitarishyati tada gantasi nirvedam shrotavyasya shrutasya cha. When your intelligence has passed out of the dense forest of delusion, you shall become indifferent to all that has been heard and all that is to be heard. Shruti vipratipanna te yada sthasyati nischala samadhavachala buddhis tada yogam avapsyasi. When your mind is no longer disturbed by the flowery language of the Vedas, and when it remains fixed in the trance of self-realization, then you will have attained the divine consciousness. So when a person starts acting in Buddhi Yoga, realizes his relationship with the Lord, he experiences such an extraordinary happiness in life. He does not care about flowery language of Vedas. Oh, you will have such material enjoyment in other planet or this planet. He does not care about religious formalities and rituals. So one need not wait till death for the proof of spiritual life. Even in this body, person can perceive and realize all that we have discussed. This extraordinary spiritual happiness, which is called samadhi, the transcendental consciousness. So what are the symptoms of a person who is absorbed in such consciousness even while living in this material body? That is called sthita pragya. That Lord Krishna is going to explain now to Arjuna. Arjuna uvacha sthita pragyasya ka bhasha samadhi sthasya keshava sthitadhi kim prabhasheta kim asita vrajeta kim. Arjuna said, what are the symptoms of one whose consciousness is thus merged in transcendence? How does he speak and what is his language? How does he sit and how does he walk? Important word used in this verse is samadhi. Samadhi sthasya keshava. One who is situated on the platform of samadhi or transcendence, spiritual platform. How does he behave? How does he talk? How does he walk? What are the symptoms? So this samadhi is the ultimate objective of yoga. In the Ashtanga yoga process, which starts with yam, niyam, asan, pranayam, dharana, dhyan, finally one has to reach the stage of samadhi. Samadhi means complete absorption in the thoughts of Krishna. So many yoga processes now, people are getting patents also for it. And people are inventing various ways of doing yoga. But somehow they have forgotten the ultimate objective which one has to attain by doing yoga. It is not simply reducing belly fat or some physical fitness or some temporary peace of mind. But the ultimate objective of yoga is to reach the stage of samadhi. When a person is completely absorbed on the mind is absorbed on the spiritual platform. And spiritual platform means mind is absorbed on the form of Lord Krishna. So the recommendation of meditating on some voidness or some light, candlelight or sunlight or some impersonal effulgence or focusing on anything else, it is not recommended as per the standard instructions given either in the Patanjali Yoga Sutra or in Bhagavad Gita or in any standard book of yoga. That is why it is told, Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnoho Smaranam. The meditation contemplation has to be there on Vishnu. Similarly, it is told in Mahabharat, Shantakaram Bhujagashayanam Padmanabham Suresham. The form of Lord is described very beautifully. The Lord who is Shantakaram Bhujagashayanam, the most peaceful Lord who is lying on the bed of snake. Padmanabham Suresham, he is having lotus navel, he is the master of all demigods. Lakshmi Kantam Kamalanayanam, he is the husband of Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune, and his eyes are very beautiful like the petals of lotus flower. Meghavarnam Shubhangam, his color is like that of dark cloud. So in this way the description is given of the personal features of the Lord. And then it is told, Yogi Rid Dhyana Gamyam, the yogis Rid in their hearts, Dhyana Gamyam. So the meditation means meditation on this form of the personality of Godhead within one's heart. This is the authorized instruction as per Mahabharat, Patanjali Yoga Sutra, Bhagavad Gita, or any other standard book of yoga practice. So we should be very careful, we should not fall for such modern inventions. Rather, the yoga process is coming from the God, it should be taken from the authorized sources. So only when the mind is completely fixed without any deviation on the form of personality of God, a person reaches the stage of Samadhi. So this system is also explained by Lord Krishna in the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. But Arjuna rejects that. We will see, very nice conversation it is. And when Arjuna rejects, because he tells, I am a householder, how can I go to the Himalayas or some jungle and sit there alone? I have to leave all my family members, my kingdom and all other opulences, and so much hardship I cannot take. I cannot control my mind in that way. So Krishna tells, do not worry, you are already the best yogi, because yogi nam api sarvesham madgatena antaratmana. Among all the yogis, madgatena antaratmana, within his heart, one who is always thinking of me, shraddhavan bhajate yomam, and with great faith, bhajate has come from bhaj dhatu, means to render service, who is always thinking of me and rendering me service. Same yuktatama mataha, he is the best yogi. So this is the yoga process which is being prescribed by Krishna to Arjuna, and that is the yoga process which is meant for the people in this age of Kali Yuga. So Krishna also will prescribe other yoga process, as we will see, so that Arjuna can reject, and so that we can understand when Arjuna could not follow, who was trained in Gurukul and mind and senses were perfectly controlled, very sharp moralist, but he could not follow. So what is the hope for people like us who are always disturbed and short-lived? That is why it is told in the scriptures, Krite yad dhyayato Vishnum. Krit means in Sat Yuga. The process was this Ashtanga Yoga, Dhyan Yoga process. Dhyayato Vishnum, but the word used here is Vishnu. Again, please mind these verses very carefully. Dhyayato Vishnum, impersonal meditation on void, light, XYZ is not recommended anywhere. Dhyayato Vishnum. And Treta Yam Yajato Makhai, in Treta Yuga, the same spiritual success was possible by doing Yagyas, fire sacrifices. Dwapari Paricharyayam, in Dwapar Yuga, that success was possible by elaborate temple worship, deity worship. But in Kali Yuga, we do not have any qualifications to follow either of these processes. So Kalau in Kali Yuga, in this millennium, Tad Hari Kirtanad, we need not worry, same result can be attained by Hari Kirtanad, chanting the names of Hari. So this is the first symptom of a person who is in Samadhi, that he will always be talking only of Krishna or of matters related to Krishna. Kalau tad Hari Kirtanad, that success can be attained by Hari Kirtan, chanting the names of God. It was also mentioned in the 9th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, as we will see in the verse number 14, Satatam Kirtayanto Mam, because the mind is always absorbed in thoughts of Krishna. So yogi, a real yogi, cannot do anything but talk only of Krishna. Thus it is told Satatam. Satatam means always. Krishna mentions Kirtayanto. Kirtan means to chant or to speak about Krishna. Mam satatam kirtayantu mam about me. So this is the first symptom. One who is in samadhi, he cannot do anything but talk only of Krishna or of matters relating to Krishna, Krishna's service. And then other symptoms of transcendence, they follow automatically. Which are those symptoms? Let us see now. Shri Bhagavanu Vacha Prajahati Yada Kaman Sarvan Partha Manogatan Atmani Evatmana Tushtaha Sthita Prajnastadocyate. The blessed Lord said, O Parth, when a man gives up all varieties of sense desire which arise from mental concoction, and when his mind finds satisfaction in the self alone, then he is said to be in pure transcendental consciousness. Rajahati yada kaman, when a person gives up all, kama means material desires. Any desire which is not for the satisfaction of Krishna, when we directly want to enjoy our senses, that is called kam. Atmendriya priti vancha tare bali kam. It just does not mean only the gross sexual desire, but kama means any kind of desire which is meant for direct enjoyment of senses without pleasing the senses of Krishna. So a person whose consciousness is absorbed in transcendence, who is Krishna conscious, prajahati yada kaman, he gives up all such desires. Why he gives up such desires? Because significant word used here is sarvan partha manogatan. These material desires are actually the result of mental concoction. This is very important. Our mind suggests us something. You please do this and you will become happy. And then we chase those suggestions of mind thinking that I will actually become happy. But we have to understand, just like a small child's mind suggests him so many desires. You get this toy, you will be happy. You eat mud, you will be happy. You eat many chocolates, you will be happy. You don't go to school, you will be happy. But all these are harmful desires. And we have seen previously the example of moth. The mind of a moth suggests, oh, this fire is so nice. If you have a closer look, you will be very happy. And the moth loses its life, following the suggestion of mind. Thus, as long as the mind is contaminated by material energy, it is not liberated. One should not listen to the suggestions of mind. So just like following the suggestion of mind in case of child and moth is very dangerous, it is dangerous for every conditioned soul. So the suggestions of mind are because of association. The material desires are actually because of association. We are hankering for this pleasure which a person can only attain in samadhi, when he is absorbed in loving service of Krishna, always thinking of Krishna. In absence of such pleasure in life, then material desires arise in our life. Even we can understand it from the love affairs of this world also. Sometimes people leave all their comforts of rich house and family if the family don't agree for marriage, and the young couple, they live in a very humble circumstances. So why they are able to give up all the comforts of their wealthy families and they are able to live a simple life? Because there is love in life. So we are all hankering for this loving relationship, but real loving relationship can be established only with God. On material platform, it does not stay. So when there is no love in life, then automatically you want certain enjoyment, and then you develop some mental concoction, you develop association. If you associate with tamoguna, you develop tamasic desires. You saw some drunkards and you assumed that they are enjoying. Oh, let me also drink wine and I will enjoy. Let me also smoke, I will enjoy. From birth, we were not having such desire. Oh, let me smoke, let me drink. But we had association of smokers and drunkards. So such desire came into our mind. The students have certain desire. I want to crack this particular examination. Why? This is also mental concoction. We associated with certain people who were preparing or who had cracked those examinations or who gave value to that examination, and then we thought, oh, if I crack this exam, I will have recognition in society and then I'll be happy. And then we started following this thing. It became our desire. So our desires are the result of association. We are hungry for pleasure. Now, in association of such people, one moth saw another moth. Oh, let me also chase fire, and then lost its life. So in such association, we develop mentally concocted desires. And such desires do not actually give us happiness. So a person whose consciousness is absorbed in Krishna, who is in transcendence, he is completely satisfied. And thus, the material desires do not arise in his heart. Therefore, Sarvan Parth Manogatan Prajahati Yada Kaman. He is able to give up all the material desires because he is very, very satisfied. Just like a man who has eaten till neck in a feast, he does not have any more desire to eat any of the tastiest dishes. Atmannevatmana tushtah sthita pragyastadochyate. Satisfaction is to be found on the platform of self, platform of soul. So we can find enjoyment on the external platform. There is a design. You give sense objects to the senses, and then there will be pleasure on the external platform. But a person who is absorbed in transcendence, who is sthita pragya, he takes pleasure internally. The soul, when it is engaged in the service of super soul, then there is internal self pleasure. Because such a yogi is absorbed in the self pleasure, he does not care, does not feel the need at all to satisfy the senses externally. So this is first symptom. He will not have any material desires. Dukkheshu anudvignamanaha sukkheshu vigatasprihaha vitaraga bhayakrodhaha sthitadhir muniruchyate. One who is not disturbed in spite of the threefold miseries, who is not elated when there is happiness, and who is free from attachment, fear, and anger, is called a sage of steady mind. The whole world gets disturbed when they have material problems, miseries, and they become very happy on finding material happiness. But a sage of steady mind is not disturbed by material happiness or distress. Because he is having complete faith in Krishna, he is completely dependent upon Krishna. Whenever he faces any miseries in life, he takes it as mercy of God. Because miseries are also very much required. When we have material miseries, we develop purification of consciousness. We develop detachment for this material world. And detachment for material world is the result of all spiritual knowledge. So this material world, as we discussed, it's a very dangerous place. It is like a drop of water which is there on the leaf of or the petal of lotus. Any time with even a small gust of wind, it can fall down. And now in Kali Yuga, even in human species, there is so much disturbance. So life is very, very uncertain. Anytime there is calamity, there is chaos, there is distress, there is depression, there is accident. So life in material world is full of danger. So thus detachment from the material world is a great asset, and that is brought about by material miseries. So a devotee perfectly knows this fact. Whenever misery happens, he takes it. He understands not a blade of grass moves without the sanction of Krishna. So the miseries are also taken as blessing, as mercy of Krishna. He thinks I should suffer much more, but Krishna has minimized my misery. And when he is having material happiness, he is not very much carried away by it. He has no personal desire to enjoy in this world. He only desires to give pleasure to Krishna. Thus, for personal pleasure, if it comes in his life, he takes it as an opportunity to use these comforts to engage more enthusiastically and energetically in the service of Krishna. His only aim is to satisfy Krishna, give pleasure to Krishna. Thus, he is not very excited to have any personal pleasures in life, and he is also very happy if there are reversals in life. He takes it as mercy of Krishna. Thus, he is always equipoised. And then Vitaraga Bhaya Krodha, it is very difficult to get freedom from raga, attachment, fear and anger. Now, because the devotee's aim is only to satisfy Krishna, he does not get attached to anything here, just like a cashier who is sitting on the bank. He does not get attached with whatever money flow can happen. He is seeing a lot of money in front of him, but he understands this money does not belong to me. So that is why there is no attachment. So a devotee perfectly knows nothing belongs to me. My family members, actually they are Krishna's family. In this life we have assembled together, as we discussed, just like travelers assemble in a restaurant. So they have assembled, they belong to Krishna. My duty is to take them to Krishna, to make them advanced in this process of yoga. So thus there is no undue and overly affection for the people around him. Similarly, the resources, the money, the opulence that he has, he understands I am just a cashier and everything, this entire property belongs to Krishna. So that he does not develop attachment with people, place or resources, because he understands I am just custodian of Krishna's property. So there is no attachment in life. And people are very, very fearful. Oh, I may lose somebody, I may lose some money, I may lose my position, because we are very much attached. And because a devotee is not attached, he is free from fear also. Vitaraga Bhaya Krodha. And when we are attached to material objects, we are not able to enjoy them, anger arises, Krodha. And when there is no tendency to enjoy the objects for yourself, then there is no anger at all. Thus simply this understanding that everything belongs to Krishna makes a devotee, a transcendentalist, free from any kind of attachment, fear and anger. Can we imagine a state? Even the most successful people are fearful. The most successful sportsmen, they are fearful of performance. Even though they are on top of world, they are fearful. The best of the performers in academics are very fearful. I may not lose my rank. So everybody in this material world is fearful, but a devotee is fearless. How nice is the consciousness, and he is free of anger as well. Next symptom. Yas sarvatra nabhisnehas tat tat prapya shubha shubham nabhinandati nadveshti tasya pragya pratisthita. He who is without attachment, who does not rejoice when he obtains good, nor lament when he obtains evil, is firmly fixed in perfect knowledge. Same examples, cashier. Sometimes there is lot of flow of money. So if money flows in our life, we become very happy. Or material success, bank is growing, the share value is increasing. It does not matter to the employees. But if I think, oh, this money belongs to me, everything, then I'll become very elated. Or if there is inauspiciousness, means if we lose money, if we lose reputation, lose XYZ, then we become very much disturbed. But if a person is fixed in this consciousness that everything belongs to God, then auspiciousness or inauspiciousness, one is not disturbed by this. Just like a cashier is not disturbed by so much excess flow of money or no flow of money. He understands money does not belong to me at all. So thus, a transcendentalist is not at all disturbed by so-called good or evil events which can happen in one's life. Thus, he is always situated without any disturbance. Yada samharate chayam kurmo angani vasarvashaha indriyan indriyarthebhyas tasya pragya pratisthita. One who is able to withdraw his senses from the sense objects, as the tortoise draws his limbs within the shell, is to be understood as truly situated in knowledge. So just like a tortoise, it spreads out its limbs when required, and then it is able to draw its limbs inside the shell as well. In a similar fashion, A transcendentalist is very different from a materialist. Materialists have loose senses, they cannot withdraw them. They cannot control when there is urge of the eyes to watch something. They cannot control the urge of tongue to taste something or to talk something. They cannot check the urge of belly and genitals, they get carried away. But a devotee follows the do's and don'ts very nicely. So do's and don'ts are very, very important for spiritual life. Without regulating the senses, nobody can make advancement. So please note here, stopping the activities of senses is not recommended, as it is recommended in the Ashtanga Yoga. Stop all the activities of senses, sit down firmly. You have to close your eyes, you have to not get deviated by any of the material sounds. You have to stop even eating and drinking. And sometimes the ants, they build hill on the body of a yogi. Sometimes the insects, they eat away all the flesh, as it happened with Hiranyakashipu, Valmiki, so many sages. They cannot move, they cannot eat, they cannot drink, they just have to be sitting on that place. All the sensual activities are stopped. This is the process recommended for the devotees. It's for normal people who are not devotees. But those who are having positive knowledge of God, different kind of yoga system is recommended. And that is what is recommendation of Krishna to all of us through Arjuna. Don't stop the activities of senses. Just like in a class, when the student is naughty, he may be told, pin drop silence, do not talk anything. But a student who is wise, he is encouraged by teacher to come and give a speech. So for a foolish person, they are told, hands up, punishment is given, or kneel down. But a person who is having some skills, he will be told to go and perform on the stage. So thus, different yoga processes are for different people. When positive knowledge of God and there is no knowledge about personal features of God, how to engage in service of God, then such processes are recommended. Okay, do not do at least wrong materialistic activities. Stop the material activities which are cause of all distress. Sit down in one place without eating and sleeping. But those who are having positive knowledge, they are supposed to behave like tortoise. Spread out your limbs in the service of God, and for personal enjoyment, no, do not indulge. Pull your limbs back. So perfect control of the senses is required, just like a tortoise. But it is not so easy. I am addicted to so many things. I cannot even regulate my senses for basic things like controlling tea, coffee, smoking, or watching some videos. Then how can I exercise such perfect control, use my senses only when required? That is explained here in the next verse. Vishaya vinivartante niraharasya dehinaha rasvarjam rasopyasya param drishtva nivartate. The embodied soul may be restricted from sense enjoyment, though the taste for sense objects remains. But ceasing such engagements by experiencing a higher taste, he is fixed in consciousness. Niraharasya dehina, when you restrict your senses from enjoyment, the taste remains in the heart. So, if you tell a child, sit down, do not do mischievous activity, the child may sit down for a while, but then he will be restless. He wants to go out and play and jump around. In a similar fashion, unless we have a higher taste, the senses will fall for the lower taste, the material activities. So, in order to control the senses from material enjoyment, one needs to experience param drishtva nivartate. Param means higher taste. When you have higher experience, better pleasure, then automatically we will not fall for lower pleasures. And then we can have some research, go and study the life of great devotees, how they are very easily able to give up all the activities of personal sense enjoyment. There must be something which is there in their life, just like Rup Goswami, Sanatan Goswami. They were very, very rich, but they gave up all opulence and they were sleeping under different trees every night in Vrindavan. How was this possible? Because they were experiencing very extraordinary taste in the service of Krishna. And as Yamunacharya says, he is a very stalwart devotee, the spiritual master of Sripad Ramanujacharya. He was a king before, and kings have all the royal opulences. and there is so much physical enjoyment in relationship with the other gender. So when Yamunacharya, he renounced his kingdom, became a pure devotee, he's giving his experience. What is this spiritual pleasure? He tells, Yadavadhi mama cheta Krishna padar vinde Navanavarasa dhamaniyudyatam rantumasit Tadavadhi batanari sangame smaryamane Bhavati mukha vikara sushtu nishtivanam cha. Yadavadhi, from the time I have engaged myself Krishna padar vinde, in meditation upon the lotus feet of Krishna, Navanavarasa, I am experiencing newer and newer pleasures in my heart by this meditation. And when I remember my old gross enjoyment which I had with Nari Sangame, with many women, as a royal king, my mouth curls in distaste, bhavatu mukha vikar, sushtu nishti vanam cha, and I spit at this thought. So it is very difficult to control the sexual urge. But he is telling, when I think of that enjoyment, that was such low-grade enjoyment compared to what I am experiencing now by meditating on the lotus feet of Krishna. Because I am experiencing a higher taste, my mouth curls in distaste for these lower grade pleasures. This is the way of controlling one's senses like a tortoise. One has to have Param Drishtva. So just see Krishna so clearly he is explaining Param Drishtva. You have to experience higher taste of spiritual life. Then you will be able to do it. Yatato hi api kaunteya purushasya vipaschitaha indriyani pramathini haranti prasabham manaha. The senses are so strong and impetuous, O Arjuna, that they forcibly carry away the mind, even of a man of discrimination who is endeavoring to control them. So here Krishna is telling the situation of spiritualists who are not devotees, who are not able to engage their senses in the service of Krishna. So Krishna is telling, Yatato hi api kaunteya, even though spiritualist is endeavoring, learned man is trying to control his senses. Vipaschita means very learned, a person becomes advanced in this knowledge, but still pramathini, the senses, indriyas are so strong, haranti prasabham mana, forcefully they carry away the mind. And we all must have experience in our life. We want to control the senses, regulate the life, but senses are so strong and impetuous, forcibly they carry away the mind. So Krishna is warning, if the mind is not having higher engagement, then you will have to follow the dictates of the senses. So thus Krishna recommends here how to have that higher taste. We have been discussing engagement in the service of Krishna. One may ask where it is recommended. It is recommended now here very directly in verse number 61. Tani sarvani sanyamya yukta asita matparaha Vashehi yasyendriyani tasya pragya pratisthita. One who restrains his senses and fixes his consciousness upon me is known as a man of steady intelligence. Vashehi yas. Now Krishna is telling how you experience that higher pleasure. What activity do I do that I experience that higher pleasure greater than materialistic enjoyment? That is explained here. Yukta asit matparaha vashehi yasendriyani. The indriyas have to be controlled in such a way that matparaha yukta asit. Yukta means engaged. The senses have to be engaged. Matparaha means in my service. So the senses are classified as 5, sometimes 10 when you include the karmendriyas, and mind is also considered as a 6th sense. Mana shashthani indriyani prakriti sthani karshati. So all the senses including the mind, yukta asit matparaha, in my service they have to be engaged. Krishna very clearly he is explaining here. So this is the highest conception of yoga practice. There are many kinds of yogis, but Krishna is warning, unless they reach to this understanding of personality of God and they get positive knowledge of engagement in the service of God, when we engage in the service of some people or animal or pets here, we get certain pleasure. But unless you have knowledge of God and you engage in service of God, you cannot experience that param drishtva, which will be able to help you get rid of the troublesome materialistic enjoyment. So very clearly, yukta asit mat paraha, the senses have to be engaged in my service. This is the way of having higher taste. And for those whose senses are not engaged, what happens? Krishna explains now. Dhyayato vishayan punsa sangasteshu pajayate sanga sanjayate kamaha kamat krodho bhijayate. While contemplating the objects of the senses, a person develops attachment for them, and from such attachment lust develops, and from lust anger arises. So one who is not Krishna conscious is subject to such strong attachment and lust while contemplating on the objects of senses. If a cashier is not conscious, what is my relationship with the bank? I am not proprietor. He will develop lust if he sees lot of money. He would like to enjoy for himself. So one who is not engaged in the service of Krishna, when he sees any object of senses, he thinks how I can enjoy it. Dhyayato, when he sees, contemplates, Sangha, he develops attachment, I want to enjoy it. And Sangha sanjayate kama, strong desire, lust develops to enjoy the sense objects, and then the lust is not fulfilled. And when the desires are not fulfilled, kamat krodho bijayate, anger arises. Krodhat bhavati sammoha, sammoha smriti vibhramaha, smriti bhramashat buddhinasho, buddhinashat pranashyati. From anger, delusion arises, and from delusion, bewilderment of memory. When memory is bewildered, intelligence is lost, and when intelligence is lost, one falls down again into the material pool. So Krishna is warning here the yogis who are not yukta asit matpara, who are not engaged in the service of Krishna. When they contemplate on the sense object, attachment, lust, anger, from anger, bewilderment of memory, and when memory is bewildered, intelligence is lost. When intelligence is lost, person falls down on the material platform. So other yogis also can reach a stage of peace and transcendence, but they cannot stay on that platform because a slight agitation created by the mind, slight contemplation on sense objects makes them fall down. As it happened with Vishwamitra, a very great yogi, and Menaka came and he heard the jingle of her bells, ankle bells, and then he was not able to continue in meditation and he enjoyed with her. And then after many years, he realized what mistake I have done. I was so nicely advancing in my spiritual life. Similarly, Saubhari Muni. This Muni was so advanced that he was able to meditate within the water. So he was sitting within the water so that he can avoid any distraction. But within the water, he saw two fishes copulating. And then he could not control the suggestion of the mind. He came out, married many princesses, and he also lost his spiritual growth. So in this way, even though these yogis were absorbed on very advanced Brahma platform, but they could not stay for a long time. They fell down. Thus Krishna is warning here, please do not follow this process in which higher taste you do not attain. Thus Krishna explains in the next verse, Raga dvesha vimuktaistu vishayan indriyaischaran atma vashyair vidheyatma prasadam adhigacchati. One who can control his senses by practicing the regulated principles of freedom can obtain the complete mercy of the Lord and thus become free from all attachment and aversion. Tu word is very significant here. Tu means but. So Krishna has described the fate of a non-devotee yogi. But Krishna mentions tu, but a person who is devotee, Vishayan Indriyacharan Atma Vashayar Vidheyatma, who controls his senses and in this way engages his senses in the service of Krishna, he attains prasadam adhigacchati. He attains the prasadam means mercy of the Lord. So I happened to chance upon one author of one prominent religion. So he was explaining his philosophy. He tells, we want to attain spiritual status, but our philosophy is, even if God exists, we do not want to take help of God to make our life perfect. We want to advance on our own strength. We don't want to take even God's help if even God exists. But such a process is not recommended in the Bhagavad Gita, in the standard books of yoga. Here it is mentioned, prasadam adhigacchati vidheyatma. So when a person is able to follow the regulated principles of freedom, sometimes people think, oh, this religious life, spiritual life is very hassle-some. So many restrictions are imposed upon us. Actually, these restrictions are important. Just like traffic rules and regulations may be considered restriction, unnecessary restriction. But a wise man knows, if these traffic regulation, little restrictions are not there, it will create so much of chaos and accident. In a similar fashion, such restrictions are recommended. They are actually regulated principles of freedom. Just like a sick man is given some prescriptions and proscriptions, if he follows that, he'll be fit, then he can enjoy life. So as long as we are there trapped in this body, in this bodily concept of life, following these restrictions, regulative principles of freedom are important. So when we follow these do's and don'ts very nicely in the service of Krishna, we attain prasadam. We attain the mercy of Krishna. Without prasadam, without mercy of God, we cannot advance. So we should not get carried away by the philosophies, oh, you are only God, you just have to realize you are God. No, the word used here is prasadam. You are not God, so you need mercy, prasadam of God. If you are God, where is the question of receiving any mercy? No, prasadam, mercy. Mercy is the key factor for spiritual advancement as per the yoga process described by Lord Krishna. Prasadam adhigacchati. And a person can attain mercy when he follows the do's and don'ts very strictly and engages senses in the service of Krishna. What happens then when he receives prasadam, mercy of Krishna? He becomes free from all attachment and detachment also. So materialist is attached, and a non-devotee yogi is detached. They go leave all the people and all the sense objects, they go to a far off place, they are detached. But a devotee is neither attached nor detached. He simply wants to engage in service of Krishna. So if I am there around sense objects, let me use those sense objects in the service of Krishna if it is required. His only consideration is what gives Krishna pleasure. If I leave everything and go far away and that brings displeasure to Krishna, I don't want to have such detachment also. So a devotee is perfectly situated in the understanding that my existence is only for the pleasure of God, because I am part and parcel of God. This secret Krishna will reveal. Mama evansho jiva loke jiva bhuta sanatanaha. Yatha tarur mool nishechanena. Just like you put water on the roots of the tree, all the leaves are automatically satisfied. This is my design. I am Ansha of Krishna, just like the finger is Ansha of the body. Only when the finger puts foodstuff in the stomach, finger will be healthy. So a devotee knows this. I should not get carried away by attachment. Let me directly enjoy the sweet. Finger should not think. Or detachment. What is the use of feeding the stomach if I am not able to enjoy the foodstuff? No. So similarly, devotee is neither attached nor detached. He knows I am Ansha of Krishna. Only when I satisfy God, satisfy Krishna, I will gain satisfaction in life. So when mercy is received, this knowledge is awakened and devotee becomes free from attachment as well as detachment. Prasade sarva dukkhanam hanir asyopajayate prasanna chetaso hiyashu buddhif paryavatishthate. For one who is so situated in the divine consciousness, the threefold miseries of material existence exist no longer. In such a happy state, one's intelligence soon becomes steady. When the mercy of the Lord is received, then there are no more miseries in life. The devotee becomes very happy. So this happiness is very much required to understand the science of God. Those who are always troubled by threefold miseries, who are there on the platform of Rajoguna and Tamoguna, cannot understand the science of God. So when we follow this process of Buddhi Yoga, the first installment of spiritual advancement that we receive is freedom from all the miseries of material life. And prasanna chetaso hi ashu, very soon he becomes prasanna, very, very happy. So if by following spiritual life we are not becoming happy, means we are not following the standard method. Otherwise, very soon a person should become fixed on the platform of happiness. And when a person continues to engage in yoga practice on the platform of happiness, then intelligence becomes very clear. All the confusion is removed, and he very clearly understands who am I, who is God, what is this creation, what is the purpose. And there is no more confusion in life. Nasti buddhira yuktasya nacha yuktasya bhavana nacha bhavayata shantir ashantasya kutas sukham. One who is not in transcendental consciousness can have neither a controlled mind nor steady intelligence, without which there is no possibility of peace. And how can there be happiness without peace? So here again Krishna is warning, please do not indulge in other yoga practices in which nasti buddhir ayuktasya ayukta. Any yoga practice which does not recommend yuktaha, means engagement in the service of Krishna, please do not follow that. Krishna has told so many ways. You will contemplate on the sense objects, you will get carried away, you will not be able to experience higher taste. So here Krishna is telling, Nasti buddhira yuktasya nacha yuktasya bhavana. One who is not yukta asit matparaha, whose senses are not engaged in my service, he cannot have fixed intelligence. Because he will not have higher pleasure in life, then they would always be calculating. As we see, a materialist is always thinking, let me crack this exam, then his intelligence changes, let me crack that exam also. Then intelligence changes, let me do this job, then intelligence changes, let me do some other business or some other job. Then let me marry this person, let me divorce this person, let me do this, let me spend time with in this fashion. Their intelligence is not fixed. Always they are wondering what will make me happy. So the disturbance in life is because of no fixed aim. Because nothing satisfies the spirit soul apart from Krishna consciousness. So here Krishna is telling, if you don't engage in my service, what will happen? Nasti buddhi, intelligence will not be fixed, and intelligence controls the mind. People ask, how do I have a controlled mind? We can have a controlled mind by controlled intelligence. When the intelligence is not controlled, not fixed, then mind will be disturbed, mind will be going on this plan, this idea, that idea, mind will always be disturbed. Nacha yuktasya bhavana. Bhavana means when the mind is fixed on happiness. Nacha bhavayata shantir. And if the mind is not fixed, then there is no shanti, there is disturbance. Ashantasya kuta sukham. And Krishna is telling, if there is no peace in life, then where is the question of happiness? So Krishna has explained, again he has warned, time is very less. This age, Krishna spoke this Bhagavad Gita just at the end of Dwapar Yuga, before the beginning of Kali Yuga. He wanted to reiterate, stress this very important method. In Kali Yuga, people will anyway be very much disturbed. So save time from gradual processes of yoga. Understand this topmost yoga practice, Buddhi Yoga. Engage your senses in my service. Offer the results to me. Try to establish a loving relationship with me. Don't follow this artificial yoga practice, Ashtanga Yoga, other yoga, which was meant for Sat Yoga. Vedas are telling, Kriti yad dhyayato Vishnum, Kriti Yoga, it is for Sat Yoga. Nowhere in the Vedas it is mentioned in Kali Yuga you follow this practice, we will not gain success. And further, ultimately, success of any yoga means Yogi Hrida Dhyana Gamyam Dhyanavasthita Tadgatena Manasa Pashyanti Yam Yoginah. The meditation has to be there upon Lord Vishnu, Krishna in the heart. So yogis artificially they want to do this meditation they first want to avoid all the distractions, stop all the activities of senses, then they start dharana, contemplation, and then they come to meditation, and then they reach samadhi. Artificially they want to focus on the form of Krishna, but very natural way of focusing is engaging in the service of Krishna. When you serve anybody, there is a loving relationship, and when there is love, always you are thinking of your object of love. So this natural process of yoga is being recommended by Krishna here. You please engage in my service. Whatever little means you may have, please use it to the best of your capacity. And when there is seva, there is love. And when there is love, you revive your affection for me, then always you will be thinking of me. And the process of yoga is naturally attained without artificial austerities which were recommended for previous ages. So Krishna tells, if you do not engage, intelligence is not fixed, mind is not fixed, thus there is disturbance in life, there is no peace, and without peace there is no happiness. Indriyanam hi charatam yanmano nuvidhiyate tadasya harati pragyam vayurnavam ivambhasi. As a boat on the water is swept away by a strong wind, even one of the senses on which the mind focuses can carry away a man's intelligence. So if your intelligence is not fixed, then mind will focus on any of the senses, just like wind topples the boat. Even contemplation on sense object of any one of the senses, it will topple your intelligence, your spiritual life completely, and you will again fall for material sense enjoyment. Tasmad yasya mahabhaho nigrahitani sarvashah indriyani indriyarthebhyas tasya pragya pratisthita. Therefore, O mighty armed, one whose senses are restrained from their objects is certainly of steady intelligence. So just like the enemies are curbed by a higher power, higher force, by human endeavor, efforts, it is not possible to control the senses. So when the senses are engaged in the service of the Lord, Lord's power controls the senses. But when we engage in certain practice as described here, controlling the senses, then there would be a reaction from the people around us. And what is that reaction? Very nicely Krishna explains. Ya nisha sarva bhutanam tasyam jagarti sanyami yasyam jagrati bhutani sa nisha pashyato mune. What is night for all beings is the time of awakening for the self-controlled, and the time of awakening for all beings is night for the introspective sage. So people may scoff, oh, what is your life? What is this Krishna consciousness, this yoga you have been following? You have been reading Bhagavad Gita, your life has got transformed. Now you no longer take pleasure in material enjoyment. Yes, people will say like this. They may scoff at times also. And Krishna is telling that is natural. Ya nisha sarva bhutani. The night time for materialist is daytime for spiritualist. A spiritualist does not give value to these external sense objects, which are very low grade third class pleasure, which always give rise to so many complexities and so many miseries in life. But a materialist gives value only to the external sense objects, has no value for internal spiritual pleasure. A materialist is giving no value, or rather does not believe upon the existence of spiritual pleasure, the existence of spirit soul, and a spiritualist does not give any value to the existence of material identities, because all these identities are merely dresses and illusory. So what is daytime for spiritualist is nighttime for materialist. That is but natural. So when people, but we need to answer people if they ask such questions, why your course of life seems to have completely turned around, then we can give them this wonderful logic which Krishna is giving here. Apuryamanam achala pratishtham samudramapah pravishanti yadvat tadvat kamayam pravishanti sarve sashanti mapnoti nakama kami. A person who is not disturbed by the incessant flow of desires that enter like rivers into the ocean, which is ever being filled but is always still, can alone achieve peace, and not the man who strives to satisfy such desires. So Krishna is telling, just like so many rivers are entering in the ocean, but the ocean is not disturbed, ocean remains very placid. In a similar fashion, although so many desires will enter the body, but only the person who does not try to satisfy those desires, he attains peace. If a person tries to fulfill the suggestions given by the mind of materialistic enjoyment, he loses his peace of mind. Why? It is explained in Srimad Bhagavatam. Ijjistoka ivanalaha. Sensual enjoyment is actually not enjoyment, as we discussed previously. Also, it is mental concoction. There is hunger for higher pleasure, so we fall for whatever pleasure is available immediately. And this pleasure is not required. It is addictive in nature. Nobody needs to be addicted, but once we start following those addictions, we cannot help but getting carried away. It is not required to smoke, it is not required to drink. Similarly, it is not required to have any kind of material enjoyment. But once we start material enjoyment, the desires always keep on increasing. Kandu yanena karyoriva dukha dukha. Example given is, as an eczema patient has got many wet sores on his body, and those are very itchy sores. But if a person tries to rub or scratch that sore, the itching sensation only increases. And if you scratch more, finally it starts bleeding. The sore becomes worse. Disease becomes worse. So that is the nature. So that is why those people who are poor, their distress is not so much as that of rich people. Because poor person has hope. If I become rich, then I'll be happy. But rich person becomes hopeless. Now I've got so many resources, I have gained recognition, name, fame, money also, and I am trying to have all the sense objects, enjoyment I can have. Still, why there is dissatisfaction in my life? What do I do more? So they become more distressed and they come in depression because they do not see any hope. What else do I do to become happy? This is the nature of material happiness. It is like putting butter into fire. The senses always demand more. Today you have 1 cigarette, 2 cigarettes. Then for same kick you need to have 4 cigarettes, then 8. There is no end to it. Little sex, more sex. Varieties of sex, there is no end to it. So please understand, this is the nature of material happiness. Nobody educates. The best of the brains in the world, they do not know. After topping in the country in various examinations, making the best of technical and business plans, ultimately they do not understand. Because unless prasadam, there is mercy of Lord, it is very difficult to understand this knowledge. That actually, Krishna, God is telling, a person who tries to satisfy the desires which are always flowing within this mind and body, he never attains peace, because that is not the design. All the material enjoyments are but addictions. You do not need them, but once you start enjoying them, you cannot stop having it. So one who is not disturbed by the incessant flow of desires. Why he is not disturbed? Because he is relishing higher pleasure. Such a person attains peace. So is it not very simple logic? So when people tell, oh, what is day for us is night time for you, you are having other, please explain this, that this is real life, which we need to actually have. It is common sense. Then finally Krishna is giving the conclusive knowledge in this chapter. Vihaya kaman yas sarvan puman sharati nisprihaha nirmamo nirahankaraha sashantim adhigacchati. A person who has given up all desires for sense gratification, who lives free from desires, who has given up all sense of proprietorship and is devoid of false ego, he alone can attain real peace. So Vihaya kaman. So he understands this logic. Material desires are addictive. It is like rubbing or scratching the wet eczema sore. It will only increase, worsen the situation. So he gives up material desires. And nirmamo nirahankaraha. He becomes free from the sense of proprietorship. That everything belongs to God. Nothing belongs to me, should be used in the service of God. And then he becomes nir-ahankaraha. Ahankar, as Krishna will describe further, is an energy which makes the soul believe I am this covering, I am this body. Because of this, I feel I am the body of the dream. I feel I am this body, man, woman, animal. So when a person gives up material desires by following this process of yoga, then he becomes freed from proprietorship, and he becomes freed from false ego. He is able to understand, I am not this body, I am different from this temporary identity. And then sa shantim adhigacchati. Then he understands, I am different. What is the profit? What is the loss? Nothing belongs to me. He is very, very peaceful. Esha brahmi sthitif partha nainam prapya vimuhyati thitvasyamant kalepi brahma nirvanam richati. That is the way of the spiritual and godly life, after attaining which a man is not bewildered. Being so situated, even at the hour of death, one can enter into the kingdom of God. So when a person has this consciousness, even at the time of death, if one is able to maintain this consciousness, then he attains Brahma Nirvana. Nirvana means cessation of material existence. Some philosophers say, yes, you have to get liberation, but after liberation there is void, there is no life. So such a philosophy is alright for people who are hardcore sense gratifiers, who have realized that sense enjoyment gives only frustration, and they are so much frustrated by material enjoyment, they want to stop this life. They just want to get rid of this material life. And such philosophies recommend that you stop this material existence and then you stop existing. There is no existence beyond it. But this is not what is recommended in Bhagavad Gita. Here the special kind of nirvana is the object, and that is called Brahma Nirvana. Brahma Nirvana means positive life. A diseased person, it is not sufficient for him just to get rid of the disease, but he needs to have now positive enjoyment. He wants to eat now, he wants to walk around, move around, play, enjoy with his family and friends. So this positive liberation is called Brahma Nirvana, attainment of the kingdom of God. Tejo vari mridam yatha vinimayo yatra trisargo amrisha dhamna swena sada nirasta hukukam satyam param dhimahi. The abode of God, the description is given in the scriptures. As there is tejo vari mridam, in this body there is fire, there is water, and there is air, and there is consciousness also. And outside this body we see there is a world which is predominantly of water, and there is life in water bodies. And then we see there is a world which is predominantly of fire, the sun planet. And life is there on sun also, fire. As we discussed, scientists have found the few microbes which are there in fire also. Like this, there are other species who exist in a world completely made up of fire. So there is a world which is completely made up of water. There is a world which is completely made up of fire. There are planets. Like this, there is planet which is completely made up of spirit, spiritual substance. And Krishna tells, Tad dhamam paramam mama, that is my abode. So this positive knowledge of spiritual life, not just material life is illusion, material forms are illusory. No, you are soul within this body, you have a form, but that form is spiritual. That is revealed when we are out of this material body, or out of this bodily concept of life. God is not simply an energy, God is a person, God is having form, and there are many activities which are called devotional service, in which one has to engage in order to realize this positive spiritual existence, and transferring oneself not to any material planet but to the planet which is made of completely spirit is the aim of the topmost yogi. That is what is recommendation of Krishna. So if a person follows this yoga system as described by Lord Krishna, he attains Brahma Nirvana, attainment of spiritual planets where there is no influence of time, and thus there is no fear, no anxiety, and there is always higher pleasure of Krishna consciousness. with this, we end the second chapter, which is the summary of Bhagavad Gita. Here, Karma Yoga is explained, Jnana Yoga is explained, and a hint of Bhakti Yoga is also given. Further, very beautiful instructions await us in the third chapter of Bhagavad Gita that we will discuss in the next session. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Chapter 3, Karma Yoga. In the previous chapter, Lord Krishna described Arjuna in verse number 39 two paths of self-realization, Sankhya and Buddhi Yoga, which is also known as Karma Yoga. But there was some confusion on the part of Arjuna. The confusion was not deliberate, but it is natural when any subject matter is new. The student is expected to put some questions. Because this knowledge should not be kept just in books, it has to be applied, and Arjuna, being a sincere student, wishes to have a clear understanding so that he can practically apply in his life. So let us see what Arjuna asks and how Krishna clarifies his doubt. This session is dedicated to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, our spiritual master and the founder and acharya of the worldwide Hare Krishna movement. Arjuna Uvacha Jayasi Chet Karmanaste Mata Buddhir Janardana Tatkim Karmani Ghore Mam Niyojayasi Keshava. Arjuna said, O Janardhan, O Keshava, why do you urge me to engage in this ghastly warfare? If you think that intelligence is better than fruitive work. As we have seen in the last chapter, Lord Krishna has completely denounced, criticized the tendency of fruitive work. Fruitive work means expecting to enjoy the results of one's activities. And Arjuna was shown the path of Buddhi Yoga to become free from the bondage of work. Now Arjuna is asking a common question which comes in mind of many neophyte spiritualists who have just taken to spiritual life. And people ask and they assume, okay, spiritual life means giving up all the duties, all the responsibilities, and just keeping ourselves in a secluded place and retiring, chanting Hare Krishna maybe 24 hours in some jungle or on some mountain. This is the understanding of spiritual life. But here, Lord Krishna wants to make it very clear that the actions of a spiritualist and a materialist can be very much same. Externally, a person may not be even able to make out that he is a spiritualist or a materialist. But there is a huge difference in consciousness. So that is why this process is called Buddhi Yoga, the yoga of intelligence. The senses can act in the same way. Arjuna was a fighter before, Arjuna was a fighter afterwards, after hearing Bhagavad Gita also. But what changed was consciousness. So here Arjuna is asking, Krishna, you tell Krishna consciousness is the path, Buddhi Yoga is the path. So just let me retire from my duties. Why then you again tell me that you please engage in work? Let us see what Krishna answers. Vyamishreneva vakyena buddhim mohayasiva me tadekam vad nischitya yena shreyo hamapnuyam. My intelligence is bewildered by your equivocal instructions. Therefore, please tell me decisively what is most beneficial for me. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Lokesmin Dvividha Nishtha Pura Prokta Maya Nagha Jnana Yogena Sankhyanam Karma Yogena Yogina. The blessed Lord said, O sinless Arjuna, I have already explained that there are two classes of men who realize the self. Some are inclined to understand him by empirical, philosophical speculation, and others are inclined to know him by devotional work. So here Krishna is explaining clearly the two paths. One set of spiritualists, they are called the Sankhya Yogis or the Jnana Yogis. They renounce the duties given by the Varnashrama institution. Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, Brahmachari, Grahastha, Vanprasth and Sannyas. These are four social and spiritual divisions of Varnashrama institution. In this institution, as per the psychophysical situation of a person, certain duties are assigned so that person can gradually move from tamasic mode to sattvic nature and eventually become a self-realized person and stop the process of repetition of birth and death. This is the sum and substance of all the duties, ultimately to make him Krishna conscious. But there are some people who renounce all these duties. They just want to understand Krishna by philosophical analysis. That is called the path of Sankhya or Jnana Yoga. Whereas others, they are also spiritualists, but they want to understand God by the process of work. They are called Karma Yogis. So both the yogas are very important and they are interdependent. That is why we will see Krishna will explain. Immature people, those who are not wise, they think it is different. They both are interdependent, as is religion and philosophy. Some people, they simply philosophize without any understanding of religion. That is simply mental speculation. That will not lead us to end result. Our brain is too tiny to understand anything about the absolute truth without the help of religious scriptures, the instructions given by God. On the other hand, there are some people who simply get stuck in the rituals without understanding any philosophy and they become fanatics. So that class also we have seen. There are religious people who are fanatic without any philosophy. And there are some people who are simply philosophizing, trying to understand what is truth without understanding from God what is truth. They want to understand God without explanation of God. So both the cases, the person is not able to understand absolute truth. So there should be religion. Religion means instructions given by God. We have to purify our brain intelligence so that we can understand God. And philosophy is very much required for. So spiritual life is not a sentimental process. It is a scientific understanding of absolute truth. But if there is only philosophy without religion, again it is a failure. So Sankhya and Karma Yoga both go hand in hand. Na karmanam anarambhan naishkarmyam purushoshnute na cha sannyasana deva siddhim samadhi gacchati. Not by merely abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction, nor by renunciation alone can one attain perfection. Arjuna was willing to renounce. So yes, this renunciation of duties is also recommended. Sannyas is recommended, but for a person who is very advanced and who is self-satisfied. Unless the heart is very much cleansed by the performance of prescribed duties, artificially, just like a person who is very much addicted to drugs. In rehabilitation centers, he is given small doses so that gradually he can give up. Immediately, it is not possible to give up. So that is why for general people, it is not recommended that they renounce the duties immediately. So when the heart is purified by proper discharge of duties, then renunciation is allowed. But prematurely, Krishna is telling, simply if a person is renounced, he takes sannyas, he wears the dress of a sannyasi. It does not mean his consciousness is that of a sannyasi and he will have a nasty fall down. Nahi kaschit kshanamapi जातु तिष्ठत्य कर्म कृत कार्यते हि अवशः कर्म सर्व प्रकृति जैर्गुणैः. All men are forced to act helplessly according to the impulses born of the modes of material nature. Therefore, no one can refrain from doing something, not even for a moment. So, very important word used here is karyate hi avashah karma. Avasha means helpless. So Arjuna is being warned by Krishna, now you are telling I do not want to fight, but you have got body of a Kshatriya. So helplessly you will engage in fighting. But now if you fight according to my instructions, your life would be glorious. You will become free from the bondage of work. Later if you fight according to your own whims, you will end up getting more entangled. So avasha word is very important. Krishna is telling jatu tishthati akarmakrit. Without doing any work, nahi kashchit kshanamapi. Even for a moment, nobody is allowed not to do any work. Everybody is avashaha, helplessly being dragged by the forces of nature. Nature gives us the body, and through this body, nature controls us. Force is there of belly, and thus we are forced to go out and take up some duty, job or business. And we are forced to work hard to fulfill the demands of belly. Grow food or earn money to have food. Then there is force of genitals. So one is forced to have a partner. And then one is forced to work to maintain the partner and then further extensions of the family. Then there is force of mind. Mind wants name, fame. And for this, again, a person is put to hard work, certain kind of work. Then a person gets tired, body forces one to go to sleep. In this way, the body is continuously forcing us. So a person is helpless. A moth helplessly is driven towards fire. A deer helplessly is driven towards music, and then the hunter catches the deer, loses its life. In this way, we are helpless. Nature is forcing us to clean ourselves, to dress ourselves, to work harder, to eat, to sleep. So we are completely helpless, and we feel this helplessness in our lives. So in order to become free from this helplessness, we need to take instructions from Bhagavad Gita. But now Krishna is telling Arjuna, so please understand, nature forces one to do certain duties. Now you may decline, I do not want to eat. After some time, hunger would be very strong and you will be forced to eat. In a similar fashion, please do not try to skip your duties immediately as long as you are driven by the forces of this body. Karmendriyani sanyamya yaste manasa smaran indriyarthan vimodhatma mithyacharasta uchyate. One who restrains the senses and organs of action, but whose mind dwells on sense objects, certainly deludes himself and is called a pretender. So Arjuna, you may take sannyas, but then your mind will always be dwelling upon sense enjoyment. So such a person is not called a sannyasi, renouncer of duties, but a pretender, although he can be in dress of a sannyasi. Yastvindriyani manasa niyamya rabhate Arjuna karmendriya karma yogam asakta sa vishishyate. On the other hand, he who controls the senses by the mind and engages his active organs in work of devotion without attachment is by far superior. So one has to work, but work without attachment. That is why even a householder's life is called ashrama, grahast ashram. Ashram means where spirituality is in center, Krishna consciousness is in center. So without attachment, even a person is householder. Here Krishna is telling he is much superior, much better than a pretender sannyasi. So it is told sannyas ashram is so strict. If a lusty thought is entertained by a sannyasi, the injunction is he should leave his body. The body becomes so contaminated. So sannyas ashram is so strict, you do not have right to live with a contaminated consciousness. Thus, these things are prohibited in Kali Yuga. Kalau pancha vivarjayet. So it is not that some people, Shastras were meant for old ages. Now it is 21st century. We have to change the rules. No. The Shastras recommend different rules for different millenniums and centuries. That is why the Dhyana Yoga, which was recommended for Sat Yoga, it is not recommended now. The sacrifices, the special kind of sacrifice, Dravya Yajna, which was meant for Treta Yoga, is not recommended now. The deity worship for self-realization, which was for Dwapar Yoga, Pancharatra istu kevala. In Kali Yuga, Kalautu Nama Matrena, chanting the holy names of the God, is a recommended yajna or the process. So thus, the Shastras give the wisdom for different ages, and thus they are always applicable. We need to understand what is a recommendation for this age. So thus, in this age, it is told one should not take sannyas. Every respectable person was expected to take sannyas. Go to jungle at 50 years. Pancha shordhvam vanam vrajet. Vrajet means one must go vidhiling. But now, there is no brahmacharya training. Without brahmacharya training, sannyas, if a person takes, then a person may become a pretender. So now also, if a person is very much advanced and qualified, they can take, but it is not allowed for general people. Just like now, if somebody doesn't take education, it is not acceptable. Similarly, some respectable person not taking sannyas was not acceptable at all in previous ages. But in Kali Yuga, for general people, it is told you remain engage in your duties wherever you are, but work without attachment in the spirit of devotion. Niyatam kuru karmatvam karmajyayo hyakarmanaha sharira yatra pichate na prasiddhyeda karmanaha. Perform your prescribed duty, for action is better than inaction. A man cannot even maintain his physical body without work. Yagyarthat karmano anyatra lokoyam karma bandhanaha tadartham karma kaunteya mukta sanga samachara. Work done as a sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed, otherwise work binds one to this material world. Therefore, O son of Kunti, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction, and in that way you will always remain unattached and free from bondage. So the point to be noted here is Krishna is not recommending ordinary passionate kind of work. As people tell, work is worship. Just do your duty very nicely. You need not spend time in reading the Vedas, understanding science of God, and getting too much into it. Just do your duty nicely. Work is worship when the injunctions of Krishna are followed. And what is the injunction? Yajna arthat. When a person does work, sacrificing the results for the pleasure of Lord Vishnu or Krishna, then work is worship. Otherwise, work binds one to this material world. Anyatra lokoyam karma bandhanaha. Person gets bound up in the karmic activities. So yajna means sacrifice. Sacrifice for whom? Yajna vai Vishnu. The scriptures tell another name of yajna, another meaning of yajna is Vishnu. And Lord Krishna further he will explain that do all the works, sacrifice everything only for my pleasure. For those people who do not have knowledge that all the yajnas are meant for ultimate satisfaction of Vishnu, they are recommended to do sacrifice for other devatas also. But if a person is wise, he should understand. This is there mentioned throughout the Vedic literatures. People sometimes they do the duties very nicely. Oh yes, I am a very religious person. I go to temple. I do all the sanskaras. We did Garbhadan sanskar. Then we did Namkaran, Jatkarn sanskar, Upanayan sanskar. We are very religious now. It is told in the Vedas. अतः पुंबिर्द्विज श्रेष्ठ वर्णाश्रम विभागशः स्वानुष्ठितस्य धर्मस्य संसिद्धिर हरितोषणम. Haritoshanam, the pleasure of Hari, is the purpose of Swanushtitasya Dharmasya, perfection of one's duty. Are we able to please Hari? Dharma Swanushtita Punsam Vishwaksena Kathasuyaha Notapaded Ratim Yadi Shram Evhi Kevalam. Shram Ev means it is useless endeavor. If Vasudev Katha Ruchi, the taste for hearing the signs of God has not awakened, then the purpose of doing duties is not solved, is not served. So this is the purpose of all the duties. Haritoshanam, samsiddhir haritoshanam, perfection of one's duty, samsiddhi, that is called, siddhi means perfection, samsiddhi means ultimate perfection. If a person does his duty very perfectly, then the result would be pleasure of Hari. It is for him, everything is happening here. So by doing our duties very nicely, if we follow the Vedic injunctions, automatically a person should become very inclined. One should develop great taste to hear the message and the signs of Supreme Personality of Godhead. If it is not happening, Shram Evihi Kevalam. So Krishna is telling Yagya Arthat, only for the purpose of sacrifice. If you understand who is the ultimate beneficiary of all sacrifices, that Krishna will declare, Bhoktaram Yagya Tapasam Sarvaloka Maheshwaram. Like in a factory, who is the ultimate beneficiary? The proprietor. So Krishna declares in Bhagavad Gita, Bhoktaram Yagya Tapasam. I am the ultimate beneficiary, enjoyer of all tapasya that anybody does and all the sacrifices. It is being offered to any demigod, but ultimately I am the ultimate beneficiary. Why? Sarvaloka Maheshwaram, because I am the supreme proprietor. But it is not easy to have understanding of God in the lower modes of nature, because we are having various material desires. So as per the capacity of the individuals, whatever modes they are being conducted by, various other sacrifices are recommended in the Vedas. And if one follows this path of sacrifice, one will become free from the bondage of karma, sinful activity. If a person is very, very tamasic, for them also there is yagya. If I want to eat meat, I cannot maintain a slaughterhouse, because ultimately the Vedas want to make a person very sattvic. So there is injunction, you offer sacrifice to goddess Kali, ghastly form of material nature. So one can do such sacrifice outside the city, and he can do only on Amavas. So in that way, there is regulation. Everyday person is not eating meat. And then if he follows this sacrifice, gradually the meat eating tendency, this violent tendency will be eliminated from the heart. So for Rajasic person who want wealth, heroic power, who want to defeat their enemies, different yagyas for different demigods are recommended. Sahayagya praja srishtva purovacha prajapatihi anena prasavishyadvam eshavostvishta kamadhok. In the beginning of creation, the Lord of all creatures sent forth generations of men and demigods, along with sacrifices for Vishnu, and blessed them by saying, Be thou happy by this yajna sacrifice, because its performance will bestow upon you all desirable things. Devan bhavayatanena te deva bhavayantu vaha parasparam bhavayantaha shreyah param avapsyatha. The demigods being pleased by sacrifices will also please you, thus nourishing one another, there will reign general prosperity for all. Unfortunately, people sometimes call such descriptions in the Vedic literatures of devatas, demigods, very powerful living entities having supernatural powers living on other planets in this universe as mythology. However, the Vedas never mentioned it mythology. Jivasya tattva jigyasa nartho yascheha karmabhi. This is the motto of all Vedic education. We are engaged in various activities you can do, sir. You can do business, job, or any menial service, or you can be a king or politician. But karma bhi, of all the actions, what is the purpose? The purpose is not simply enjoyment of senses like animals, but the purpose is tattva jigyasa, to understand what is the truth of this life. Who has created this world? What is the purpose? Why am I here? Why am I suffering? When we suffer, we go to doctor. In a similar fashion, we should have this question: why am I suffering? Something is unnatural. I am doing which I am not supposed to do. So human life is meant for such inquiry. All the actions which we are doing, the result is tattva jigyasa, one should inquire truth. So such professors of the Vedic culture who were sages, they have approved this knowledge as being absolute truth. If we want to understand computers, we go to Faculty of Computer Science. If we want to understand automobiles, we go to Faculty of Mechanical Engineering. Similarly, if you want to understand what is truth of life, we should go to Faculty of Truth Department. And this truth department you'll find only in the Vedic culture. In Vedic culture, all education is meant only for knowing truth. That is why all the pass outs of Vedic schools called Gurukul, they would never take up jobs. Because a person needs to be independent first of all in order to understand truth. So only those people who did not go to Vedic schools, Gurukuls, they would take up jobs. Otherwise, jobs were never taken by any educated person in the Vedic culture. They would remain free. Either they would cultivate their own farms, work 3 months in a year, and balance time they would cultivate Krishna consciousness, or they are Kshatriyas, they collect tax and give protection to people. They are also not dependent on money for somebody, or they are Brahmanas. He is satisfied simply by maintaining, keeping his body and soul together. Somebody gives more donation, he will distribute it. He doesn't want to even accumulate money for next day. Such exalted culture. So such people, such great sages have approved this is truth, Faculty of Truth. So just like we have not seen neutrons, we have not seen electrons, we have not seen protons, we have not seen the black holes. And we might die without seeing them, but we believe in them. Yes, proton, neutron, electron, quarks, so many subatomic particles, they exist. Black holes do exist. We might not be able to see. Electromagnetic waves do exist. In a similar fashion, just like we are depending on some authorities to believe on things we cannot perceive directly, here also we depend on such authorities. And it is not difficult to understand the existence of demigods. You see, this is wonderful machine. Now this session is being recorded on a camera. These eyes are more advanced than most advanced camera that we have made till now. How the image comes, it falls on the retina. The curvature is so perfect. The curvature could have been distorted from birth. There could be some deficiency. Of course, some very sinful people, they have this thing. But normally for most of us, the curvature is just right that the image falls on the retina. How did the atoms decide that we adjust in this way that the curvature should be focused on the retina? And then there is mechanism to control the intensity of light. There are sufficient proportion, the exact nice ratio of rods and cones which define our perception of colors. If it changes, we become colorblind. In every living entity, the right amount of rods and cones, the ability to distinguish colors is present. Then there are optical nerves, just like in camera. How the recording, it is able to be converted into electrical signals. And then these electrical signals are transmitted. So there is proper mechanism, wiring in the brain. Who has done this wiring? And then the image which is formed, that is inverted. There is optical nerve which inverts that image again, so that we can see the world right side up, not upside down. So who created this very nice optical nerve which inverts the image in the exact degree, 180 degree? Is it not a wonderful mechanism? Then it goes to spine, from spine it goes to brain. What wonderful machine it is. This is just eye. And there is so much wonderful mechanism happening in this body. Food that we eat, it goes, calcium will be taken out, will be sent to the bones, vitamins will be taken out, will be sent to the respective organs wherever it is required. The waste will be collected, it will be excreted. How nicely it is happening. Air comes, we need only oxygen, oxygen is taken, other gases not required are eliminated. How nice mechanism it is. So there is somebody who has designed, is it not? So that is a fact. It is done by a demigod. His name is Brahma. He has designed all our bodies. And Brahma also has been created by somebody. Brahma's body has been designed by somebody. That is Lord Krishna, that the Vedas define. So in this way, just like in any establishment, there is one king and there are so many ministers, or prime minister, under him so many ministers. In a similar fashion, there is one supreme personality who is called God. Under him, there are other ministers of universal affairs. They are called demigods. Why is it difficult to understand? Somebody has created all these machines, isn't it? The right chemicals, right? How nice design it is. Chanakya Pandit says, when I see just this mechanism, as soon as the child is out, there is milk in the breasts of the mother. Not before that, not after the child is grown up. Because the child cannot survive on anything other than milk. And the milk comes out at the right time. And it has all the nutrients required for the child, and child cannot survive on anything else than the milk. How nice is this mechanism? So there are people who are doing it, and there is somebody who is controlling all such people who are doing this thing. He is called Supreme Lord, and those people who are directly responsible for such activities. Just like now in a city, there is water supply, there is power supply. Similarly, please do not think it is happening by chance. The rains, the water, the air, the food that we have, everything is in control of demigods. It is mentioned in the scriptures. Now our science does not allow us. Otherwise, we could have gone and practically seen. But now we cannot go, so we take help of authorities. And these authorities are not ordinary. They are very powerful. They have dedicated their lives to find truth. And these authorities reject general perceptions that we have, calling it as illusion. So will they believe and propound some mythology? No. So I request, let us try to with great deliberation, with diligence, read the Vedas, and we also will be convinced that this is fact. God is fact, the supreme creator, demigods are also fact. So here Krishna is telling, the demigods being pleased by the sacrifice will also please you, and thus nourishing one another, there will reign general prosperity for all. As we give tax to the government maintains all these departments very nicely, and the facilities are given to us. We have nice transport, nice education, and all the public facilities, defense, healthcare is done by the government. If we don't give tax, then again we will not be taken care properly and we will suffer eventually. If we give tax, we are given proper care, we earn more money, we give more tax, there is general prosperity for all. Similar cycle happens here in the universe also. So a person is supposed to do yajna. By yajna, demigods are pleased, they are nourished, and they nourish us. In this way, mutually, the demigods and the living entities, by following this chakra, this cycle of yajna, for everybody there is prosperity. This science is not known to people. Ishtan bhogan hi vo deva dasyante yajna bhavitaah tairdattan apradayebhyo yo bhunkte stena eva saha. In charge of the various necessities of life, the demigods, being satisfied by the performance of yajna, sacrifice, supply all necessities to man. But he who enjoys these gifts without offering them to the demigods in return is certainly a thief. A person does not give tax, he is called a thief. And can a thief be happy? No. So a thief could be less intelligent, or a thief could be technologically very advanced. He has nice weapons with himself, he has night jammers, he has all the nice technology, with that he is robbing a bank. Or a person without technology stealing, both are called thieves and both will be punished. In a similar fashion, people wonder sometimes what is lacking in society. We are having more and more researches every day. The institutions are getting more and more funds. We are advancing in our so-called technology. But still the suffering is also increasing. Because we are not doing yajna. Apart from self-realization, even for material prosperity, we understand giving tax is required. So because we are not doing yajna, Krishna is telling Stena eva saha, he is a thief. So simply by advancing in technology and science, but remaining a thief, not doing yajna, sufferings will not go away. And the proof is, we are seeing, There is so much analysis in the world how the stress is always building up and the natural resources, they are getting depleted. The West US, 40% of it is very badly drought struck. They are trying cloud seeding, so many things, but even though theoretically we have such measures, nobody has been successful in doing cloud seeding. It is not possible. So here we will see next Krishna mentions how these yajnas are very important. The rains happen because of yajna. Because of rains we have food grains, and then there would be no scarcity. If we don't do yajna, most advanced cities, water table is going down, natural resources are getting depleted. This will happen. So we have to become an honest man, do yajna, do sacrifice. And there are some very nice side benefits also of such yajnas. What is that? Yajna shishtashinas santo muchyante sarvakil vishay bhunjante tetvagham papa ye pachantyatma karanat. The devotees of the Lord are released from all kinds of sins because they eat food which is offered first for sacrifice. Others who prepare food for personal sense enjoyment verily eat only sin. This also we do not know. So many basic things, unfortunately, we do not know, which was part of the culture. Yajna Shishtashina Santaha. Santaha means saintly people. What kind of food do they eat? Yajna Shishta, the remnants of Yajna. And why do they do that? Muchyante sarvakil vishay. We suffer only because of sins. We have to understand. Please, this is very important. It is ignorance if we think because of bad government I am suffering, because of bad neighbors I am suffering, because of bad family members I am suffering, bad life partner, bad boss, bad subordinate, bad weather. No, sir. We are suffering because we have broken laws of nature. These are merely instruments of our suffering. That is why a person should be desperate to know what are the laws so that I don't break them further and continue or expand my suffering. And I should be eager to get rid of the reactions which have accumulated because of past sinful activities. And how to do it? This is the way. Yajna Shishta Shina Santa. By eating Yajna Shishta, remnants of Yajna Shishta, food which is offered in Yajna or offered to Lord Krishna. Yajna is one of the names of Lord Krishna. So directly either we offer to Krishna and then we take the food, or we do Yajna, which was being done in Treta Yuga, like that. We get freedom from the sinful reactions. Just imagine, person becomes free from sinful reaction, he becomes happy just by eating the food. That is why it was culture in the country that nobody would take food without offering it first to Lord Krishna in the temple. Every Brahmana, he would have a Shaligram Shila to worship. Shaligram Shila is another incarnation of Lord Krishna. And the food would be offered first to Shaligram Shila, and then if he is worshipping some other devatas, they would be given prasadam, which is offered to Shaligram Shila. Then it would be distributed to general people, everybody. And if we do not do that, the advantage is if we do that, we are freed from the sinful reaction. Bhunjante te tvagham papa ye pachanti atma karanat. Atma karanat, if a person cooks food for one's own pleasure, gratification, agham pap, he is not just doing pap, sinful activity. Agham pap means very greatly, verily he is eating only sin, Krishna is mentioning. Because if you cultivate food, first of all, tilling the field, plowing, you kill so many microorganisms or germs, insects. So killing is killing. Soul is same, either in small body or big body. Whether you smashed a person who was walking on road or who was riding a big vehicle, the act of killing remains the same, punishment remains the same. So some soul is there in small body or in big body. If killing is happening, the nature is automated to bring suffering to us in the next life, and we will be killed. And then after that, sometimes there is death because you are uprooting the plant completely. The plant dies. The plants and vegetables also have life. If their death happens, then that is also killing. And when you grind the grains, again so many small living entities get smashed. When we cook in flame of the fire, so many living entities die again. When we eat, when we chew, when we drink water, so many small living entities again die. There is a lot of death involved in the process of cultivating, harvesting and cooking and eating food. and we are responsible for all such deaths. If we do not offer food in yajna to Lord Krishna, when we offer food to Lord Krishna, then the food becomes purified of all contamination. Just like the government told, whatever money you have accumulated, you declare your assets and then you submit it to the government, and then you will not be punished for that. In a similar fashion, just a crude example we are discussing here, if you offer the food to Krishna, it becomes purified. Why it becomes purified? Because the living entity anyway has to die. But if all those living entities who died in this process of food, and that food is offered to Krishna, their life becomes a sacrifice in the service of Krishna. So they would have followed the gradual process of evolution from insects to bigger insect, then to reptile, then to birds, beasts, and gradually human being after many, many lifetimes. But because now their life has become sacrifice for Krishna, because that food has been offered to Krishna, they immediately get promoted to a human form of life. This is a great science. Thus that food becomes purified. It becomes a benevolent activity for all the species involved. And when a person takes that purified food, he is freed from all sins. Now everybody cooks for their own self, or worse, we are getting the food which is cooked from some other person. So we do not know that when we cook food, our consciousness mixes with the food. So if we get food cooked from a person who is having very low consciousness, no proper character, no regulation in habits, very angry, lusty, we will also get anger and lust automatically. These things are not known to people, and they tell, why my mind is disturbed, why this thing is happening. The food you are eating, it is being cooked by whom? First of all, it is not offered, and it is being cooked by a person who is having very low degraded consciousness. What will happen to us? So all these basic things are not known to us. Then who can stop our suffering? First of all, we don't do yajna, we don't offer. There is no understanding that I am suffering because of sinful reactions. So thus it is very imperative we read, we have a systematic understanding of Bhagavad Gita. Annad bhavanti bhutani parjanyadanna sambhavaha yagyad bhavati parjanyo yagya karma samudbhavaha. All living bodies subsist on food grains which are produced from rain. Rains are produced by performance of yajna, sacrifice, and yajna is born of prescribed duties. So food grains happen because of rains, and the rains happen because of yajna. Thus, because we are reducing yajna, it is told in the Vedas, the rains would be very, very scarce in the days which are going to come in Kali Yuga, especially towards the end of Kali Yuga. So it is not by chance. Nature is providing everything under very stringent laws. And yajna is born of prescribed duty. If you don't do your duty, where is the question of sacrifice? Sacrificing the results. Karma brahmodbhavam vidhi brahmakshara samudbhavam tasma sarvagatam brahma nityam yajne pratishtitam. Regulated activities are prescribed in the Vedas, and the Vedas are directly manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Brahmakshara samudbhavam. Consequently, all pervading transcendence is eternally situated in acts of sacrifice. So very important word used here is Brahmakshara samudbhavam. The Vedas are coming from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is a version of Bhagavad Gita. In other places it is written Aparusheya. Vedas are not given by any human being. That is, it is perfect knowledge. Aparusheya, not by any Purush, any human being. Brahmakshara samudbhavam. They are manifest from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They are the user manual for our life without any human frailties and imperfections. So even if a person wants to have materially comfortable life, having all the natural resources, we need to do yajna. But then how to do yajna would be the next question. Where to find qualified brahmanas? Finding a yajnik brahmana is very difficult. It is almost impossible in Kali Yuga. To find the ingredients for yajna, to have proper procedure, it's not possible. To do standard Vedic yajna, fire sacrifice, and every grahastha is supposed to do 5 kinds of yajna. to avoid the reaction of so many inadvertent sinful activities that we do. While walking, talking, sleeping, regular activities, so many living entities are dying. And all those sins are getting accumulated. So how do we do this Pancha Yajna, 5 kind of sacrifice in this Kali Yuga? Thus it is told, Yajna is Sankirtana Prayar Yajantihi Sumedasa. Doing Yajna is very important. But as we were discussing, Vedas recommend practices as per time, place, circumstances and capacity of the individual. As per your capacity you follow. So now people are very degraded. It is told in Kali Yuga, Kalau Shudra Sambhava. Everybody Shudra. Shudra means untrained. It is not indicating any caste. Shudra means untrained person. Now everybody is untrained and who cries for small insignificant things. Everybody cries, gets distressed very easily. And Brahmana means who is not disturbed at all, even for death of his own self or his relatives or anybody else. He is not disturbed by the changes of body. He understands it is only a dress. Because of illusion, we are identifying ourselves with the body, just like a man crying because of a bad dream. So when everybody is Shudra in Kali Yuga, we have no capacity to do anything else. When we don't have proper Brahmanas, Yagic Brahmanas, another simple method is recommended. But please note, even though it is simple, it does not mean it is less effective. Rather, it is most effective. It more than compensates the deficiency of any good qualities of previous ages. But not everybody will be able to appreciate it. Thus Bhagavatam, the crux of all Vedas, recommends Yajna Sankirtana Prayar Yajantihi Sumedasa. The Supreme Person Yajanti will be worshipped by Medhasa means one who is intelligent. Sumedhasa means one who is very intelligent. So those people who are very bright, very intelligent, they will be able to understand the importance of Sankirtan. Sankirtan means chanting the names of God together. Bahubhir militva gayati iti Sankirtana. So very simply, if we chant and hear the names of God, the glories of God and the signs of God, that is called Sankirtan. Discussion or singing about God. Name, signs, activities, qualities of God. So the intelligent people of Kali Yuga in this age are recommended to follow this Sankirtan Yajna. And the same results can be attained what people did by performance of Dhyan Yoga for thousands of years. Valmiki 60,000 years he did tapasya. Vishwamitra, father, mother of Krishna, did tapasya for 10,000 years. And like this, so many living entities, very advanced saints have done tremendous tapasya for thousands of years. Same result can be attained by Sankirtan in this age. So this is the process, very simple process recommended. If somebody follows Krishna consciousness, Sankirtan Yajna, then automatically all the material necessities, resources will be given, all the demigods will be pleased, and a person will make perfect spiritual advancement at the same time. Evam pravartitam chakram nanuvartayati hayaha aghayur indriya ramo mogham partha sajivati. My dear Arjuna, a man who does not follow this prescribed Vedic system of sacrifice certainly leads the life of sin, for a person delighting only in the senses lives in vain. So Krishna is telling one who does not sacrifice the results of his activities for Krishna, who lives only to enjoy the senses, his life is waste, he lives in vain. And this is what most of us are doing today. But now here Krishna mentions an exception. So much Krishna has told you should do duty, sacrifice the results of the activity. But there is exception. What is that? Yastvatmaratireva syad atmatriptascha manavaha atmanyeva cha santushtas tasya karyam na vidyate. One who is, however, taking pleasure in the self, who is illumined in the self, who rejoices in and is satisfied with the self only, fully satiated, for him there is no duty. So one may ask, then who is supposed to renounce and just engage himself in the study of the Vedas? So here it is told, yes, there is a category of people who are Atmarati, who are completely satisfied. So such people, they can renounce the activities, their occupational duties, and they can read the Vedas, they can just chant Hare Krishna entire day, they can worship Krishna, and completely have a renounced order of life. But such a person should be Atmarati. It should not be simply the change of dress to get public attention, but a person should be self-satisfied. So two kinds of people are called self-satisfied or Atmaram. This word is used in Bhagavatam also. So one class is impersonalist, who just understand the concept of Brahma Jyoti. Brahma Jyoti is the spiritual effulgence which is coming out from the body of Krishna, as Krishna will declare in Bhagavad Gita. Brahmano hi pratisthaham, that Brahma Jyoti is situated on me. Just like the sun and sunlight is non-different, similarly Krishna and the light coming from Krishna's body, there is no difference. They are one and the same unit, but still there is difference, because the light is light and the personality is personality, the source of light. So those people who have just knowledge that the absolute truth is light, they don't have further knowledge that this light has got a source called the personality of Godhead, they are also Atmaram. They are Atmarati, they are self-satisfied. But this kind of self-satisfaction cannot continue eternally, because by nature we are meant to enjoy loving relationship, activity in the service of Krishna. So a person can be very peaceful there for a very, very long time, but then we want the pleasure of relationship, pleasure of activities, and then a person falls down to material platform. There is another class of Atmarati who are devotees, who are always engaged in the service of Krishna. They are also self-satisfied, always relishing the pleasure of Krishna within the self, the relationship within the self. They also don't feel the pull of sense enjoyment, because they are already completely satiated. So for both these people, there are no duties. So the Jnanis, the impersonalists, they study, they hear the Vedanta, whereas devotees, they do Sankirtan, they do meditation, they offer prayers. In this way, they completely engage themselves in the service of Krishna, giving up their occupational duties. For such people, it is not required. They can give up, because what is the purpose of all the duties, perfection of duty that we have discussed? Sam siddhir haritoshanam, that is pleasure of Hari. So as a student who has graduated out of school, who is studying in college, he need not attend classes because he is graduated. Or sometimes students who are very wise, they are given promotion, they need not attend lower classes. So a person who is Atmarati, self-satisfied, for him there is no need of these subordinate duties. Naiva tasya kritenartho na kriteneha kaschana na chasya sarva bhuteshu kaschid artha vyapashrayah. A self-realized man has no purpose to fulfill in the discharge of his prescribed duties, nor has he any reason not to perform such work, nor has he any need to depend on any other living being. A self-realized soul has no reason to perform the prescribed duties, and there is no reason not to do the duty. So what he is supposed to do? He can do anything, as per the wish of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That is what Lord Krishna is recommending now. Tasmadasakta satatam karyam karma samachara asakto hi acharan karma param apnoti purushaha. Therefore, without being attached to the fruits of activities, one should act as a matter of duty, for by working without attachment, one attains the Supreme. So the Supreme is impersonal Brahma Jyoti for the impersonalists, and the Supreme is Supreme Personality of Godhead for the devotees, for the Buddhi Yogis or Bhakti Yogis. So in either case, if a person works without attachment, then one attains the Supreme, either the Brahma Jyoti or the association of Krishna in the Vaikuntha planets, or in Golok Vrindavan, the topmost of the Vaikuntha planet, where he lives personally with his associates. कर्मणैव हि संसिद्धिम् आस्थिता जनकादयः लोकसंग्रहमेवापि sampashyan kartumarhasi. Even kings like Janak and others attained the perfectional stage by performance of prescribed duties. Therefore, just for the sake of educating the people in general, you should perform your work. So here Krishna is telling Arjun to perform his prescribed duty of fighting only. Why? Because he is quoting the instance of Janak Maharaj, father of Mother Sita, who was a self-realized soul, a pure devotee. Even though he was a self-realized soul, still he acted and fought many wars and did all the regulated prescribed duties of Varnashrama because, as Krishna will explain in the next shloka, please hear very carefully. Yad yad acharati shreshthas tat tat evetaro janaha sayat pramanam kurute lokastad anuvartate. Whatever action is performed by a great man, common men follow in his footsteps. And whatever standards he sets by exemplary acts, all the world pursues. So the world will pursue the leaders of the society. Yad yad acharati shreshtaha. And the best leader is the king himself. So if king is found not to be doing the duties of Varnashrama nicely, then all the ordinary people who are not self-realized, they may also leave their duties, thinking, oh, this is the right conduct. So that is why it is very, very important for Arjuna. Krishna is telling, because you are also leader, you are also king, the great general. People look up to you, so please do your duties very nicely, but asaktam, without any attachment, not for enjoying the results of the activities. न मे पार्थास्ति कर्तव्यं त्रिषु लोकेषु किंचन नानवाप्तम् अवाप्तव्यं वर्त एव च कर्मणि. O son of Pritha, there is no work prescribed for me within all the three planetary systems, nor am I in want of anything, nor have I need to obtain anything, and yet I am engaged in work. Now Krishna is beginning to explain his position. Krishna is mentioned in the second chapter and in this chapter also to sacrifice the results. Now Krishna gradually will bring Arjuna to the point of directly giving instructions. Sacrifice the result for me. Why? What is my position? Here Krishna begins to explain, and more clearly Krishna will start explaining next chapter onwards. Here Krishna explains, Name parthasti kartavyam trishu lokeshu kinchana. In the three worlds there is no work prescribed for me, nor am I in want of anything. So it is said in the Shvetashvatar Upanishad, in many Vedas, the position of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Dehi dehi vibhedoyam neshvare vidyate kvachit. There is no difference between the Deha and Dehi. There is a difference. Our body Deha is different, and Dehi, we the dweller of the bodies, are different. But Ishvare, in the Supreme Personality of Godhead, na vidyate kvachit, such difference does not exist. So for Krishna, there is no difference between Krishna's body and Krishna's soul. Some people tell, when Krishna tells surrender unto me, not to Krishna, to the soul within Krishna we have to surrender. No. This is ignorance. They don't know the Vedas. They don't know the science of God. Neshvare vidyate dehi deha vibheda. There is no difference between body, because we don't want this body which is full of diseases, death, old age and birth, all such troubles. So why God will take such a nasty body? So there is no need for him. His body is completely spiritual. Satchidananda Vigraha. Thus the Vedas tell, Na tasya karyam karanam cha vidyate. God does not have material senses like us. He has got spiritual senses. Angani yasya sakalendriya vritti manti. Every sense can do the action of any other sense, because entire body is made up of substance called spirit. Krishna simply by seeing the food can taste the food. Krishna simply by breathing can speak the Vedas. So in this way, one limb can perform the action of any other limb. Simply by hearing the mantras for offering food, Krishna can eat food. So that is why it is told, Na tat samaschabhyadhikascha drishyate. Thus there is nobody who is found equal to or superior to Krishna. Na tat samaha cha abhyadhikaha. There is no question of adhik, being superior to Krishna. Nobody has such body that one limb can perform the action of any other limb. Parase Shaktir Vividhaiva Shruyate. He has got multifarious potencies. All the energies of the world belong to him. Swabhaviki Jnana Bala Kriyacha. So we need to work hard to acquire Gyan, knowledge about certain thing. We need to work hard to get strength. We need to work hard to develop Kriya skills. But for Krishna it happens automatically. Simply by his wish, everything happens. So there is no reason for Krishna to do any work, because whatever he desires happens automatically by his energies. So thus Krishna is telling, there is no reason for me to engage in any kind of activity. Still Krishna does activity. Why? Yadi hyaham na varteyam jatu karmanyatandritaha mama vartamanu vartante manushyav partha sarvashaha. For if I did not engage in work, O Parth, certainly all men would follow my path. Utsideyur ime loka na kuryam karma chedaham sankarasya cha kartasyam upahanyamimav prajah. If I should cease to work, then all these worlds would be put to ruination. I would also be the cause of creating unwanted population, and I would thereby destroy the peace of all sentient beings. Krishna is telling, if I cease to work, then all these worlds would be put to ruination. I will be the cause of creating unwanted population. If I don't follow brahmacharya, then accepting grahast ashram. People ask why Krishna married. Because for general people, marriage is very important. Not everybody will be able to control the senses. If Krishna did not set an example by marriage, Lord Ramchandra did not set an example by marriage, then general mass would follow because they are kings. So king has to be very ideal in all respects. So marriage, people think marriage is for enjoying sex life. Rather, the purpose is totally converse. It is to regulate one's sex life. If there is no marriage, then person will do sex unlimitedly without restriction. And sex life is so horrible that the dissatisfaction always increases in the heart. Thus in West, where people have unlimited opportunity for sex, there is more depression, more chaos in life. Because as Krishna will explain, Dura Purena Kamena, this lust is never satisfied. It always burns more and more the more you satisfy. So in order to regulate, when the lust is regulated and finished, then the memory is stable. Then a person can have a peaceful mind and think about God and the purpose of life. So that is why the marriage recommendation is there, so that lust can be regulated. And then sannyas, it can be given up. So Krishna told, if I don't follow these rules and regulations of Varnashrama Dharma, then general people will start following my path and nobody would marry, and then I would be the cause of creating unwanted population. If you don't marry, don't follow Garbhadan Sanskar, purify consciousness. In purified consciousness, create progeny, the soul which will come. If the husband and wife simply for sex enjoyment they mate, and child is byproduct of such enjoyment, child would be very lusty, would be born with all lower qualities. So one has to have very purified consciousness. And at the time of conceiving the child carries the consciousness of father and mother. So these sciences, and now nobody knows it. Thus children are naturally disturbed, very lusty, greedy, angry, having very much the base qualities, and the whole world is disturbed. So Krishna is telling, Sankarasya, unwanted progeny population will be created. I would be the cause, and the whole world will be put to ruination. They will be inclined to do all nasty activities, will not agree to become God conscious very easily. But It is important to note, even though Krishna has done activities for guiding us, Krishna has shown some supernatural activities also to assert that he is Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus, very nicely it is told in the Vedas, Nayata samachare jatu manasapi hi anishvaraha vinashyati acharan modyad yatha rudro abdijam visham. So, Modyad, foolish people, they want to imitate personalities like Lord Krishna and Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva drank poison. Can we drink poison? No. So please do not give argument that Lord Shiva, he has done some pastime, some activity of smoking, I will also smoke. No. Lord Shiva has taken the responsibility of advancing on the spiritual path the most tamasic living entities like ghosts and goblins. Thus he moves around in the graveyard and he externally maintains a tamasic appearance. So one should not also try to become tamasic. No, Lord Shiva has taken that responsibility of delivering ghosts and goblins on the path of spiritual advancement. If we also take such external get-up, we will fall in tamoguna very badly and lose the opportunity of advancement. So we should not give this argument, Shiva smokes, I will also smoke. Shiva can smoke, Shiva can drink poison also and still live very happily. But we will die immediately. Oh, Krishna danced, did Ras Leela, I will also do Ras Leela. No, Krishna did for a certain reason. You cannot imitate that. So that is why Anukaran, Anusaran, two words are used. If a person does Anusaran, that is what is recommended, following their footsteps, their instructions. And if a person does Anukaran, if he tries to act in the way Krishna has acted, Shiva has acted, they would be destroyed. So thus it is told, Madhyad, foolish people, Rudro, Abdijam Visham, Rudra drank poison. If they want to imitate, they will be finished. So not to imitate, but to follow the footsteps is the required necessity for spiritual advancement. Sakta karmanya vidvanso yatha kurvanti bharata kuryad vidvans tatha saktash tikir shurloka sangraham. As the ignorant perform their duties with attachment to results, similarly the learned may also act, but without attachment, for the sake of leading people on the right path. So thus there is no necessity of leaving house for perfecting one's spiritual life. As the materialist is acting, similarly we may also act. There is no need of changing one's position. Sthane sthita shrutigatam. We simply have to shrutigatam, keep on hearing the signs of Krishna and explain it to others. Keep on hearing the names of Krishna, explain it to others. Shrutigatam tanuvan manobhir. And surrender to Krishna wherever you are. Try to fulfill his orders, like he is ordering Arjuna to fight. Similarly, Krishna has got a plan here to deliver this knowledge to people. Simply if we do our activities for the service of Krishna, for delivering this knowledge to people, then wherever, whatever job, business, occupation we are doing, we can do that. But without attachment to the results. That is a spiritualist, perfect spiritualist. This is spiritual life. When the end is material enjoyment, that activity is called materialism. When the end is spiritual enjoyment, enjoyment of Krishna, then that is called spiritual life. As simple as that. That is Krishna's recommendation here. As the ignorant perform their duties with attachment to results, similarly learned may also act, but without attachment, for the sake of leading people on the right path. Na buddhi bhedam janayed ajnanam karma sanginam joshaye sarva karmani vidvan yukta samacharan. Let not the wise disrupt the minds of the ignorant who are attached to fruitive action. They should not be encouraged to refrain from work, but to engage in work in the spirit of devotion. Prakrite kriyamanani gunay karmani sarvashaha ahankara vimudhatma kartaham iti manyate. The bewildered spirit soul, under the influence of the three modes of material nature, thinks himself to be the doer of activities which are in actuality carried out by nature. So this is very important verse again. It is told here, please again read this verse very carefully, verse number 27. of this third chapter. Prakritehe kriyamanani gunaye karmani sarvashaha. Prakriti, nature is doing everything by the three modes of nature, guna, sattva guna, rajaguna, tamoguna. Ahankar vimudhatma, but mudha means foolish, vimudha means specially foolish. Specially foolish living entities, what do they think? Out of false ego. False ego means, as we discussed, because of this energy we think I am the body. So in this false ego, I am this body, they think I am the doer also. Karta aham, I am the doer, iti manyate, in this way they think. So this is ignorance. We are helpless, almost like puppets. In human life we have got some freedom, otherwise in all other lower species, non-human species, animals, reptiles, birds, beasts, we are just like puppets. They are completely controlled by the modes of nature. As we can see, the animals cannot change their behavior. The dog will eat in a certain way, will sleep in a certain way, will mate in a certain way, and so do other animals and plants also. But human being can change, and he should change for good. Unfortunately, we are changing for the worse. We are becoming animal-like, non-regulated in our activities. Regulation, control means human, no control means animal. So this freedom is given so that we can further move up the evolution ladder, get more sattvic bodies. If not, we are able to liberate ourselves. But unfortunately, in today's civilization, do whatever you want. This life is all in all. There is no next life. So person becomes very eager to enjoy his senses like animals, because he will die very soon and eventually becomes an animal in the next life. So thus, nature is doing everything. We are not the doers. In human form of life, we have got certain freedom. But in human form of life also, we are almost very much forced. Avashaha. We are passive actors. If we have got body of a man, if we are in ahankar, we will get attracted to women. I think, oh, I am choosing a woman. No, sir, you are being forced to choose a woman. Similarly, woman is forced to choose a man. Helplessly, mind body gets attracted. And then there is hunger. You are forced to eat, forced to work. Then nature makes you believe, because of this energy, because of Rajaguna and Tamoguna, person thinks I am the body. Now he wants name and fame in society, forced to do certain kind of activity. If you have got certain modes of nature, mix of Rajaguna and Tamoguna, we will be doing the task of a farmer, businessman, a trader. If we have got Rajaguna predominantly, we will be doing the task of administration. We will be Kshatriya, a warrior. If we have got Sattvaguna, we will be doing the task of Brahmana as per the qualities that we have. If we have got Tamasic mode of nature, then we will be doing Shudra work, or less than that. As per the qualities, helplessly we think, we behave. Psychology, physiology is under control of nature. How the body is acting, how the food is getting digested, nothing is in our control. Unfortunately, we think I am the doer. No. Nature is doing it, is nature's plan. Just like the government decides, now we want to make a road here. So the mason and the laborer cannot tell I have made the road. Engineer cannot tell I have made the road. Government, we tell government made the road. They are acting as instruments. If engineer tells I will not make the road, laborer tells I will not work on the field, will the road not be made? Road will still be made. So the action is being done by government. And we can choose to act. Similarly, action is being done by Prakriti. We are thinking I am doing benefit to some living entities, I am causing harm to other living entities. No, we cannot do anything. If harm has to happen, benefit has to happen, that happens as per the individual karma of the living entities. We may become instrument. If money order has to go to somebody, the postman earlier, this digital transactions were not there before. So postman will carry money. So anybody can choose to act as postman and he can carry money order. But postman cannot supply money to anybody. So we should not think, oh, I am dependent on my boss to give me money. I am dependent on somebody to give me. No, if money is in destiny, money will come by ways and means. We should just do our regulated work. That's it. By working hard, we will not be able to increase our opulence. We might be able to accumulate for some time, but that money will go away. Either by disease, theft, robbery, or our relatives will enjoy, but we will not be able to enjoy even by accumulation. If I think, oh, these living entities are dependent on me for maintenance, no. Prakriti, nature is maintaining under supervision of Krishna. We may choose to act as instrument. If we do our duty nicely to maintain our family members, we'll be rewarded. If we don't do our duty nicely, we'll be punished. If a civil engineer, he is not now doing his task nicely, he'll be punished. If he does nicely, he'll be rewarded, promoted. But he is not the doer. In a similar fashion, we should understand, I am simply an instrument. The work will happen, harm will happen, good will happen to people. So that is why a living entity saves time from material activities. Yes, we do maintain people, we maintain our family, we maintain everybody, but for ultimate elevation to Krishna consciousness. Unnecessary, we don't take anxiety to solve the problems of life because we cannot solve it. Problems will come as per destiny. So we do regulated work, try to solve problems as far as possible, but we should understand it is happening as per the nature. We are simply an instrument. So our focus should be to elevate Krishna consciousness of my own self and that of my family members and society and nation. This is the prime motto of work for a spiritualist. Tattvavittu mahabhaho gunakarma vibhagayoh guna guneshu vartanta iti matva na sajjate. One who is in knowledge of the absolute truth, O mighty armed, does not engage himself in the senses and sense gratification, knowing well the difference between work in devotion and work for fruitive results. So Vimudhatma, what he does, karta ham iti manyate, he thinks I am the doer, and he works very passionately thinking everything is on my head, I have to do, and takes so much of anxiety because of this. Tu, Krishna tells, but tattvavit, tattva means truth, one who is the knower of truth, he does not act in this way. So Krishna tells here, Guna guneshu vartanta iti matmana sajjate. One who is in knowledge of absolute truth does not engage himself in senses and sense gratification. Knowing well the difference between work in devotion and work for sense enjoyment. Now the whole world, what is the purpose? What does our education tells us? You become successful so that you can enjoy. But this science is missing, that we are part and parcel of Krishna, just like a leaf cannot enjoy. Leaf is part and parcel of tree. Water has to go to root. Leaf will enjoy automatically. If we serve Krishna, we enjoy automatically. We are part and parcel of Krishna. So in the absence of this knowledge, people work for directly enjoying and they increase their miseries in life. So a person who is tattvavit, he does not do work for senses, sense gratification. He does work for the satisfaction of Supreme. Prakratir guna sammudha sajjante guna karmasu tana kritsna vido mandan krishna vinna vichalayet. Bewildered by the modes of material nature, the ignorant fully engage themselves in material activities and become attached, but the wise should not unsettle them, although these duties are inferior due to the performer's lack of knowledge. Now Krishna is telling here the duties of Varnashrama system, which tell you that you have some certain responsibility for certain living entities, it is inferior. If we take care of our primary responsibility of service to God, all these are automatically taken care, as we have discussed in the previous session. It is all inclusive, but one should not unsettle them, because they will not be able to understand, and unless they do these duties which are inferior, they will not be able to come to the platform of understanding their supreme duty, that is Haritoshanam. So you also act as they are acting, but tell them to act in the spirit of devotion towards the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Mai sarvani karmani sanyasyadhyatma chetasa nirashir nirmamo bhutva yudhyasva vigatajvaraha. Therefore, O Arjuna, surrendering all your works unto me, with mind intent on me, and without desire for gain, and free from egoism and lethargy, fight. Now some people who are scholars of Sanskrit, and who have been unfortunate, not been able to receive the knowledge in parampara, what is the actual meaning of the words in verse, they may tell, oh, why you are telling one has to sacrifice the results to Krishna? For God, yajna means sacrifice. They do not know, they have not read Bhoktaram Yajna Tapasam, the direct verse Krishna is telling, I am the ultimate beneficiary. They may argue like that. So they should read this verse where Krishna directly is mentioning the purpose of Bhagavad Gita. Mai sarvani karmani. Krishna is telling, Mai unto me, sarvani karmani sanyasya. All the work should be surrendered unto me. Directly, my word is used. Sanyasya adhyatma chetasa. Chetasa means consciousness. Consciousness should be fixed on me. Mind also should be intent on me. Surrendering all your works unto me with mind intent on me. Adhyatma chetasaha. Mai. Unto me consciousness should be fixed. Nirashir. Nirashi means without any desire for gain. We do any work for personal gain. That is a karmi, materialist. Karma yogi means he acts, but he has no desire to enjoy the gain. Why? Nirmamo bhutva. Mama means something belongs to me, proprietorship. One is thoroughly convinced this body belongs to Krishna, mind belongs to Krishna, he has created machine, I belong to Krishna. So everything that I have belongs to Krishna. So he simply maintains himself. That is a Brahmana. As we discussed, if there is little more money which is not required for that day's maintenance, he will do charity immediately. Next day again he will beg for his maintenance or pick up some grains from the field or the marketplace. In this way he will just have resources for that day's maintenance because he knows Krishna is maintaining everybody. Tomorrow he will maintain me. In this way he does not accumulate depending completely upon Krishna. So this is ideal. So even though we may not be able to follow the ideal, we can be practical. But the practical way it is told in the Vedas is a person should not enjoy more than half of his wealth. Up to 50% he can enjoy. The living standard should be not exceeding 25% of the income. 25% because we are householders, we need to have for emergency purpose, and 50% should be used in the service of Krishna. As a very great industrialist of our country, Mr. Nandan Nilekani, he has pledged 50% of his wealth, and he quoted the shloka of Bhagavad Gita that please do not think that the results belong to you. The very famous shloka which we discussed in the previous chapter, chapter number 2, that you have right to do your duty, karmanyeva adhikarate ma phaleshu kadachana. But it does not entitle you to the result of activity. You have no right upon the result. He quoted this verse from Bhagavad Gita and he pledged 50%. So thus, we are very fortunate in our country and across the world now. Bhagavad Gita is very famous. People are realizing and they understand. This is the Shastric injunction. Ideal is just maintain your body and soul, but we cannot expect ideal standards from everyone. So practical is 50% at least you use in the service of God, you sacrifice. And in this way, if you follow even this, even 50% could be more, we can start sacrificing a bit. But if we are able to attain this platform of using minimum 50% of wealth for Krishna, we will be having consciousness of a sannyasi. Sannyasi is always in bliss. And the same bliss can be experienced by a householder who is running an industry or doing the regular job if he performs activities in this fashion for the satisfaction of Krishna. So thus Krishna is telling Nirmama. A person can do that only when he is Nirmama. Nothing belongs to me. Just like a cashier, he accepts so much of wealth to give everything to bank. He knows Nirmama, it does not belong to me. So we have to understand, we have become very lusty and greedy like thieves, want to enjoy everything. It does not belong to us. That is why always stress and anxiety builds up in our life. So Nirashi, you work, surrendering all your works Mai unto me, and while we are doing activities for Krishna, we should be thinking of Krishna also, or chanting his name. That is the recommended way of thinking of Krishna in Kali Yuga. Satatam kirtayantu mam. Satat means always keep on chanting my name. So even though Krishna is in the background of the entire battle, Krishna is right there, charioteer sitting in front of Arjuna, but still Arjuna is being recommended by Krishna, man mana, think of me. Srila Prabhupada explains very nicely, even though Krishna is in the background, still Krishna is telling, think of me. So we should do work for Krishna while thinking of Krishna. Another example given is that of a woman who is having an extramarital affair. That is not encouraged. Example is given. Who is having an extramarital affair? She would be more careful. People tell, oh, if I follow spiritual life nicely, I'm not able to do my duties nicely. No, that is why this example is important. Acharyas have told, she is always thinking of her paramour, beloved. And at the same time, she is more cautious so that nobody should suspect that she is having an affair. Thus, she is becoming irregular in the household duties. So she does household duties even more carefully, but in her heart, she is always thinking, when will I meet my paramour? When will I go out? In a similar fashion, person can be doing any activity, but Adhyatma Chetasa, in his heart, he is always thinking of Krishna. This Adhyatma Chetasa will develop in Kali Yuga by always chanting the names of Krishna. So we can do all activities of practice. Our tongue should be used. In 9th chapter, we will see Satatam Kirtayanto, in always chanting the names of God. If you belong to other religion, Prabhupada tells, you have different name of God, you can chant that also, but that should be name of God. And if you are doubtful, then we have standard name, Krishna. You can try this. You are scientific minded, you are very fond of experiments, try this method and see the result in your life. So this is the way, this is the purpose of Gita. Mai sarvani karmani, all activities that you do, surrender the works unto me, and mind should be intently fixed on me. You should not aspire for the gain, enjoying the gain, and understand nirmama, nothing belongs to me. Yudhyasva vigata jvaraha. Now don't become lethargic, oh nothing belongs to me, everything belongs to Krishna. Okay, let me do some formality. No. Without lethargy and without feverish mentality, which people have, I want to win somehow. Without feverish mentality, without lethargy, vigata jvaraha, full of enthusiasm for the service of Krishna, fight. Ye me matam idam nityam anutishtanti manavaha shraddhavanto nasuyanto muchyante tepi karmabhihi. One who executes his duties according to my injunctions and who follows this teaching faithfully, without envy, becomes free from the bondage of fruitive actions. So now Krishna is telling here, using a very important word, ultimately we want freedom from the reactions. Karma bandhan prahasyasi. Because of karma, we are getting bodies, and bodies give us misery, material bodies. So if you act in such a way, you will be free. But sometimes, because we are all envious here, everybody who is in material world, he is envious of God, he or she is envious. So Krishna is telling, anasuyanto, who follows my injunctions without envy, because envy can come. Oh, I should give everything to you. What kind of God Krishna is? He's too much demanding. But we should understand this demand is not of a dictator, it is that of a lover. Just like in traditional families in India, wives would not work, they would take the responsibility of educating, training the children, which is very important work. Now the children are getting spoiled. And as we know, the consciousness of a person is very important, who is cooking the food. So these very important tasks they would do. And actually, working at home is very nice. And now, after this pandemic, people don't want to return to office, even in the offices of the best companies, because nobody likes to leave home. And what is the best job than spending time with the people you love, educating your children, taking care of them? So this very important task was given. Now people started neglecting this task of a homemaker. Now the women are going out and exploitation is happening, abuse is happening. Thus the Vedas tell, if woman goes out, then it is very risky how much protection you can give. This abuse is bound to happen. So women should always be protected. This is the version in the Vedas. So just like a dutiful wife, as soon as the husband gets salary, she would demand, give everything to me. And husband would lovingly give everything to her. This is the demand Krishna is having. Krishna, what is the need? Is Krishna in dearth of wealth? No. He is so much loving us. He knows unless they develop loving relationship, revive this relationship for me, they will not be satisfied. So he wants to rekindle this loving relationship. So he's asking, give it to me, and thus we will have a loving relationship. You will develop love for me. So we should not become envious. Krishna is dictator. He is telling, just think of me. No, it is love. Beloveds, do think of me and sing for me, glorify me. So Krishna is just training us how we can again rekindle loving relationships. So anasuyanto, one who follows these injunctions without envy of me, then they will become free from the bondage of work. So by doing work, you become free from the bondage of work. This is called Buddhi Yoga or Bhakti Yoga. Ye tvetad abhyasuyanto nanutishtanti me matam sarvajnana vimudhanstan vidhi nashtana chetasaha. But those who out of envy disregard these teachings and do not practice them regularly are to be considered bereft of all knowledge, befooled and doomed to ignorance and bondage. But if somebody is envious, I don't want to regulate myself as per somebody, Krishna or a book. I will have my own life. Then Krishna is telling, he is doomed, he will suffer. Just like a small child, if he does not take the advice of the parents, it is very dangerous for him. Somebody will kidnap, he will eat anything, spoil his health. Small children, they take sometimes naphthalene balls, thinking it as sugar candy. One such incident happened in our movement also, small child died. So if the children don't listen the strict advice of their parents, their health, career, everything would be lost. So thus Krishna is telling, please do not disregard. I also request all of you with folded hands, please. Do not disregard. Yes, I am very happy that all of you are listening these instructions, but we have to practically apply the instructions in our life also. For this, personal guidance is required. Thus we could have done our regular jobs and served Krishna. Why we are there? We have renounced our regular duties and occupation because some people are required who can give this knowledge to people, tell them how to practically apply these instructions. So please take advantage. So take advantage of such devotees who have renounced, dedicated their life so that they can explain people, guide people how to practically apply these instructions. So please, if there is any difficulty, you think it is impractical, it is because of lack of knowledge. Everything is practical. In a step-by-step manner, gradually, we can follow all these instructions perfectly, and all of us can be, in our own situation, perfectly self-realized souls. So please try to come in association of devotees and in their guidance, apply personally. And Krishna is warning here, like a child, those who do not follow, they will be lost. They are doomed to bondage. Sadrisham cheshtate swasya prakritir jnanavanapi prakritim yanti bhutani nigraha kim karishyati. Every man, I'll repeat, even a man of knowledge acts according to his own nature, for everyone follows his nature. What can repression accomplish? So Krishna is warning Arjuna, now you want to leave fight, repression will not accomplish anything unless the heart is cleansed. So use your tendencies in my service. Indriyasyendriyasyarthe ragadveshau vyavasthitau tayorna vasham agachet tau hiyasya paripanthino. Attraction and repulsion for sense objects are felt by embodied beings, but one should not fall under the control of senses and sense objects because they are stumbling blocks on the path of self-realization. Just like sometimes very attractive offers come, click on this link, you have a sudden reward waiting for you. We don't fall for that. Some people call us, they want the details of our credit cards, debit cards, and give us attractive options. We might get attracted, but we don't click on such malicious links. We don't respond to such calls. In a similar fashion, in this material world, unfortunately, when we see any sense object, we feel attraction. That is nature of this body. Something will be attractive, something would be repulsive. And our life's motto is to chase those things which are attractive and avoid those things which are repulsive. But Krishna is telling no. You should simply know what God desires me to do and then just engage myself in the service of God as per the direction of spiritual master, and not fall for the stumbling blocks of sense objects. They are stumbling blocks on the path of self-realization. Try to tolerate. Just like a married man or woman can get attracted to somebody beyond their life partners, but they don't go and marry them. They understand it is not right. We may find something very expensive which does not belong to us, but we don't start enjoying that. We wait for our wealth to grow. Because if I enjoy that, I become a thief. So in a similar fashion, many things would be attractive, Krishna is telling, but don't fall for that. One should strictly follow my injunctions and tolerate the attraction and repulsion of the sense objects. Shreyan swadharmo vigunaha paradharma swanushtitat swadharme nidhanam shreyaha paradharmo bhayavaha. It is far better to discharge one's prescribed duties, even though they may be faulty, than another's duties. Destruction in the course of performing one's own duty is better than engaging in another's duties. I'll repeat. It is far better to discharge one's prescribed duties, even though they may be faulty, than another's duties. Destruction in the course of performing one's own duty is better than engaging in another's duties, for to follow another's path is dangerous. Arjuna wanted to take the path of Brahmanas even though he was a Kshatriya. Brahmana is told to follow non-violence always, but Kshatriya, no. Even though while fighting he can be destroyed, one should not resist from doing his duty, because death anyway has to happen. If we do our duty nicely now, we are getting promotion, at least if not liberation in the next life, because we are eternal. So paradharm bhayavaha. Do not do this thing, please. If a small child carries calculator, he will not learn basic calculation, would be lost. He should not imitate the advanced students who calculate using scientific calculators in their examinations. No, one should not imitate the duties. At the same time, advanced students should not imitate lower children. Oh, let me also not carry calculator. Then he also will not be able to learn. At his level, it is required. So thus, everybody should carry their own prescribed duties, even though one may be destroyed doing their duties. Arjuna uvacha atha kena prayuktoyam papam charati purushaha anichannapi varshneya baladivaniyo. Arjuna said, O descendant of Vrishni, by what is one impelled to sinful acts, even unwillingly, as if engaged by force? Arjuna is asking very important question now. Krishna has told, if you do not do yajna, you are sinful. If you do not eat food which is offered to me, which is offered in the sacrifice, then again you are committing agham papam, gross sinful activity. So Krishna is described in so many ways. One who does not do his duty, he is sinful. Now Arjuna is telling, Krishna, I understood that there are all these activities which are sinful, but there is something which forces us to do sinful acts. What is that? Baladivaniyo. Something engages us in these activities even though I am not willing to do sins. I want to sacrifice for Krishna, but I cannot do that. I want to control my senses. I don't want to fall for sense objects, attraction, repulsion, but helplessly I do that. What is the reason for this? Arjuna scientifically now wants to understand the design of this nature. What is that energy which is forcing us, even though I am unwilling to commit sins? Now Krishna will help. Shri Bhagavanu Vacha Kamesha Krodhesha Rajo Guna Samudbhavaha Mahashano Mahapapma Vidhyenam Miha Vairinam. The blessed Lord said, it is lust only, Arjuna, which is born of the contact with the material modes of passion and later transformed into wrath. and which is the all-devouring, sinful enemy of this world. Dhumena vahanir yatha darsho malena cha yatholbena vrito garbhas tatha tene damavritam. As fire is covered by smoke, as a mirror is covered by dust, or as the embryo is covered by the womb, similarly the living entity is covered by different degrees of this lust. Avritam jnanametena jnanino nityavairina kamarupena kaunteya dushpurena nalena cha. Thus a man's pure consciousness is covered by his eternal enemy in the form of lust, which is never satisfied and which burns like fire. A person is harmed and sometimes killed by the enemy. So there is no harm by anything external to us. All the harm is because of this enemy which is called lust, which is sitting within us. What is this lust? Krishna tells, Kamesha Krodesha Rajaguna Samudbhavaha. When a living entity becomes forgetful of God, comes in contact with the material nature, then the tendency of loving God gets transformed into lust. Just like the milk is transformed into curds. So now we think, this lust is very nice. Let me satisfy my lust. And this is the biggest mistake. Why mistake? Because Krishna is telling here, Dushpurena analena cha. Dushpurena means it is never satisfied. As we discussed previously, it is like itching sensation of an eczema patient who is having wet sores on his body. If you try to scratch it, the sore worsens. Itching increases and ultimately it starts bleeding. In a similar fashion, the lust is never satisfied. Have we not experienced? And lust does not mean only sex pleasure. That is a grossest manifestation of lust. Lust means, this also we have discussed, Atmendriya Priti Vancha Tare Bari Kam. Any tendency to enjoy one's senses directly independent of Krishna's pleasure, that is called lust. Even sexual pleasure is not lust if one is using sex life for producing Krishna conscious children. That also Krishna will mention further. Dharma viruddho bhuteshu kamo asmi bhartarshava. Krishna is not against sex life. Otherwise, why there is grahast ashram? But it should be ashram. All the activities are for spiritual advancement. When sex life is done for spiritual advancement, right, spiritual soul is brought into this world, then such sex life, Krishna tells, I am that sex life. So sex life is authorized, but if it is for spiritual advancement, a spiritual child is brought into this world. By chanting the mantras, purification of consciousness, it should be executed in proper time. Many regulations are there. But if a person tries to enjoy sex pleasure just for personal gratification, then that is called lust. If a person enjoys any of the senses for one's own enjoyment, then that is called lust. Atmendriya Priti Vancha. Even desire for name and fame, prestige in society, that is also subtle form of lust. Any kind of tendency of independent enjoyment is lust. And we think, oh, if I satisfy the demands of tongue, skin, genitals, or mind, name, fame, I will be satisfied. But have we not experienced we are never satisfied? We want more sex, sex with different partners, with different genders, with different species also. It is never satisfied. You eat, you want to eat more, different varieties of food at different locations, never satisfied. Sleep, you want to sleep more and more, never satisfied. You want to watch videos, want to watch more and more, never satisfied. So it is like fire. Analena. Anala means fire. It burns like fire. The more you supply fuel, the more it burns. So thus a person is completely frustrated and perplexed. That is why the World Health Organization is ranking United States of America as one of the most depressed nations of the world for last 3-4 years. Why? They have so much GDP, so many nice technological advancement, most advanced defense mechanisms, nice warships, nice commandos, everything. And even unemployed person is having so much of money, nice education, state education, nice healthcare, everything is there. But why depression? And we have seen in our life also, lust never satisfies. Now you have 10 million rupees, you want 100 million. And why the most intelligent people are not able to understand? Because Krishna tells, Indriyani manobuddhir asyadhishthanamuchyate etair vimohyatyesha jnanam avritya dehinam. The senses, the mind and the intelligence are the sitting places of this lust, which veils the real knowledge of the living entity and bewilders him. Why we are not able to understand? Because so as we analyze the situation, the strategic position of enemy before launching an attack, it is important to know where the enemy is sitting. So before we attempt to defeat lust, we need to know where the lust sits. So Krishna tells here to identify the enemy's location. And the enemy is sitting in senses, mind and intelligence also. So we are helpless. Because the lust is sitting on the intelligence, a person is not able to understand this simple concept. Thus Krishna has used the word here, Jnanam avritya dehinam. Jnanam avritya means cover. It covers the knowledge, veils the knowledge. Jnana Vijnana Nashanam it is called. It destroys Jnana and Vijnana, as Krishna mentions in the next shloka. Tasmatvam indriyanyadav niyamye bharatarshabha papmanam prajahihyenam jnana vijnana nashanam. Therefore, Arjuna, best of the Bharatas, in the very beginning curbed this great symbol of sin, lust, by regulating the senses and slay this destroyer of knowledge and self-realization. So it is called Jnana Vijnana Nashanam. Jnana means knowledge of soul, different from the body. It is Nashanam. So if we engage in lusty activities, too much sex pleasure or any kind of independent pleasure of the senses, then we are bound to believe that I am this body. Jnana Nashanam. And Vijnana means specific knowledge of the soul. I am not the body is one level. Jnana, specific knowledge, means if I am not the body, then who am I? I am not the child of my parents, then who are my parents? If I am not belonging to this nation, to which country I belong? What is my real identity? So what is the real identity of the soul within this body? This external identity is false. We need to know. What is my relationship with God? How to engage in that relationship? This is called Vijnana, specific knowledge of the soul. So Jnana and Vijnana are lost. Jnana Vijnana Nashanam. How much ever we try to speculate, use our intelligence, we will not be able to understand this basic spiritual concept that I am not the body if we engage in lusty activities. Thus Krishna is telling, in the beginning itself, Tasmat Indriyani Adav, Chanakya Pandit says, fire, disease and enemy should be destroyed in the beginning itself. When they build up later, you cannot, they will kill you. So Krishna is telling how to control lust. Many people ask, in the beginning only training should be given. That is why Brahmachari, Gurukule Vasandanto Guror Hitam. Brahmachari should Dantaha, he should learn how to control the senses very nicely and work only for the satisfaction of Guru. His senses should be so regulated that, so this training of what we are discussing here, this complete training was given in the Gurukul. You could be the son of king, but you do work as a menial servant. And you go out to beg alms, and whatever you have raised, you should not think it belongs to you. You offer everything to Guru. Guror Hitam. You could have got many gold coins also, give it to Guru. Guror Hitam. And you are so much dependent upon Guru. If Guru does not call you for lunch, you are supposed to skip the meal. So nothing belongs to me, everything belongs to spiritual master. Nirmama, this training was given. So in the beginning, it is told in Bhagavatam also, Kaumar acharet pragyo dharman bhagavataniha. From 5 years of age, this knowledge should be given. Otherwise, later it is difficult to control. So brahmachari learns this sense control. So it is very easy. They are very easily able to maintain nice grahastha, and many times they directly move to sannyas because senses are so perfectly controlled. They are trained to see every woman as mother, and thus they are very easily able to control, destroy this enemy for lust in the very beginning itself. However, we should not lose hope that what to do now. Krishna consciousness is so powerful, this Buddhi Yoga what Krishna is recommending, that even a late beginner can make one's life perfect by strictly following the rules and regulations under the guidance of spiritual master. So it does not matter, we could be late, but if we are sincere and serious, then we also can, every layman can also become a lover of God. But it is important to understand the lust is sitting on the intelligence, lust is sitting on the mind, lust is sitting on the senses. So our mind and intelligence will misguide us. That is why I know I did this lusty activity previously, how much I suffered. Other people, they do this lusty activity, they are put to jail, and I will also lose my life or I'll be sentenced, but still a person does lusty activity because intelligence gets covered. Why we are not able to understand the simple logic that lust is like fire, it never is satisfied, never satiated. So if I try to satisfy the lust, it will always keep on increasing. The demands of personal enjoyment always keep on increasing. So what we need to do is transform it back into love of God. So it is very difficult once love of God transforms into lust, but by this process of Buddhi Yoga, Krishna consciousness, it can be transformed back, it is possible. But one has to follow rules, regulations very strictly. Not depend upon one's mind and senses, depend upon Krishna's mind, Krishna's intelligence of the Guru and the sages. Then our intelligence will be purified and we will be able to understand all these logics very nicely. Understand I am not the body, I am soul. Understand what is my actual constitutional position. Indriyani paranyahur indriyebhyah param manaha manasastu para buddhir yo buddhev paratastu saha. The working senses are superior to dull matter, mind is higher than the senses, intelligence is still higher than the mind, and the soul, he is even higher than the intelligence. Evam buddhev param buddhva stanstabhyatmanam jahi shatrum mahabaho kamarupam durasadam. Thus, knowing oneself to be transcendental to material senses, mind and intelligence, one should control the lower self by the higher self, and thus by spiritual strength conquer this insatiable enemy known as lust. So Krishna has explained the internal hierarchy. Indriyani paranyahur, senses are superior to dull matter, you control matter using senses. Higher than senses is manaha, mind, with mind you control senses. Manasastu para buddhir, higher than mental energies, intelligence, with intelligence you control the senses. And higher than intelligence is mind, you choose, I should apply my intelligence in understanding Bhagavad Gita. You choose, I want to apply my intelligence in solving this puzzle. You are the controller of intelligence. So thus Krishna is telling, because you are the supreme, by spiritual strength you should try to control this lust, try to control your senses. By educating yourself in knowledge of spiritualizing the higher self, gaining spiritual strength, you should control your lower selves. Now, even though we may understand my senses are not in my control, we want to control senses on the level of senses. We want to control mind on the level of mind. By mental practices, we want to control. It is not possible, very difficult. You want to control the mechanical motion of wheel by holding the wheel. That is very foolish way of stopping the vehicle. By higher energy, you can control the lower energy. Turn off the ignition, and then the wheel will stop, fan will stop. So this is the better way and the actual way, recommended way of controlling the senses. One has to understand that the spirit sits on the topmost chair of this internal hierarchy. Now the spirit is very weak, so we have to empower the spirit. And by spiritual strength, we'll be able to control the intelligence. Intelligence is next door enemy of spirit. So intelligence becomes purified when we have spiritual strength. With pure intelligence, one should control the mind, and with controlled mind, one should control the senses. In this way, one can destroy the enemy of lust, remove them from mind, senses, and intelligence. So Krishna has concluded this very important chapter, Karma Yoga, by spotting this enemy. All the problems of this life are only because of this enemy called lust, tendency of sense enjoyment independent of Krishna. And gross form of it is the sex pleasure. So entire Varnashrama system takes a person eventually from Shudra to Brahmana to ultimately Sannyas, so that this tendency is controlled. So we should not think, I will suffer in life if I don't enjoy. No, anyway we are not enjoying. This so-called happiness which we have by satisfying our lust, this very happiness is actually the enemy of all of us. Just like the happiness which a moth insect derives by seeing the flame, fire, that very happiness becomes the cause of death of the moth. It jumps into fire, loses its life. Similarly, we are having all the problems only because of this so-called flickering happiness which anyway never satisfies us. The happiness that we want is love of God. For this, very scientifically, professionally, we follow spiritual life under the guidance of a pure devotee, and then once the lust is transformed into love of God, then we will understand why I was hankering for this thing always. So the conclusion of this chapter is, Arjuna is being recommended, please do not leave work because artificially you become sannyasi. That is not recommended. In mind, the thoughts will always come. And even if you think you are Atmarati, you are completely self-satisfied, still for the sake of guiding common masses, because you are king, you should work. But how you should work? Without getting attached to the results of activity. And Mai Karmani Sarmani, all the work should be surrendered unto me. The result should be surrendered unto me. And mind should be intent on me, you should be thinking of me always. In this way you please fight. And then when Arjuna tells Krishna, I may not be able to follow the instructions because something forces me to do wrong activities, that is called lust. So Krishna tells Arjuna, yes, control your senses in the very beginning. And then by spiritual strength, how do we get spiritual strength? It is very simple. Yatha taror mool nishechanena, leaf and root. Always remember this Shastric example. Put water on the root, leaf becomes nourished. So if we serve Krishna, we get nourishment, we become strong, and then we'll be able to control lust. And all the problems of life are thus solved. So with this, we finish the third chapter called Karma Yoga. Now we will begin another very wonderful chapter, fourth chapter, Transcendental Knowledge. Till then, please keep on contemplating and try to apply practically these instructions in your life. Thank you for listening. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Chapter 4, Transcendental Knowledge. This session is dedicated to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, our spiritual master and the founder and acharya of the worldwide Hare Krishna movement. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Imam Vivasvate Yogam Proktavan Aham Avyayam Vivasvan Manave Praha Manur Ikshvakave Bravi. The Blessed Lord said, I instructed this imperishable science of yoga to the sun god Vivasvan, And Vivaswan instructed it to Manu, the father of mankind, and Manu in turn instructed it to Ikshvaku. Evam parampara praptam imam rajarshyo viduhu sakalineha mahata yogo nashtaf parantapa. This supreme science was thus received through the chain of disciplic succession, and the saintly kings understood it in that way. But in course of time, the succession was broken, and therefore the science as it is appears to be lost. So the concept that we discussed in the first chapter in the beginning, it is again reiterated here. This was the shloka that we had discussed. Evam parampara praptam. Before we even begin to understand or hear any spiritual subject matter, it is very important to understand this principle. The medicine should be taken as per the instructions on the label. So here Bhagavad Gita is describing how this knowledge should be received. Krishna explains, it is not that Arjuna, for the first time I am giving you this knowledge. Imam vivasvate yogam, this knowledge of yoga, connection of individual soul to the supreme soul. This science of yoga I had spoken to Vivaswan, the sun god, controller, the predominating deity of sun planet. And Vivaswan spoke to Manu, his son. Manu spoke to his son Ikshvaku. In this way, in this succession, the knowledge came down. Evam parampara praptam. Many times people ask us, so can you please explain what is your interpretation of Bhagavad Gita? So we explain, no, we do not explain our interpretation. We explain the meaning as it is. People are very fond of interpreting the Vedas, and thus there is so much of chaos and confusion. People ask, just see this Bhagavad Gita, this has got one meaning, another Bhagavad Gita, another meaning. Everybody has given his or her own interpretation. E is equal to mc square, we have read in basic sciences. Now if somebody gives interpretation, E means elephant, M means monkey, C means cat, then what is the use? Then you have spoiled the formula, you will not be able to arrive to any proper understanding. You please ask from the person who has given the formula, or in his succession, his disciple. In this way we can understand perfect meaning. E is energy, M is mass, C is velocity of light. And then you get perfect knowledge. So actually, how somebody can interpret? You have to take it from the creator as it is, the real meaning. The moment you interpret it, that means it is your understanding. And what is the use of our understanding? 7 billion people can have 7 billion interpretations. So the correct meaning is understood from the creator, from the original speaker. The original speaker is Lord Krishna. As we read in previous chapters, Brahma Akshara Samudbhavam. The Vedas have got its origin in the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Brahma Akshara Samudbhavam. It is not created by any human being. So from the creator or in creator's disciplic succession chain of spiritual masters and disciples, this knowledge can be understood. So before we understand this subject matter from anybody, we should kindly ask, can you please explain what is your parampara, in which succession do you belong? Unfortunately, 99.9% of the versions of Bhagavad Gita that we have, they are all spoilt interpretations. Of course, we have many in the Sanskrit language, but that is not widely known now. There are Sanskrit commentaries, right explanations by Sridhar Swami, by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Baldev Vidyabhushan, Jeev Goswami. But unfortunately, people are Sripad Ramanujacharya. And in all these different bona fide explanations, you will not find any contradiction. The moment there is contradiction, it means one of them is wrong. So thus we should be careful. Otherwise, we will be spending a lot of time. Instead of coming to right conclusion, we may end up having a wrong understanding of God. Sa evayam maya tedya yogav proktah puratanaha bhaktosi me sakha cheti rahasyam yetaduttamam. That very ancient science of the relationship with the Supreme is today told by me to you, because you are my devotee as well as my friend. Therefore, you can understand the transcendental mystery of this science. So Krishna gives here the qualification of understanding Bhagavad Gita. Krishna is not telling a karmi can understand, or a jnani can understand, or Ashtang yogi can understand. Krishna is telling, Bhakto asi me sakha cheti. You are my bhakta, my devotee and my friend. So rahasyam, I am speaking to you this great secret, because only a devotee can understand. A lover of God who has got relationship can understand. If you want to know about a person, then we have to have relationship with that person. So thus, Bhagavad Gita is the science of God and the infinitesimal living entities who are part and parcels of God, their relationship. So a person he must have a relationship. Then one can understand this mystery. Otherwise, if there is no devotion, if there is no relationship, a person can become well versed in memorizing all the Vedas. He can argue philosophically, but he will not be able to get the mystery of the secret. Arjuna uvacha aparam bhavato janma param janma vivasvataha kathame tad vijaniyam tvam adau proktavaniti. Arjuna said, the sun god Vivasvan is senior by birth to you. How am I to understand that in the beginning you instructed this science to him? So this is very interesting question. Krishna explains, I spoke this to sun god. Now sun planet is very old. So how old would be the predominating deity, controller of sun? So Arjuna and Krishna were contemporaries. They were friends and also they were cousins. And Arjuna is telling how to understand that you spoke to sun god. It is just like if any person today tells, now I am speaking to you this knowledge which I spoke to Abraham Lincoln or which I spoke to Alexander. So one may ask, oh, Alexander came long ago, and how come you were living that time? Same question Arjuna is asking, that we are contemporaries, Krishna. Param Janma Vivasvataha, Vivasvan, the sun god is very, very old. So how could you speak knowledge to him? Now Krishna gives, how is it possible that Krishna has spoken this knowledge to sun god? Shri Bhagavanu Vacha Bahuni me vyatitani Janmani tavacharjuna Tanyaham Veda Sarvani Natvam Vetha Parantapa. The Blessed Lord said, many, many births both you and I have passed. I can remember all of them, but you cannot, O subduer of the enemy. This is the difference between Jiva, the infinitesimal spark, small living entity, all of us, and God. We keep on changing our bodies like dresses we have seen in the second chapter. But as soon as we change the body, we forget everything of the past life. As we enter into a dream body, we forget what is happening with this body, situation of this body. And when we come out of the dream, we forget what has happened to the dream. In the dream, if we wake up in the middle, sometimes we do remember. In a similar fashion, with the change of bodies, we keep on forgetting all our relationships. So every life is compared to a dream. Dream, it appears to be real. We are talking to people who appear to be real, but everything dissolves when we wake up. Similarly, now we are talking to some people. We may become very rich, affluent, or we may remain poor. and not very well known, but it does not matter because this thing is going to vanish as soon as we leave this body. Thus, this life is just like a dream. So, this body exists, this temporary covering upon us, but in effect, it is just like a dream. A reality which is temporary. As soon as we give up body, everything is forgotten. In previous life, we had parents, children, relatives, friends, enemies. We have forgotten all of them. We were criticized, we were blasphemed, we have forgotten all of it. But Krishna does not forget because he does not change the body, as we have discussed. Dehi deha vibhedoyam neshware vidyate kvachit. There is no difference between the body and soul of Krishna. Krishna retains the same body, thus he does not forget. So it is not that Krishna was an ordinary human being, as some people tell, and he was praised so much that people started believing he is God. No, here he is explaining the position. He had perfect knowledge of spiritual life long ago, and he spoke that knowledge to Vivasvan, who is millions of years elder to Arjuna. So thus Krishna now begins to reveal his personality. Who is Krishna actually? He has given some hints in the previous chapters. Now again very clearly he'll explain. Don't think I am an ordinary personality who is of the same age as you and taken birth along with you. Ajopi sannavyayatma bhutanam ishvaropi san prakritim swamadhishthaya sambhavami atma mayaya. Although I am unborn and my transcendental body never deteriorates, and although I am the Lord of all the sentient beings, I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form. So Krishna gives unique features of his personality. The first word Krishna uses here is Aja. Aja means I am unborn. Unborn takes birth. This is explained about Krishna in the prayers of Queen Kunti and in various places throughout the Vedic literatures. So people are confused why Krishna appears then. That Krishna explains in the next two verses. Some people tell Krishna has appeared in order to relieve the burden of the miscreants. Others tell he appeared to fulfill the wishes of his parents Vasudeva and Devaki, who wanted to have God as their child. Others they tell he was simply pleased with the Yadu dynasty, who were great devotees. In order to glorify the family, Krishna appeared over there. So like this, various people give various reasons for Krishna's appearance. But the most important thing to understand is Krishna does not take birth. Krishna is Aja, Krishna is unborn. And Avyayatma, another word which is important here is Krishna's body does not perish. So Krishna is having body which is eternal. There is no birth and there is no death. Bhutanam Ishvaropi San. Bhutana means the living entities or anything which is there in the material world, all the material ingredients. And Krishna is telling Ishvaraha. Everybody is Ishvara, where Ishvara means controller. We can control this body. We can control few people around us. But here Krishna is telling, I am the controller of Bhutanam, of all the created beings and the matter existing in this world. I am the Lord of all matter and the conditioned living entities here in this world. Prakritim swamadhishthaya sambhavami atma maya. Then how do we understand that Krishna took birth? We all know. He appeared in a prison house of Kansa and he appeared from the womb of Devaki. That is why Krishna tells here, we will see, one who understands the nature of my birth and activities, he will become liberated. It is a great science. We have studied the science of birth of common living entities like us. Male and female gametes fuse and emulsification happens, embryo develops, and then we know the sciences very nicely, X chromosome, Y chromosome, and so many things we have defined. And this is how we take birth. This is a science. Birth is a science. Similarly, Krishna's birth is also great science. If we understand this science, it does not have much impact in our life. Anyway, male and female will be attracted to each other, births will keep on happening. But if we understand the science of appearance of Krishna, there will be no more miserable birth for us. We will be liberated in our spiritual life. So this science is very important to be understood. And this science is explained in Srimad Bhagavatam. Once we finish Bhagavad Gita, we should aspire to reach Srimad Bhagavatam. Bhagavad Gita is ABCD of spiritual life, and Bhagavatam is postgraduate study. So in Srimad Bhagavatam it is mentioned how Krishna took birth. Krishna appeared in the heart of Vasudeva. From the heart of Vasudeva, Krishna got transferred to the heart of Devaki. From there, Krishna entered the womb of Devaki, and then he came out in his four-handed form, Narayan form, having conch shell, club, discs, all the ornaments, dress in his body, very nice helmet with grown-up hairs in complete beauty and opulence. Because Krishna wanted to show them that if he appeared in two-handed form, they would have thought, oh, another ordinary baby has appeared like sis have appeared before. No, Krishna told, I have come in this form because you prayed to me in this four-handed form. Thus see, I am God, I am having four hands, and just to satisfy your desires, I have appeared now. And then Devaki requests, you please come in two-handed form as an ordinary child. So this is how Krishna took birth. It was not by any biological process, but it was a spiritual process. And we also have heard that Krishna also died. How do we understand that? The word used here is avyayatma. So this is a drama. Just like we see on the theater, drama happens and a person appears to be dead. He's only acting. He's lying still on the stage because it is a part of his or her role. In a similar fashion, Krishna has created so many bodies. Krishna is the cause of maintenance of the bodies, and Krishna destroys also so many bodies. So he can create and leave one more body. What is the loss for Krishna? How is it difficult? So Krishna leaves one body which appears like the form of Krishna in this world, and people think, oh, Krishna is dead. No, Krishna is not dead. He has left a form which appears exactly like his spiritual form to befool us. So Krishna is very, very kind. As we will see, Krishna tells, Ye yathamam prapadyante. As people surrender unto me, as they approach me, so do I reciprocate. So some people who want to become atheists, they do not want to believe in God. Krishna creates such a situation that they have firm belief, no, Krishna is not God. See, he also died. And those who want to understand the science of Krishna, then Krishna reveals that science also. So if we want to become atheist, Krishna will give us logic how to become atheist. If you want to understand God, again Krishna will guide. Krishna is a loving father who simply satisfies whatever desires we have. But the important point is, which desire is beneficial for us, that also we need to understand from Krishna. And if we desire that, then we will be happy. So Krishna is Ajaha, Krishna is Avyayatma, Krishna is eternal. Just like ordinary yogis also, sometimes they can just become visible and they become invisible. So when an ordinary yogi can do that, why Krishna, Yogeshwara, cannot do that? So Krishna does not take birth, Krishna appears. Thus we call appearance day of Krishna or disappearance day. We don't call birth and death. Now second line is also very important, where Krishna mentions Prakritim Swam Adhishtaya. So there are two segments in the existence, Purusha and Prakriti. Purusha means the enjoyer, Prakriti means the enjoyed. Purusha means the energetic and Prakriti means the energy. Energy is controlled by the enjoyer for his pleasure. So Krishna has got, broadly speaking, two categories of energies, Prakriti. Antarang Prakriti, internal potency, and external potency. So here Krishna is telling, Prakritim Swam Adhishtaya. Although this material world is separated energy of Krishna, and Krishna does not directly see the events here. He has appointed various demigods, and the topmost controlling deity is Durga of this material world, where the living entities who want to compete with God, who want to enjoy independent of God, they are given residence here. But other living entities who simply want to serve God in loving relationship, for them there is another existence that is called Sanatan Dham or Vaikuntha Dham, the kingdom of God. And there Krishna maintains them in their own internal potency. How do we understand internal and external? Just like cow's blood is there, that is internal energy of cow, and same blood is transformed into milk and the milk comes out of cow. So that milk is also energy of cow, but it is separated now. In a similar fashion, everything is energy of Krishna. And when certain portion of energy is separated from Krishna, where Krishna is not visible, for the living entities who want to enjoy independently, that is called external potency of Krishna. So all of us have taken these forms which are created by external potency, Durga. But Krishna is explaining, although I appear in this world, my appearance is not like ordinary living entities. I do not take any form created by external potency, but I exhibit myself in my internal potency, my personal energy. That is called Prakritim Swam. Atma Mayaya. Maya again means energy. Atma Maya means my internal energy. I appear by my internal energy. We appear in this world, we are also spirit souls, but we appear by external energy. This form is made of external energy. And if this form we leave, then we become invisible as spirit souls. Again, we take another form. But when Krishna comes here, Krishna's form is not made up of matter. Krishna's form is made up of spirit. There is no difference between Krishna and Krishna's form. It is complete spirit. That is what Krishna explains here. Because I do not take any material bodies, there is no question of birth and death for me. My form is completely made up of spirit. Now one may ask why Krishna appears. Krishna is the supreme controller. He is controlling everyone. What is the need of God to appear in this world? That Krishna answers now. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyutthanam dharmasya tadatmanam srajamyaham. Whenever and wherever there is a decline in religious practice, O descendant of Bharat, and a predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself. Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkritam dharma sansthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. In order to deliver the pious and to annihilate the miscreants, as well as to re-establish the principles of religion, I advent myself millennium after millennium. So Krishna is explaining the reason for his appearance. Krishna explains, Dharma sansthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata. Whenever there is decline in the religious practice in the dharma, I advent myself to re-establish the principles of dharma. So people want to understand everything from Bhagavad Gita. They want to understand how to increase productivity. They want to understand management skills. Some people understand chemistry and what not from Bhagavad Gita. But they don't want to understand from Bhagavad Gita the reason why Krishna spoke this Gita. And Krishna spoke this Gita to explain to us Dharma. What is this Dharma? Dharmam tu sakshat Bhagvat pranitam. The scientific codes given to us so that we can come back, revive our spiritual position, we can come back to spiritual status. That is called Dharma. Now we are hallucinating that I am the body. And then we are getting carried away by the desires of the body which are not my desires. If I don't fulfill, I am frustrated. If I fulfill, still there is frustration because I am different from the body. There is no satisfaction. So unless person realizes I am not the body, person will keep on laughing, crying, aspiring in this hallucination. So to give this most important knowledge, as a person in dream is convinced he is the body of dream, similarly we are convinced that we are the body, but Krishna explains you are not the body. Why you are taking birth and dying? Understand this and follow this dharma in your life. So whenever there's decline in such religious practice, Krishna comes here. And unfortunately, many people in our country, they take advantage of the simplicity of the people and the piety of the people. People here, they have natural tendency of hearing about God, believing in God. So every other person has started claiming, I am also incarnation, I am incarnation, I am that God, I am Krishna, I have come again. As they say, India is a factory of producing gods. In factory, they produce in bulk. So what is produced in bulk in India? So we may be lagging behind in electronics and other gadgets, but we don't lag behind in most important produce, and that is God. We produce God only indirectly. So this is a great cheating. Every other person is claiming I am God. So we have to understand the scriptures, unfortunately, because there is no knowledge of the scriptures. So people believe also. So in order to understand who is God, we should go to the scriptures. Scriptures define who is God, when God is going to appear. Lord has got a scheduled time to appear. He does not appear. He can appear just like that, but he still follows the Vedic injunctions. He is free to come, but still he has a fixed time to come. And when Krishna would appear, that is already described. Krishna appears in the Dwapar Yuga of 27th Mahayuga of the 7th Manu. There are 14 Manus in one Kalpa, one day of Brahma. In this way, very precise date is given. At this time, Krishna is going to appear. Similarly, Lord Buddha is another incarnation. And if you read Srimad Bhagavatam, which was written 5000 years ago, Srimad Bhagavatam is predicting Buddha namna Anjana suto ki kateshu bhavishyati. A person by the Buddha will appear in this Gaya province. Anjana Sutta, his mother's name will be Anjana. And like this, very beautiful description is there. Muhyanti Surat Dvisham. He will bewilder the atheistic people from the path of Vedas, because people were killing animals viciously. And they were quoting Vedic authority in Vedas. That is, so Vedas don't recommend to kill animals, but people misunderstood it. So that is why the only solution was to make them atheist disbeliever of Vedas, so that they can stop this animal killing. Thus Krishna had to come. First he comes to establish the Vedas, and then he comes to again remove Vedic authority. So all these are various wonderful activities of Krishna. And then there is prediction of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Paurnamasyam Fagunasya Faguni Rakshayogataha. Exact date is also mentioned. On this day of the month, in this season, Lord Chaitanya will appear. Mayapure Navadvipe Swarnadi Tiram Asthaya. He will appear in a place which is Mayapur Navadvip, and on the bank of the river Ganges. Shachi Garbhe Purandarat. His mother's name will be Shachi. Father's name will be Purandar Mishra. So mother's name is mentioned, father's name is mentioned, on the bank of Ganges, Navadvip, on this day of this month. Everything is very beautifully mentioned. Bhakti Yoga Pradhanaya Lokas Anugrahaya Cha. Out of great mercy for people, he will spread Bhakti Yoga. Sannyasa Rupa Masthaya Krishna Chaitanya Namadrik. He will take sannyas, and after sannyas his name would be Krishna Chaitanya. How beautifully, in great detail it is mentioned in the Vedas. This is called Vedic knowledge. Perfect explanation of past and perfect prediction of future also. So God's appearance, father's name of God, mother's name of God, the place of appearance, activities, everything is very beautifully and exactly defined in the Vedas. So if anybody tells I am God, we should ask Vedic reference, otherwise we cannot believe on anybody. And apart from this, they have some special symbols on the soles of their feet. So there are very unique signs like fish, flag, and conch. Like this, so many symbols are there on the feet of Krishna or the incarnations. So if anybody claims I am incarnation, you please check his soles. Are there some special signs? All these nice Vedic descriptions are there. And then they should perform some extraordinary activity. Krishna lifted mountain Govardhan. Krishna danced on the hood of very huge snake which was having many hoods. So can you dance on the hood of a simple python? No. And you are claiming that you are God? Can you lift even a small stone of 50 kgs. And Krishna lifted such a big mountain. Like this, so many extraordinary activities Krishna did. Lord Ramchandra did. What have you done? So we should not get carried away by such claim of incarnations. We should understand from the Vedas what are the incarnations, what is their father's name, mother's name. Then there will be no confusion and no cheating. And unfortunately, these so-called incarnations, they give the teachings which are contradictory to the instructions in Bhagavad Gita. They take advantage because nobody reads Gita now, let me speak anything. So Krishna does not tell, I spoke some knowledge to Vivaswan, now it is revised, edited and enlarged edition I am speaking to you. No. Knowledge is always perfect. Same knowledge Krishna tells, Sa evayam mayate adya, now I am going to speak to you. Because the original knowledge got lost. So interpretations came up even during Arjuna's time. Bhagavad Gita was present, but wrong interpretations came up. So Krishna wanted to re-establish. So that is why Krishna is telling today, original meaning I am going to establish again by speaking it to you. So we should not get cheated. We should read the Vedas, Bhagavad Gita. Then we will understand who is God, who is incarnation. Janma karma cha me divyam evam yo veti tatvatah yaktva deham punarjanma naiti mameti sorjuna. This is what we discussed. Krishna explains, one who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take his birth again in this material world, but attains my eternal abode, O Arjuna. So Divya means transcendental. As we discussed, Krishna does not come by a material, biological process, but he appears by transcendental mechanism, which means Divya. Janma karma chame divyam. Our activities are strictly controlled by Rajoguna, Satvaguna, Tamoguna. There are three energies which control everything, whatever is happening in this material world. But Krishna is not controlled by the three energies. Krishna is Divya, means beyond the three energies, completely spiritual. So Krishna's activities are not controlled by nature. Krishna's activities are completely conducted in his own energy, spiritual energy. Janma and karma both. Evam yoveti tatvata. If a person scientifically, tatvata, in truth, is able to understand, then tyaktva deham, after leaving this body, punarjanma nayeti. There is no more repeated birth. Oh, so does it mean it is suicidal to understand the science of Krishna's birth and activities? I will not exist, enjoy anymore. No, Krishna is telling, tyaktva deham punarjanma nayeti. He does not take any more birth, but mameti, he comes to me, comes to live with me. So the spirit soul, as long as it is present in this body, it develops a material form upon itself. Just like when we go to some other planet which is not favorable for our life, sustenance, then we take up a space suit. In a similar fashion, the living entity which is completely spiritual, if it is not in the spiritual atmosphere, Vaikuntha, Sanatan Dham, if it is there in the material world, it takes up this external dress. But when it is established in the spiritual place where Krishna lives, then it manifests into a spiritual form without any external dress. So Krishna tells, Mam eti. No, don't think you will die. All your senses will be there. You can see, you can talk, you can walk, you can laugh. But all these activities will be conducted in your spiritual body, which you develop when Mam eti, when you come to me. So next question can be, how we can understand? Oh, let me understand then. I have studied so much of science. Let me understand the Divya science, transcendental science also, so that I can stop this repeated birth and death, enjoy my permanent life with Krishna. So how we can do that? Krishna explains. Gives a hint. Vitaraga bhaya krodha manmaya mamupashrita bahavo jnana tapasa uta madbhava magata. Bhavam means nature. Swabhav means one's own nature. Madbhavam means Krishna's nature. So one attains Krishna's nature. Krishna's body is Satchidananda, full of all knowledge, full of eternity, there is no death, and full of bliss. We also attain a body which is eternal, having complete knowledge and bliss. And Madhbhava means Krishna's spiritual abode, which is of the same nature as that of Krishna, which is eternal, which is not destroyed, full of knowledge and bliss. So Madhbhava Magata means we attain the spiritual nature. We attain body of Krishna's nature. And Madhbhavam also means, Bhava means emotional love. That is a perfection of spiritual life. So how one can attain Krishna's abode or love for Krishna? It is one and the same thing. Only those people who develop this very strong love for Krishna, they transfer themselves to the abode of Krishna. So how this platform is attained? Krishna's planet or love for Krishna? Vitaraga Bhaya Krodha. One has to become free from Rag, Bhaya and Krodha. Rag means attachment. So we are very much attached to this material world. And in this attachment, as a child, if he is very much attached to play sports or games, he will not be interested in studies. If he is very much interested in virtual reality, he might take less interest in reality. In a similar fashion, if we are very much attached to this material world, it is not possible for us to take interest in spiritual life. So one has to become free from the material attachment, Rag. So some people are there who are disgusted with material life. After so many attempts to enjoy, they understand there is only frustration in the end what we get. There is no satisfaction. Even though I am a perfectly successful person, as per the definition of this world, but that success does not satisfy me. Then they become fearful of this material existence. And then they don't want to continue. They want moksha. Moksha means they want to merge into the spiritual energy of Krishna. So one has to become free from this fear also if a person has to go to Krishna. So if you want to merge into the energy of Krishna or Krishna's body, Krishna can accept that. And okay, you come and merge as a small spark in the spiritual energy. But that position will not satisfy us, because we are part and parcel of Krishna, children of Krishna. We have the same nature as that of Krishna. Krishna has given us senses because we have tendency of enjoying our senses. But the problem is we are enjoying in this material world. Example in the Vedas given is, if a person is sick. Now if you tell a sick person to eat food, he will vomit. He has no taste for food. He cannot digest. So, and if you tell, let us go and play football, he cannot play. He cannot even walk. He is always lying in the bed. So to a sick man, if you tell him, if you become fit, then we will run around in the field, we'll play, we'll do sporting, and we will eat so many nice things. For him, running around means miserable activity. He cannot do that. Eating means very bitter. He feels like puking out. So it is no, then I don't want to become fit. I have to eat. No, eating in sickness is miserable, but eating in a healthy life is very desirable. Similarly, existence is not bad, but existence in material world is full of frustration, dissatisfaction and anxieties. But some people who are not having knowledge of spiritual abode, kingdom of God, they think this material world is all in all. Everywhere there is birth and death. Just like if a person is born in Hiroshima, Nagasaki, where there is so much of nuclear radiation, every person would be born crippled. And some people who are born diseased, like the most famous scientist of our times, he attempted many suicides because of some disease which he acquired. If a person thinks, oh, birth here means disease, I don't want to live, no, you are born in a wrong place. So we should not understand every planet has got same life as we have on this planet. There are many planets Vedas describe where living standard is much better than that of Earth planet. And there are planets where life itself is eternal, where there is no problem at all. So we should not desire simply merging into Jyoti, Brahma Jyoti or Moksha. Spiritual life is beyond moksha. That is why it is told, Bhakti Moksha Laghutakrit. Moksha means simply coming out of jail, freedom. But unless a person goes and meets with his family and starts positive life, then a person may feel, oh, in jail at least I had few friends. Let me go back again to the jail. So thus, moksha will not satisfy us. Bhakti, loving service of Krishna, moksha laghut it makes moksha insignificant. Mukti, mukulitanjalir sevate asman. So, for the devotees, mukti, it's standing with folded hands. Please accept me in your service. But bhakta devotee is already liberated. He is not at all affected by any energy's disturbance of this material world. So mukti is always ready with folded hands to, it is praying to devotee, please accept me in your service. But devotee does not bother. He is already liberated. So one should be free from material attachment. One should be free from existence of personality, and one should be free from krodha, anger also. Some people get completely bewildered by different philosophies. What is right? This philosophy is correct, that philosophy is correct. This philosophy tells world is coming from a person. This philosophy is telling world is coming from energy. This philosophy is telling XYZ, and they get so totally confused, they tell nobody knows anything. And everything is zero, everything is void. There is no purpose, there is no controller. And such people, either they become voidist, or these people, they take to intoxicants and they become very tamasic. So one should avoid all these things. One should avoid attachment to material world. One should avoid fear of spiritual life. One should avoid anger resulting from confusion in understanding what is reality of life. When a person is free from rag, bhaya, krodha, attachment, fear and anger, then a person can understand knowledge. Bahavo jnana tapasa puta mad bhava magata. So how a person can become free from these things? Manmaya mamupashritaha, by taking shelter of Krishna. Manmaya means mat maya. Mat means me. Maya means full of. If something is swarnamaya, means it is covered in gold. Mat maya means a person is completely absorbed in Krishna. So when a person is completely absorbed in Krishna, and mam upashritaha, when one takes shelter of Krishna, bahavo jnana tapasa puta, then one becomes purified by virtue of jnana and tapasa, knowledge and austerity. So knowledge is very important. When a person has knowledge, what is the aim of this life, then a person automatically takes up all the discomforts which are called tapaha, tapasya. Human life is meant for tapasya. The scriptures mention voluntarily acceptance of discomforts. We need to have such tapasya for any material achievement also. Voluntarily accepting of discomfort is very important. So scientific discomforts have to be taken for advancement in the knowledge of spiritual life. So when people have spiritual knowledge and they do tapasya, when they are completely absorbed in Krishna and they take shelter of Krishna, then they become free from rag, bhaya and krodha. And then they are able to understand the science of birth and activities of Krishna, and they are able to go to Krishna. Ye yatha mam prapadyante tams tathaiva bhajamyaham mama vartmanu vartante manushyav partha sarvashah. All of them, as they surrender unto me, I reward accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respects, O son of Pritha. Everybody has to do prapadyante, surrender to Krishna. But in which way a person is surrendering, that defines the reciprocation of Krishna and the result that the living entity is going to attain. There are some people who directly surrender to Krishna, they are called spiritualists, and some people indirectly surrender to Krishna, they are called materialists. What is the meaning of this direct and indirect surrender? Just like most of us, we are law-abiding citizens. We directly follow the instructions, rules and regulations of government. Those people who disobey, they are put into jail. In jail also, they have to surrender to government only. But such surrender is not very pleasant, and it restricts their enjoyment and freedom. So everyone has to surrender to God. If we don't follow the laws of Lord very nicely, then we are given birth in this material world. And then birth, death, old age, disease, hard work, anxiety, lamentation, all these things follow us and our life becomes very, very miserable. So in jail also there are some pleasures. In jail also people play some sports. They play cricket, they play badminton, they get sometimes some newspapers. Sometimes there is feast also in jail. And if a person thinks, oh, this life is very nice, then he's foolish. He does not know what does he deserve. In a similar fashion, if somebody is satisfied with whatever little happiness he gets in this world full of miseries, that is not intelligence. But still, ye yathamam prapadyante. As a person, if a person wants to remain in material world, I guide him. Okay, you remain in material world. And if a person wants to advance in spiritual life, then again I guide. But everyone, mam vartamanu vartante, everyone follows my path. Everyone follows the dictates of Krishna and everybody is approaching Krishna only. Materialist does not know that I want Krishna. And the spiritualist know what I want is actually Krishna in my life. Now among the spiritualists also, there are three categories. There are Jnanis, Yogis and Bhaktas. So they are attracted to different aspects of the absolute truth. Vadanti tat tattvavidas tattvam yaj jnanam advayam. They are all called tattvavida, the knowers of absolute truth. They are not attracted by the false presentation of material world. They are attracted towards truth. But the truth is understood in three phases. Which are these three phases? They are called Brahma, Paramatma and Bhagwan. There is no difference at all. It is Advaya Gyan. It is one and the same thing, Brahma, Paramatma and Bhagwan. But it depends upon the perspective, the outlook of the transcendentalist. The example given in the Shastras is that of mountain. If we see mountain from a distance, it appears hazy like a cloud. We are seeing mountain only, and if you ask what is mountain like, you will tell, oh, it is just like a cloud. This is called Brahma aspect of Krishna. Krishna is spread everywhere in the form of his energy, just like the sun is spread everywhere in the form of sunlight. But if a person thinks sun means only light, that is ignorance. Sun means sun globe, and the light which is emanating, it is also part of sun, but still sun planet is different. One cannot tell sun means only sunlight. Sunlight is also sun, but sun is not just sunlight. In a similar fashion, the cloud-like appearance of mountain, he is seeing mountain only, but that is not the complete vision of the mountain. Then, the yogis, they want to realize the personality of Godhead's form which is present in all the hearts. They want to realize the presence of God within the heart. Just like we can realize the presence of sun. If we go out, if we are just looking from the window, we might see only sunlight. If we little go out, we might see sun in the sky. And although sun has not come to our place, but still we can see sun from our place. In a similar fashion, although the God is situated far, far away in his own abode, still God is reflected. He is present in all of our hearts in this material world. So when a person is able to realize the presence of God in the heart, it is like approaching closer to the mountain. A person can see clear boundary of the mountains, and a person can see some trees over there. And when a person advances further, then he is able to see, oh, there are so many species, there is so much life here. There are animals, there are human beings, there are societies, there are huts, houses. And in this way he realizes the exact understanding of the mountain. So all the three cases, the description of mountain is correct. Mountain is also like a cloud from a distance. Mountain is having some clear boundary. And mountain is also having so many living entities. All these descriptions are correct. In a similar fashion, God is present in our heart, that is correct. God is present everywhere as energy, that is correct. But the perfect understanding of God is that this God who is reflected in our hearts and who is present everywhere, these aspects of God are dependent upon his personality aspect, personal aspect, and that is called Bhagavan. person who is full of 6 opulences. So if a person wants to get merged into the Jyoti of Krishna, Krishna will guide accordingly. Tam tathaiva bhajamiham. If a person wants to realize the presence of Krishna within the heart, wants to merge into the body of Krishna, Krishna will sanction that also. And if somebody wants to become a devotee, engage in personal loving relationship with Krishna, Krishna will guide him accordingly. Whatever we desire, Krishna reciprocates. But we need to know what is best desire for us. That Krishna has revealed in the past, and Krishna will even more directly and clearly explain as the chapters progress. Kangshata karmanam siddhim yajanta iha devataha Kshipram hi manushe loke siddhir bhavati karmaja. Men in this world desire success in fruitive activities and therefore they worship the demigods. Quickly, of course, men get results from the fruitive work in this world. So people want immediate solution. I am sick, please put a wet towel on my head. You may get immediate relief. And if you take medicine, take the pain of approaching a doctor, then you will get permanent relief. But people don't want to follow the permanent solution. So thus they approach devatas. And Krishna is telling here, Kshipram hi manushe loke siddhir. They get immediate result. If you worship any Devi Devata here, demigods, goddesses, you get quick results. So thus people desist following Krishna consciousness because the results, permanent results, may take more time and they want immediate results. Thus Krishna is telling mainly people, they approach demigods here for quick fulfillment of their desires. Chaturvarnyam maya srishtam gunakarma vibhagashaha tasya kartaram api mam vidhi akartaram avyayam. According to the 3 modes of material nature and the work ascribed to them, the 4 divisions of human society were created by me. And although I am the creator of the system, you should know that I am yet the non-doer, being unchangeable. Democracy was conceived by somebody, communism was conceived by somebody, capitalism was conceived by somebody. Who has conceived this Varnashrama? Chaturvarnyam. Who has conceived Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra? Why these divisions are there in the society? One may ask. And various ideologies, various yoga systems, they have their origins in some sages or the incarnations of Lord. Lord Kapila explained the system of Sankhya Yoga. Later, another impostor Kapila propounded similar philosophy. Then Yoga Sutras are given by Patanjali. There is Karma Mimamsa by Jaimini. There is Vedanta philosophy by Vedavyas. There are various Nyaya, logic teachers also. And they are led by Kanad and Gautam. But who has created this philosophy, this way of living of Varnashrama system, which is practiced by so many people, and the remnants of that, perverted form of that in the form of caste system is still prevalent today? Who has created this system? Why nobody is claiming that I have created? Why in history we don't find anything? Yes, we will not find because it is coming from God, from the beginning of creation. Chaturvarnyam maya srishtam. So what is the basis? The basis, the aim is understanding the purpose of this existence. The purpose is asatoma satgamay, tamsoma jyotirgamaya. Sattvagun, Rajogun and Tamogun. These 3 energies, as we discussed, control all of us. Those living entities who are predominantly in Tamoguna, mode of ignorance, are called Shudras. Those who are having mix of Rajoguna and Tamoguna, they are called Vaishya or productive class. Shudra means working class. Then those who are having predominantly mode of passion, Rajoguna, they are called Kshatriyas, the warrior or administrative class. And those who are in Sattvaguna, they are called Brahmanas, the priestly class or the educators. So everybody is encouraged to become Brahmana. Because Brahma Janati iti Brahmana, spiritual realization is the aim of life, and unless a person becomes Brahmana, he becomes very sattvic, there is no question of coming to spiritual platform. And there is no question of understanding God. But it takes a long time usually. So over many lifetimes, when a person follows the rules and regulations nicely, gradually from Shudra they can eventually get the body of a Brahmana. If somebody is serious, they can execute in the same life also, and they are encouraged to do so, but may not be easy. So this caste system, what we see today, this is not the Varnashrama system. As we have discussed before also, Krishna has mentioned clearly, Guna Karma Vibhagashaha, as per the qualities and as per actions. If anybody, now also we see in society, divisions are there, divisions are required. Somebody is engineer, doctor, somebody is a defense personnel, basis their qualification and their actions. Similarly, if a person is having qualifications of mind control, sense control, always trustful, always clean, very forgiving, having great knowledge of the Vedas, such a person is called Brahmana. If a person is having great chivalrous skills, administrative skills, then such a person is called a Kshatriya. Some people who have got the tendency to produce food grains and do business, productive class, make money, they are called Vaishyas. Some people who are simply satisfied doing the job, they are called Shudras. So divisions are basis qualities and actions. So it is unfortunate, perverted system what we see today. It was never basis hereditary caste. It was basis guna and karma, qualities and actions. And as per these varnas, they are supposed to follow the ashramas. The Shudra does not have much qualification, so for him only Grahasthashram is recommended. Vaishya is more qualified, for him Brahmacharya ashram is also required. Vaishya should go to schools and take education. Shudras are not interested in taking education. And if at all they take, they may misuse the education. Thus, schools are not meant for Shudras. Just like now it is happening. People are Shudras and they take education, they commit big blunders and scams. And the whole humanity suffers. So if a Shudra is given education, disaster he will create, big scams and all these things will happen. So Shudra just, they are allowed to have Grahasthashram, no education. Vaishya, business class, mercantile community, they go to schools, Gurukul, and then they are allowed to go till Grahasthashram. Kshatriya, they are allowed to go and recommended to go till Vanaprasthashram. And only Brahmana is allowed to take sannyas, perfect renunciation, detachment from material world. Others, even though they get little dissatisfied with material world, renunciation is not allowed because the nature of the body will not allow them to continue like that. So thus it is a very scientific system for gradual promotion to that of gross ignorance to platform of complete knowledge and eventually developing love for God. Namam karmani limpanti name karma phale spriha iti mam yo bhijanati karma bhir nasabadhyate. There is no work that affects me, nor do I aspire for the fruits of action. One who understands this truth about me also does not become entangled in the fruitive reactions of work. So one should not fall for some criticism of Krishna, that Krishna did so much of violence, as some people, some philosophies they tell, that Krishna, yes, he was a good man, we will worship him once he becomes purified. Now Krishna is suffering for his misdeeds in hell. Once he comes out, then we will worship him again. So he was made to suffer this punishment because he was the cause of this great battle of Kurukshetra. So these are ignorant people. We have to understand here Krishna declares, Namam karmani limpanti. There is no work that affects me, nor do I aspire for the fruits of the activities. And one who knows that Krishna is not at all affected by any activities, he also does not get affected by activities, he becomes liberated. Iti mam yobi janati karma bhirna sabadhyate. He is also not bound by any actions and karma. He is liberated. Anybody who can understand Krishna is liberated, he also will become liberated. Evam gyatva kritam karma purvairapi mumukshubhihi kuru karma eva tasmatvam purvai purvataram kritam. All the liberated souls in ancient times acted with this understanding and so attained liberation. Therefore, as the ancients, you should perform your duty in this divine consciousness. Kim karma kim akarmeti kavyopyatra mohitaah tatte karma pravakshyami yajgyatva mokshase shubhat. Even the intelligent are bewildered in determining what is action and what is inaction. Now I shall explain to you what action is, knowing which you shall be liberated from all sins. Karmano hi api bodhavyam cha vikarmanaha akarmanascha bodhavyam gahana karmano gatihi. The intricacies of action are very hard to understand. Therefore, one should know properly what action is, what forbidden action is, and what inaction is. So this is very important. Krishna is explaining, Karmano hi api bodhavyam cha vikarmana. There are three kinds of actions. Karma means acting according to the scriptural injunctions. Vikarma means breaking the scriptural injunctions, acting whimsically, just like now government has so many rules and regulations. If you break them, that is called sin, crime. That technically, as per Vedic knowledge, is called vikarma. And then there is third category of action, which is called akarma. Akarma means activity on spiritual platform, which does not, even though person is acting, but it will not result in material reaction. It will bring spiritual results. Karmanya karma yav pashyed akarmani cha karmayaha sabuddhiman manushyeshu sayukta kritsna karma krit. So unfortunately, people do not know this. Krishna is telling it is very complex to understand. Gahana karmano gatihi. What is karma? What is akarma? People do not know that if somebody jumps the speed limit, he will be fined for it. But it is his duty to know what is the speed limit on this road. In a similar fashion, there are various laws. Because we do not know, we break the laws and we suffer. Breaking the laws of nature is the only cause of all our sufferings. So Krishna tells it is very important to know what is karma, what is vikarma. And most important, it is to understand what is akarma. Akarma means inaction. And here, very beautiful shloka this is, Krishna mentions, one who sees inaction in action and action in inaction is intelligent among men, and he is in the transcendental position, although engaged in all sorts of activities. So Krishna explains who is the person who is actually liberated. One who can see inaction in action. So the materialist may be performing so many activities, but a wise person, a transcendentalist, understands it is actually inaction. Inaction means this activity is not going to have any result. If a person works very hard to make a sand castle, that is waste of time, because that castle is not going to remain. One strong wave will come, that will be washed away, and all that effort is null and void, finished. In a similar fashion, everybody is working very hard, taking great stress, tension, anxiety, and as soon as they leave the body, their name, fame, education, family members, everybody is gone. So all those activities, so much hard work for caring for the family members, seeing that they are always satisfied, always happy, it is useless waste of time if we do not take them to spiritual emancipation, because they will again suffer. They will die, in the next life they will suffer. So you worked so hard to take care of few people, your near and dear ones, and yourself. We will also suffer if we come again in this material world. Our families will suffer. Name, fame, education, everything is gone. So thus it is called inaction. A spiritualist sees no worth in material activities performed for temporary sense enjoyment. Is it not useless waste of time? Because of lack of knowledge of this eternal aspect of ourselves, we are engaged in this inaction. So Krishna tells we have to see inaction in action. People are very, very active, one should see, just like monkeys are very active, jumping from one tree to another. Dogs are active, scavenging from this dustbin to another. No worthy activity. And a devotee, a spiritualist also can be doing activity. And his activities also are not to be seen any activity. They are also called inaction. Why? Because they don't produce any material reaction. So it is as good as not acting at all. Because a devotee does all the activities only under direction of Krishna, his activities on spiritual platform, conducted by spiritual energy. Although a devotee may also be doing a business, earning money, just like Arjuna is also acting like a warrior of Rajoguna mode of passion, fighting so that he can rule the kingdom. But Arjuna is not conducted by material energy, but directly by Krishna's instruction, spiritual energy. So thus, although Arjuna is doing activity, apparently in the mode of passion, killing, fighting wars, but actually he will not get any reaction of the mode of passion. So thus, this is called seeing inaction in action. At the same time, a wise man also sees action in inaction. Sometimes a materialist does not act, just like Arjuna did not want to act, did not want to fight, but there is action in this inaction. What is action? As Krishna explained, inaction is sin. By not doing your activity, you are doing breach of the laws of nature and you are creating material punishment for yourself. Thus, because you are creating a material reaction, suffering, inactivity is also considered activity because it is producing material result. And sometimes a devotee can also be inactive. Devotee can be simply chanting entire day, he can be simply worshipping the deity or meditating upon the form of Krishna. Apparently he is not doing anything, but he is absorbed in samadhi, Krishna's service. So even though devotee is not acting, one should see that this is real activity because he is making spiritual advancement. Simply sitting and observing the form of Krishna in the temple or within the heart, thinking about Krishna, reading Bhagavad Gita, contemplating upon Krishna's forms, activities, or simply chanting and hearing his names 24 hours a day. Some devotees do that. And one can tell, oh, he's inactive, sitting entire day doing nothing. No, he is doing real activity because he's advancing, he's creating his spiritual life. So this is the vision. Action in inaction and seeing inaction in action. One who sees like this, he is a wise man. So one should learn to see in this way. Yasya sarve samarambhaah काम संकल्प वर्जिताः ज्ञानाग्नि दग्ध कर्माणं tam ahuv panditam buddhaः. So Krishna gives further description of one who is free from all the actions and reactions of this material world, liberated personality. One is understood to be in full knowledge, whose every act is devoid of desire for sense gratification. He is said by sages to be a worker whose fruitive action is burned up by the fire of perfect knowledge. He does not do any activity for sense gratification. Kama sankalpa varjitaha. He does all the activities only for the pleasure of Krishna's senses. We do all activities for our sense enjoyment. So thus we are conditioned living entities. Liberated means he will only desire Krishna's enjoyment. Kama sankalpa varjitaha. Tyaktva karma phala sangam nitya tripto nirashrayaha karmanyabhipravrittopi naiva kinchit karoti saha. Abandoning all attachment to the results of his activities, ever satisfied and independent, he performs no fruitive action, although engaged in all kinds of undertakings. Karma phala sangam. Again Krishna is repeating many times over and over. Karma phal asangam. One should not be attached with the results of one's activities, because they should be offered in sacrifice for the pleasure of Krishna. We are very much attached. We just are result oriented. We want to enjoy the result. This is wrong. This is not the right activity described by Krishna. One should be detached from the results to offer it to Krishna. Nitya tripta, always satisfied. We are taught to always remain dissatisfied. We think when we are dissatisfied, then we will make material advancement, and that is something very good. That is inaction Krishna described in previous verse. So one should be nitya tripta. One should always be satisfied in all circumstances. This is the art that we have to learn. And nirashrayaha, one should be completely independent. So in Vedic culture, anybody who takes education, they were nirashrayaha. They were not taking shelter of anybody else for maintenance. Only those people who were not going to schools, they would undertake jobs. So that is why it is told today's education system, it is following the footsteps of dogs. A dog, if it is not having a master, its life is very miserable. People throw stones, anybody just chases it for no reason, and he does not get food, although all the species get food. Dog's destiny is so that unless he gets a master, it is very difficult. It will always cry. That is why they howl in the night, because they are very hungry. Anytime you give food to the street dog, they are always eager to take it. So unless they have master, dog's life is very miserable. Similarly, today's education system makes us like dogs, unfortunately. That is what the Vedas are telling. So after clearing all the big examinations, if a person does not get job, then their life is useless, all education is useless. But Vedic education means anybody who has passed out from Vedic school, they will never take up jobs. The first class pass outs are Brahmanas. Brahmana means Patan, Patan, Yajan, Yajan. He is so much Nitya Tripta, so much satisfied, so much dependent on God, so much senses are controlled that he does not want to take any money even for tomorrow. He just needs that day's maintenance. And then Kshatriyas, they are also not taking up any jobs. Brahmana will simply educate free of cost, and whatever alms the students will bring, he will be satisfied with that. And if there is excess, he will give charity. He does not take any money for education. So he is not doing any job. Kshatriya also does not do any job. They give protection, administration, and they collect taxes. Vaishyas do not do any jobs. They will cultivate their own field. Whatever they require, they will produce in the field. They are also independent. Only Shudras, they do jobs. They are dependent on other living entities. So education means Ya Vidya Sa Vimuktaye, that which liberates you, that is education. What is this education? That you are very eager to take up jobs. Human life is meant for liberation, always remaining satisfied, becoming independent. These are the features of transcendentalists. Nirashiryat chittatma tyakta sarva parigraha shariram kevalam karma kurvannapnoti kilbisham. Such a man of understanding acts with mind and intelligence perfectly controlled, gives up all sense of proprietorship over his possessions, and acts only for the bare necessities of life. Thus working, he is not affected by sinful reactions. So a very important word used here is Shariram Kevalam Karma. Nirashir. He does not want to enjoy the results of activities, and he is having perfect control of Chittatma, mind and senses, and Shariram Kevalam Karma. He lives, works only to keep the body and soul together. Shariram Kevalam Karma. And actually, if we go for even gross material enjoyment any more than keeping body and soul together, it only results in misery. The example given is that of salt. Salt is required, a bit of it, a pinch of it, to make the meal tasty. Now if somebody applies logic, Oh, if a pinch of salt makes the dish so tasty, let me put entire jar of salt into it and the dish will become much, much more tastier. That is foolishness. That is not logic. So people think, oh, I have just smoked one cigarette. Let me smoke some more and I'll be happy. I drank just a peg. Let me have little more. I'll be more happy. I've had little sex. If I have unlimited sex, I'll be unlimitedly happy. This is as foolish as thinking, if a pinch of salt makes food so tasty, let me put entire jar of salt. So sense gratification, any more than a pinch of it, which is required for keeping body and soul together, it brings only misery in one's life. It brings addiction to our life. The thirst for sense enjoyment always keeps on increasing, as we have discussed, and the person becomes frustrated. So this is very important, please understand. Thus, a wise person lives only for keeping body and soul together. And do you find people in today's civilization who work just for keeping body and soul together? Entire civilization is lusty and greedy. Where is the question of satisfaction when the heart is full of lust and greed? These are the real problems of life. All the other problems are the expansions of lust and greed, the result of lusty and greedy activity. So there is no question of less food. There is no question of overpopulation. These are foolishness of ignorant souls. We are so much lusty to drink tea, coffee and smoke marijuana and so many things. If we can control our senses, just keep body and soul. Will the soul leave the body if we don't drink tea and coffee? Then why don't we grow cash crops? So much land is there which is occupied by growing weeds, by growing other cash crops, tea, coffee, etc. And grains can be cultivated in that. And there would be no food problem at all. But no, we want to enjoy. And thus in all this artificial produce, then we tell there is no land for cultivating food. So actually the real problems of life are only lust and greed. All the problems are the results of such lusty activities. So Shariram, we should present this ideal in the society. So if we scientifically follow the principles of Bhagavad Gita, we will be able to come to that platform where we work only for keeping body and soul together. Tyakta sarva parigraha, and there would be more result from our activity, but parigraha, one is free from all the possessions. One understands everything belongs to Krishna. So just one maintains body and soul together and offers the results to Krishna. Yadrichalabh santushto dvandvatito vimatsaraha samasiddhava siddhau cha kritvapi na nibadhyate. He who is satisfied with gain which comes of its own accord, who is free from duality and does not envy, who is steady both in success and failure, is never entangled, although performing actions. Important word used here is dvandvatito, yadrichalabh santushto. One is satisfied with whatever comes, whatever gains one gets of its own accord. We are not satisfied with that. We want more and more. Why? Because we are in dvandva. We think something is good, another thing is bad. So heat is good, cold is bad, or cold is good, heat is bad. One is free from this. Profit is good, loss is bad. So for spiritual advancement, both things are good. If one gets profit, one uses for Krishna. If one gets loss, one gets mental or physical miseries, then these miseries are also very important. Miseries purify the heart. And as we discussed, it brings one to the platform of spiritual knowledge, brings detachment from this material world. So miseries are also important for purification of heart. Lust and greed goes away in the miseries. So thus one should understand what is the purpose of this life. The purpose of this life is getting liberation from this material entanglement. So if you get profit, you use for Krishna. If you get loss, if there is any physical mental misery, that is anyway purification. So why a person should take anxiety for profit and loss? That is Krishna's intention here. So remain satisfied with the gains which come of its own accord as per destiny. And vimatsaraha, our transcendentalist is free from matsaraha, means enviousness. Today, whole society is based on enviousness, and that is what results in competition. Suppose there is only one bread left in the house, and two brothers, they want to have it. Will they fight for it? If there is actually love between the brothers, one would sacrifice. Oh, you please take, I am not hungry. You please have it. If the child wants to be fed and mother is also hungry, mother will choose to remain hungry to satiate the hunger of the child, because mother is not envious of the child. So thus there is no competition, no fight for resources when there is love. But now our heart burns if our friends or relatives, they advance more than us. So just to maintain this status quo in the society, there is so much of pressure. Mainly pressure, stress and anxiety is only because of this enviousness. Oh, others are progressing more than me. I also have to work hard. I am not able to produce result. Oh, if you really love them, you should try to let them perform better than you. But no, there is no love, there is envy. So a pure devotee, a transcendentalist, he is free from envy. Sama siddha va siddhaucha. Thus he is equipoised in success and failure. So he does not get disturbed. Others have gone more than me, I have failed. No. They are all part and parcels of Krishna. If they are happy, I am satisfied. Gata sangasya muktasya jnanavasthita chetasaha yajñayacharatah karma samagram praviliyate. The work of a man who is unattached to the modes of material nature and who is fully situated in transcendental knowledge merges entirely into transcendence. Brahmarpanam brahmahavir brahmagnau brahmanahutam brahmaeva tena gantavyam brahma karma samadhina. A person who is fully absorbed in Krishna consciousness is sure to attain the spiritual kingdom because of his full contribution to spiritual activities, in which the consummation is absolute and that which is offered is of the same spiritual nature. Here Krishna is giving the sum and substance of Krishna consciousness. Brahmarpanam brahmahavir brahmagnau brahmanahutam. So Krishna has explained work should be done only for sacrifice. When you sacrifice, there is ahuti, there is offering, there is havihi, there is butter to be offered, there is agni, fire in which the offering has to be made. So when a person is always absorbed in Krishna, Brahma karma samadhina. Samadhi means when the consciousness is completely fixed. When a person is completely Krishna conscious, then all his activities, his object of offering, and the result of that yajna, everything is completely spiritual. This kind of yajna is expected of Arjuna. Manmaya mam upashrita. When a person has taken shelter of Krishna, is absorbed in thoughts of Krishna, then any action that he does and the result of that activity, the performer of that activity, everything is Brahm, everything is completely spiritual. But if a person is not completely absorbed in Krishna, then even though he may do yajna, his result may not be spiritual. And what is that? Krishna explains. Daivam eva pare yajnam yoginah paryupasate brahmagnava pare yajnam yajnena evopajuhvati. Some yogis perfectly worship the demigods by offering different sacrifices to them, and some of them offer sacrifices in the fire of the Supreme Brahma. Now various kinds of yajnas Krishna has established. You should do work only for yajna, only for sacrifice, and there are various kinds of sacrifices mentioned as per the desires and the capacity of the individual living entities. Some of them, some yogis, they offer the yajna to the devatas, demigods. Others offer yajna in the Supreme Brahma. So here the worshipper of demigods and the impersonalists are explained. Offering yourself in the fire of Supreme Brahma means a person loses his identity. That is the aim of the impersonalist. He does not want to exist anymore. He just wants to merge into the total existence, Brahma Jyoti. So Brahm is considered the fire and individual identity is considered the offering. One loses one's individual identity. One does not lose actually, but one remains there as a small particle of atom. But the sensual activities are stopped, so in that sense it is losing one's identity. Shrotraadinindriyanyanye sanyamagnishu juhvati shabdadin vishayananya indriyagnishu juhvati. Some of them sacrifice the hearing process and the senses in the fire of controlled mind, and others sacrifice the objects of the senses such as the sound in the fire of sacrifice. So Shravanam Kirtanam, the process is explained here. If one hears the Vedic mantras very nicely, this is also sacrifice. You could have heard so many things, your attention could have gone to so many places, but this is called sacrifice. Similarly, you could have spoken so many things, produced so many results, but when you chant the names of God, this is also considered sacrifice. Sacrifice of sound, sacrifice of hearing. These are various yajnas. Sarvanindriya karmani prana karmani chapare atma sanyama yogagnav juhvati jnana deepite. Those who are interested in self-realization in terms of mind and sense control offer the functions of all the senses as well as the vital force, breath, as oblations into the fire of the controlled mind. So here the yoga system of Patanjali is explained, how all the sensual activities are stopped and a person tries to merge in the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Dravya yagyas tapo yagya yoga yagyas tatha pare swadhyaya jnana yagyascha yataya samshita vrataha. There are others who, enlightened by sacrificing their material possessions in severe austerities, take strict vows and practice the yoga of eightfold mysticism, and others study the Vedas for the advancement of transcendental knowledge. Dravya yagya, yoga yagya, swadhyaya yagya, tapo yagya, various yagyas are explained here. Dravya yagya means general charitable activities, opening education institutes, schools, hospitals, dormitories, or offering the possessions in the altar of fire sacrifice. Offering of material possessions is called Dravya Yagya. Dravya means material substance, riches, opulence, wealth. Then there is Tapo Yagya. Some people take voluntarily hardships, austerities like following Chaturmasya when it rains in the 4 months. Many people, it is recommended in the Vedas that you should not shave, and many people follow it. They just don't use their hands for eating. They take food directly from the floor and don't eat anything for sense gratification, and many strict vows, penances they take for promotion to heavenly planets. There are others who are doing Swadhyaya Yagya, who are engaged in studying of the scriptures. That is also yagya, sacrifice. So like this, there are various kinds of sacrifices. Apane juhvati pranam prane panam tatha pare pranapana gati rudva pranayam parayana apare niyatahara pranan praneshu juhvati. And there are even others who are inclined to the process of breath restraint to remain in trance, and they practice stopping the movement of the outgoing breath into the incoming and incoming breath into the outgoing, and thus at last remain in trance, stopping all breathing. Some of them, curtailing the eating process, offer the outgoing breath into itself as a sacrifice. So here the pranayam process is recommended, which is done in the beginning of Hatha Yoga, Ashtanga Yoga. Sarvepyete yajnavido yajnakshapita kalmashaha yajnashishtamrita bhujo yanti brahma sanatanam. All these performers who know the meaning of sacrifice become cleansed of sinful reaction, and having tasted the nectar of the remnants of such sacrifice, they go to the supreme eternal atmosphere. The very important word used here is Yajnavido, one who knows the meaning of the sacrifice, then they go to eternal atmosphere. So if one is doing any kind of activity without knowing the meaning behind it, it will not fetch the desired result. So thus the knowledge is very, very important. Even a person who is doing Ashtanga Yoga, although it is not recommended for Kali Yoga, but Lord Kapila explains Swadhyay is very important element. One must have knowledge. In knowledge, when a person does yajna, one who knows the meaning behind all these sacrifices, he will go to eternal atmosphere. Others, they have to wait unless they come to platform of knowledge. Nayam lokosti ayajnasya kutonya kuru sattama. O best of the Kuru dynasty, without sacrifice one can never live happily on this planet or in this life. What then of the next? So when we become perplexed, why we are not happy? For health, we are looking back to the Vedas. Now we should look back to the Vedas for the reason of happiness also. We are opening centers of excellence in top institutes of our country for happiness. Happiness is a subject being introduced in schools. People want to figure out how to become happy. Krishna has explained here, very simple. One who does not do sacrifice, he cannot be happy in this life or next. Sacrifice is must for happiness. Evam bahuvidha yajna vitata brahmano mukhe karmajan vidhitan sarvan evam gyatva vimokshase. All these different types of sacrifices are approved by the Vedas, and all of them are born of different types of work. Knowing them as such, you will become liberated. Shreyan dravyamayad yajna jnana yajna parantapa sarvam karma khilam partha jnane parisamapyate. O chastiser of the enemy, the sacrifice of knowledge is greater than the sacrifice of material possessions. O son of Pritha, after all, the sacrifice of work culminates in transcendental knowledge. So here it is very clear, Krishna is telling. Many people are enamored by the gorgeous Vedic ceremonies. Oh yes, today I participated in yajna. It was beautiful, chanting of so many mantras and people were putting so many things into fire, and it was divine. But much more divine than that is, Krishna is telling very clearly here, Jnana yajna parantapa, Shreyan, better than Dravya yajna, sacrificing the material possessions on the altar of fire, is Jnana yajna, sacrifice for cultivating knowledge. Thus, this Bhagavad Gita which we are discussing here, it is much more powerful yajna in terms of Lord Krishna. So many yajnas we can sit in, but whose life is changed by sitting in such yajnas? But if we hear sincerely the message of God in Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam and other scriptures, then our life changes for good. So all the sacrifice of material possessions, charity and all, ultimately leads one to, or if properly done, should lead one to the platform of knowledge. So please do not underestimate the reading of scriptures and discussion as ordinary thing. It is a yajna and more powerful yajna. The result of all sacrifice is to reach platform of knowledge. तद्विद्धि प्रणिपातेन परिप्रश्नेन सेवया उपदेक्ष्यन्ति ते ज्ञानं ज्ञानिनस्तत्त्वदर्शिनः. Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized soul can impart knowledge unto you because he has seen the truth. This is very, very important verse. Krishna has told sacrifice of knowledge is better than that of material possessions. Now, sacrifice of knowledge, please don't get confused. I have to sacrifice, give up my knowledge. No. Sacrifice of knowledge means sacrifice done to get knowledge. So, sacrifice done to get knowledge. One can get knowledge either by hearing or by reading or by discussing. All these are sacrifices of knowledge. It is greater than sacrifice of giving up your wealth. And how does a person get this knowledge? I will get this knowledge simply by reading, or any formal procedure has to be followed. So here 3-step formula is given. So please do not think simply by reading one will understand this. For this one needs to approach Tattvadarshi. And how one has to approach Tattvadarshi? Tadvidhi, to know the science of absolute truth. One has to first of all be very, very humble. Pranipatena, prakashta rupena nipat. That means when a person falls like rod before spiritual master, this is the symbolic representation of being humble. That I am completely surrendered. Whatever you tell, I will follow. So this humility is required. Some people, they challenge the spiritual master. That is not the way here. So humility, Lord Jesus also told, kingdom of God is meant for meek and humble. So one has to be very, very humble. And sevaya, one has to render service. If we approach a saintly person, first inquiry should not be directly any spiritual question. First inquiry ideally should be, how can I render service to you, sevaya? This was the etiquette. Whenever even a king would come to meet the sages, first he will ask, or any person, can you please tell me how can I serve you? Please engage me in your service and do seva. And by doing seva, we become qualified to receive and assimilate that knowledge. Otherwise, even if the transcendental knowledge is spoken, without seva, we will not be able to digest or realize, understand that. So seva is very, very important. It is told, Ata Shri Krishna Naam Adi na bhaved grahayam indriyaye. Shri Krishna Naam Adi, the name, form, qualities of Lord Krishna are divyam, transcendental. Na grahayam indriyaye, by our senses, by our mind, we can neither see, hear, nor can understand about Krishna. Sevan mukhe jivvadav, but if a person engages in service of Krishna, which begins with tongue, chanting his names, speaking his signs, then Swayam ev suratyadaha, Lord himself becomes so pleased that he manifests his knowledge, his form, and a person is able to see, hear, and understand Krishna. So seva is very important. So every word has to be noted very, very carefully, scrutinizingly. Pranipaten pariprashnen sevaya. Chapter 4, verse number 34. Please mark it very carefully. In this way, we will be able to understand Bhagavad Gita. So we should approach a guru, a person who knows this knowledge, and be very, very humble. And we have to render service, and then we don't just have to always remain humble and keep on rendering service without any inquiry. Ultimately, we approach Guru to get knowledge. So pariprashnena, inquiry is also important. One should be eager to understand knowledge. But in eagerness, one should not ask absurd questions. One should not become impudent. And one should not try to simply ask without doing any seva. No. So blind faith is not recommended. Pariprashnena is very important. Some people tell, no, scriptures are dogmatic. They are not at all dogmatic. Here you see pariprashnena, inquiry, this word is used. Again, after speaking entire Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna, Krishna will tell, Vimrishyatad asheshena. You completely deliberate upon it, what message I have spoken to you. And then yatechasi tatakuru, then whatever you desire you do. So spiritual life is not a brainwash, it is not a dogma. In actual spiritual life, you are encouraged to ask questions, just like Arjuna is asking here and Krishna is replying. Rather, all the Vedic knowledge is basically the discussion between the spiritual master and disciple. In different time, in different places, different planets, different circumstances. It's all discussion. So inquiry is very important. Blind faith and absurd inquiries, both are rejected here. One should inquire and one should render service, be humble. Then, if a person follows 3 steps of submission, seva and inquiry, then Tattva Darshina, those who have seen the truth, they will reveal this knowledge to you. So please try to follow these 3 steps. Yajgyatva na punarmoham evam yasyasi pandava yena bhutanya sheshani drakshasyatmanyatho mai. So what is this knowledge which Tattvadarshi will give? And when you have thus learned the truth, you will know that all living beings are but part of me, and that they are in me and are mine. Yaj gyatva na punar moham. If a person gets this knowledge, then he cannot fall back into illusion. What is that knowledge? When we understand drakshyasi atmani athomai. All the living entities are situated on Krishna, they are always connected to Krishna. And Krishna tells, Athomai and are mine, they belong to me. So one should have this knowledge of spiritual life. Just understanding I am not the body is not sufficient. One should understand that we are all part and parcels of Krishna. This is very important. Leaf is part and parcel of tree. If a leaf demands direct water, can the leaf ever be nourished? No. So practically we have to apply in our life, instead of planning our direct enjoyment, we should plan how to make Krishna happy, and then we will see we are happy and the people who are connected to us, they are also happy. So this is the relationship between us and Krishna. We are part and parcel of Krishna. We are situated on the energy of Krishna and we are always connected to Krishna. In illusion, I am thinking God does not exist or God is separate, I am separate. Just like a leaf is always connected to the tree, leaf is part and parcel of tree. In a similar fashion, we are part and parcel of Krishna. One has to come to this knowledge. Api chedasi papebhya sarvebhya papakrittamaha sarvam jnana plavenaiva vrajinam santarishyasi. Even if you are considered to be the most sinful of all sinners, when you are situated in the boat of transcendental knowledge, you will be able to cross over the ocean of miseries. So when a person has knowledge, then he can solve miseries of life. If we do not have knowledge, we can understand. If we do not know science, dog does not study science. His ancestors were suffering from the same problem from which he is suffering today. He cannot make a house dwelling for himself. He cannot make a kitchen for cooking for himself, but we can do because we know the sciences. But unless we understand science of God, there won't be perfect solution of problems of life. We'll be shifting problem or creating more problems. So knowledge is important. When we have transcendental knowledge, this knowledge that all the living entities are parts and parcels of God, when we realize, all miseries are solved. Yathaidhansi samsiddhognir bhasmasat kurute Arjuna Jnanagni sarva karmani bhasmasat kurute tatha. As the blazing fire turns firewood to ashes, O Arjuna, so does the fire of knowledge burn to ashes all reactions to material activities. Nahi jnanena sadrisham pavitram iha vidyate tatsvayam yoga samsiddha kalenatmani vindati. In this world, there is nothing so sublime and pure as transcendental knowledge. Such knowledge is the mature fruit of all mysticism, and one who has achieved this enjoys the self within himself in due course of time. As you wake up from a dream, all the problems of dream are immediately resolved. Thus, by this transcendental knowledge which is revealed by spiritual master from within the heart, then immediately we understand I am not the body. then no problems of body affect me. And if I am able to revive my relationship with Krishna, as one thinks of one's beloved, heart is full of happiness. When the relationship with Krishna, its memory is revived, one is always rejoicing, love of God within himself. This situation is explained in this verse. Shraddhavan labhate jnanam tatparas sanyatendriyah jnanam labdhva param shantim achirenadhigacchati. A faithful man who is absorbed in transcendental knowledge and who subdues his senses quickly attains the supreme spiritual peace. So here the word used here, very important, the first word is Shraddhavan. A person who is faithful, he only gets knowledge. How? By controlling the senses. Who is absorbed in transcendental knowledge, he attains supreme spiritual peace. So sense control is very important. All these various yajnas which are described here, all are meant to control the senses. Control the senses and hear about Krishna, control the senses, speak about Krishna, control senses and offer the resources for sense enjoyment in charity. Control your senses and cultivate knowledge. Control your senses, hold your breath, sit in one place, stop all the activities of sense enjoyment. So all the yajnas are meant for sense control. So a person who is faithful in the scriptures, who controls the senses, he very quickly is able to attain peace. But one who is not faithful, his destiny is very dark, that Krishna explains here. Agyascha shraddadhanascha sanshayatma vinashyati nayam lokosti na paro na sukham sanshayatmanaha. But ignorant and faithless persons who doubt the revealed scriptures do not attain God consciousness. For the doubting soul there is happiness neither in this world nor in the next. So Krishna is telling, Agyaha, those who are ignorant, because of ignorance we have doubt. If a person is sick, he will always be doubtful about the taste of food because everything is bitter for a sick man. So in a similar fashion, those who are sick, all of us with bodily concept of life thinking, I am this body, we are always doubtful about the existence of spirit, existence of supreme spirit. We are doubtful about so many things because of this disease of bodily concept. So those who always remain doubtful, Krishna is telling, Nayam loko nasti paro na sukham. For him there is happiness neither in this world nor in the next. Such a person always lives in misery. Person is telling, come sit on this bus, I will rescue you from this danger. No, you will kidnap me, you will take my money. What will happen? If a person doubts on a genuine person who is willing to rescue, then what can be done? So Krishna is God, He is going to rescue us, giving all happiness. But if we doubt on this knowledge, then Krishna tells, now we will suffer. All the laws of nature are mentioned. If we doubt, we don't follow, we will suffer now, and in the future also we will suffer. So Krishna tells how to then come out of this doubt. That solution also Krishna is giving. Yoga sanyasta karmanam jnana sanchinna sanshayam atmavantam na karmani nibadnanti dhananjaya. Therefore, one who has renounced the fruits of his action, whose doubts are destroyed by transcendental knowledge, and who is situated firmly in the self, is not bound by works, O conqueror of the riches. Tasmadagyan sambhutam ritstham jnanasinatmanaha chitvainam sanshayam yogam atishtottishta bharata. Therefore, the doubts which have arisen in your heart out of ignorance should be slashed by the weapon of knowledge. Armed with yoga, O Bharat, stand and fight. So doubts can be destroyed by transcendental knowledge. And how to get transcendental knowledge? Verse number 34. Pranipaten pariprashnena sevaya. As if we have doubts, doubts are natural. If we try to study any subject, we approach a teacher to solve doubts, isn't it? when it's beyond our capacity to understand. So we have to approach a teacher. So doubts are natural. Any subject we study, we get doubts. And how do we come out of it? We approach a teacher. In a similar fashion, unless we are eager to approach a teacher, then doubts will always remain. So in order to come out of this doubt and solve the miseries of this life and the next, it is important that we approach a teacher. And if we are very, very eager, Krishna will guide from the heart. Krishna will guide us if we want to become atheist, and if we want to understand, it makes some sense. Let me try to understand this more. This little Shraddha if we have, and if you develop eagerness, let me find an expert spiritual master who can guide me. Then Krishna will guide from the heart. But one should be sincere without any material motive to get spiritual knowledge. Then Krishna will guide to right spiritual master. And then we have to follow simple rules and regulations. If a person is sick, in order to come out of doubt about the taste of food, one has to follow the advice of doctor. Then he can taste food. Oh, this is sour, this is sweet, this is tasty, this is not cooked nicely. Then he can tell the exact taste of the dishes. Similarly, when we follow the instructions of spiritual master and engage in service of Krishna, so engaging in service, as it is mentioned here in this verse, taking shelter of Krishna and chanting the names of Krishna, by this faith is established. Krishna reveals himself, doubts are destroyed. So one should learn the art of serving Krishna and chanting his names under the guidance of spiritual master. Then when a person is not having any doubts, a person is on the liberated platform. Then even though a person is acting like a warrior, as Arjuna is supposed to do, he will not be entangled in karma. So the conclusion of this chapter is, we are all entangled here in this material world because of the tendency to act. The same tendency to act can make us liberated from all the entanglement of activities. Example given is just like if one is suffering from intake of excess milk, then the same milk taken in another transformation of curd or yogurt can help one relieve the indigestion caused by milk only. So milk only taken in another format removes the sufferings created by the milk. So the actions only directed by the spiritual master can help one get relief from the material actions done in the past life or in this life. And this scientific way of performing actions under guidance of spiritual master for the pleasure of Krishna are called yajna. So Arjuna is told, don't think by not acting you will become free from karma, but you have to act for yajna, for sacrifice, for the pleasure of Krishna. Then same actions will become your cause of liberation. Actions bind us, actions liberate us. So one has to know this science very nicely. What is action which is meant for liberation, akarma? What is vikarma, acting against spiritual injunctions? What is karma, fruitive activities? So this is very beautifully explained by Lord Krishna here. So the aim is ultimately to be established in akarma. Do the actions which do not bring any material reactions. So this description again seems to be confusing Arjuna, and he puts forth another question for more clarity. And what is that? We will see in the next chapter. Thank you so much for hearing. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Today we will discuss Chapter 5, Karma Yoga, Action in Krishna Consciousness. This session is dedicated to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, our spiritual master and the founder and acharya of worldwide Hare Krishna movement. So there is a great mystery behind this yoga process. As we have been discussing, there are many terms which appear in different formats. There is karma, there is vikarma, there is akarma, there is karmi, there is karma yoga. So karma is very different from karma yoga. There is Jnani, there is Sankhya yoga, and there is overlap between the yogas. So Arjuna seems to be getting confused here, because in the second chapter, Sankhya Yoga was explained, the analytical study of the world. And after that, Lord Krishna explained Buddhi Yoga or Karma Yoga, action in Krishna consciousness. In the third chapter, it was told, Atmaratir eva syat. One who is self-satisfied, for him there is no need to work. And then it was explained, because the results of all the actions culminates in transcendental knowledge. And at the end of fourth chapter, after explaining the glories of transcendental knowledge, Lord Krishna again recommended Arjuna to work, to fight. So Arjuna is getting confused. The result of all work, sacrificing the results of work, is knowledge. And explaining the glories of knowledge, again you are telling me to fight. How to understand this? So this chapter is very nice. Lord Krishna explains the difference and at the same time uniqueness in the process of Sankhya and Karma Yoga. Lord Krishna also describes in this chapter the peace formula. All of us are looking for peace. But our peace is into pieces. We have no clue how to get that thing. So let us understand from the words of the Supreme Personality Himself. If we apply these simple principles, we will get perfect peace in our life. Let us try to hear carefully. Arjuna uvacha sannyasam karmanam Krishna punaryogam cha shansasi yachreya etayorekam tanme bruhi sunishchitam. Arjuna said, O Krishna, first of all you ask me to renounce work, and then again you recommend work with devotion. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial? So renouncing work is more beneficial or working with devotion? Karma yogam cha shansasi. Which of the two is more beneficial? Arjuna asks. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Sannyasa Karma Yogacha Nishreyasa Karavubhav Tayostu Karma Sannyasad Karma Yogo Vishishyate. The Blessed Lord said, the renunciation of work and work in devotion are both good for liberation, but of the two, work in devotional service is better than renunciation of works. Gyeya sanitya sannyasi yo nadveshti nakangshati nirdvandvo hi mahabaho sukham bandhat pramuchyate. One who neither hates nor desires the fruits of his activities is known to be always renounced. Such a person, liberated from all dualities, easily overcomes material bondage and is completely liberated, O mighty armed Arjuna. Sankhya yoga prithak bala pravadanti na pandita ekamapyasthitas samyak ubhayor vindate phalam. Only the ignorant speak of karma yoga and devotional service as being different from the analytical study of the material world. Sankhya. Those who are actually learned say that he who applies himself well to one of these paths achieves the results of both. Yas sankhya if prapyate sthanam tad yogairapi gamyate ekam sankhyam cha yogam cha yav pashyati sa pashyati. One who knows that the position reached by means of renunciation can also be attained by works in devotional service, and who therefore sees that the path of works and the path of renunciation are one, sees things as they are. So yoga is one ladder that yoga ladder has got various rungs. Lord Krishna will explain that in the 12th chapter of this book, Bhagavad Gita. In Karma Yoga also, there are two categories. Karma means acting as per the instructions of the Vedas. We all want to enjoy. But if we act as per the rules and regulations of the Vedas, then we can enjoy without breaking the laws of nature, like a civilized person is supposed to do. And when a person is dissatisfied after enjoying all the results of activities, then he further reads the Vedas and he becomes a yogi. He understands not by enjoying the results, but by sacrificing the results of my work, I will get that peace for which I am always hankering. Then he starts giving up the results of activities initially because he has been a materialist. A materialist cannot understand God or Atma Tattva, self being different from the body. So he remains in bodily concept of life and he thinks benefit of body is benefit of soul. So he becomes a philanthropist and he starts using his money for general purpose, opening schools, colleges, and welfare works for the welfare of body. And in this way, by giving up the results of activities, one comes to the platform of knowledge, sanity. And then a person is able to understand the science of self, the science of supreme self, the relation between the two. And this knowledge gives him realization that human life is just meant to realize that I am not the body. That is a platform of peace. Then he gives up the results of all his activities and becomes a sannyasi. Then when he further cultivates the knowledge, after cultivating knowledge for a very long time, one is able to, and this long time is actually spanning across many births, bahunam janmanamante. This research work is not easy. Just see, so many scientists have come and gone, and we hardly know about the planet which is next to us. So how we can understand the information not just of all the planets of our solar system, not just those of the universe, but the creator of universe. So Krishna tells in Bhagavad Gita, yes, if you continue your research, bahunam janmanamante, after many births, you will be able to understand knowledge of myself, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And once a person comes to that platform, then he engages himself. So he has known, oh, I am not the body, I am part and parcel of God, just like a leaf is part and parcel of tree. So let me now water the root of the tree, then I will be satisfied. Then again he engages himself, his senses, in the service of Supreme Lord. This is also Karma Yoga, but this is higher form of Karma Yoga. So this Karma Yoga, where a person does not have much knowledge, then one person elevates himself to platform of knowledge, and then when one acts himself in full knowledge, even though he is acting, he is not na lipyate, entangled by the laws of karma. So thus Arjuna is getting confused. I have to give up action or I have to pick up action. So there are two kinds of activities, one performed without knowledge, one performed in full knowledge. In between lies knowledge. So just taking sannyas and following the process of jnana, empirical philosophy, is called Sankhya. Sankhya means analyzing the material world and understanding how it is illusory, it is false. False in the sense it exists, as we have discussed, but our conception is wrong. If I am seeing a dog before me, that form exists, but the person is not dog. That is a soul, same as I am in this human form of life. That is just the dress of a dog. So understanding that the soul is dog, that is illusion. So a person in this way analyzes that this material world is illusory. And then he comes to understand what is reality. This is called Sankhya, the process of Gyan. Finding the root of the tree. And when he understands, finding that this is the root of the tree, I am part and parcel of God, just like the leaf is part and parcel of tree. The only way of my satisfaction is watering the root, serving the God. Then he engages himself in loving service of God. So Sankhya also leads one to loving service of God eventually. Just like the 4 Kumaras, they were on liberated platform and they went to Vaikuntha Loka. And even Shukdev Goswami, he was also on liberated platform. And when he heard Srimad Bhagavatam, so when they hear these liberated souls about Krishna, or when they see the form of Krishna, then they immediately get attracted and engage themselves in the service of Krishna. And there is another class of devotees who from the very beginning engage themselves in the service of Krishna. And the knowledge is automatically attained. Thus Krishna is telling, Yas Sankhya prapyate sthanam tad yogairapi gamyate. Ekam Sankyam cha yogam cha. The situation which is attained by Sankhya, attaining knowledge, the same situation can be attained by yoga also. So those people who are in knowledge, Ekam Sankyam cha yogam cha, they tell Sankhya and yoga, they are the same path. Because after Sankhya, one has to come to the point of yoga. It is the same path. One is more advanced position. But the same goal is attained. You are following the path of Sankhya that ends in yoga, and then the object is same, loving devotional service of Krishna. So those who are fortunate, they are able to directly come in contact with pure devotee and they engage directly in yoga process, what Krishna is telling Arjuna. Those who are not so fortunate, they analyze very nicely. As some people, when we tell them, you please chant as it is written in Bhagavad Gita, in the Shastras, follow this process. They tell, who has seen Shastras, what is this Gita? They are not able to develop faith. Then okay, they are encouraged to do research. And after many bursts of research, they will come to this conclusion. Just like already scientists have done research, now we can take advantage of that or again start doing research from the basics. So if somebody has done research, we apply it in our life and we quickly develop so many means of technology. So that Krishna is telling here. One process is finding the root, another is watering the root. If a person waters the root, if we serve Krishna, then automatically we understand, we feel nourishment. I understand, oh yes, I am part and parcel of Krishna. Because as soon as I engage myself in service of Krishna, I get unlimited satisfaction. I was hankering for this satisfaction always. So immediately there is realization that I am always connected to Krishna. As soon as I serve Krishna, I get satisfaction. As soon as you put water on the root, the leaf becomes nourished. So the knowledge automatically comes, I am part and parcel of Krishna, I am not the body. So Krishna tells anyone who applies himself perfectly to either of these paths achieves the results of both. So now the next question can be, so if that is the case, then which process should I follow? That Krishna answers in the following verse. Sanyasastu mahabhaho dukham aptum ayogataha yoga yukto munir brahma nachirenadi gacchati. Unless one is engaged in the devotional service of the Lord, mere renunciation of activities cannot make one happy. The sages purified by works of devotion achieve the supreme without delay. So Krishna here again has used the word tu. Tu means but. Krishna told these processes, they are the same path. Those who are not wise, they tell this is different and that is different. The same goal will be achieved. But Krishna is telling tu, but sanyasastu mahabhaho dukkham aptum ayogata. If a person is simply a renouncer, mere renunciation of activities will not give him freedom from miseries. Cannot make one happy. Whereas yoga yukto munir brahma, a person who is engaged in the service of Lord, he gets happiness, positive happiness in the progressive march of devotional service. So if you simply renounce, then that path is very troublesome. So there are two kinds of sannyasis, impersonalists and Vaishnava sannyasis, the devotees of the Lord. So impersonalists, they analyze Vedanta Sutra and the philosophy of absolute truth. For them, it becomes very dry, simply philosophizing. Whereas other class of sannyasis who are actually buddhi yogis or karma yogis or bhakti yogis, these are the same names for devotional service. They engage themselves according to Pancharatriki Vidhi, and they engage in very nice archana of the Lord, offering various items with great love to the Lord, cooking for the Lord, dressing the Lord, singing for the Lord, carrying out the orders of Lord, and all these activities give so much of satisfaction. Ultimately, we are hankering for this satisfaction. Why a person spends so much of money which he has earned very nicely on the family members, does not enjoy directly, because it is not the sense object. It is that loving reciprocation that we want, that satisfies our heart. What to speak of family members? People keep pets, more so in the Western countries where families are not together. When the dog comes and wags its tail and licks your cheek, you feel great happiness. There is reciprocation. So just like there is some rasa, pleasure, which is coming by serving other people, similarly the same resources when we use for God, there is immediately reciprocation. And it is this reciprocation for God which is missing in the life of the follower of Sankhya, who has simply renounced but has not engaged himself in the service of God. So thus Krishna is telling to Arjuna, warning, although the paths are the same, but sannyas takes a very long time. Whereas for devotee, the word used here is na chiren adhigacchati. Chira means very long time. Na chirena adhigacchati means not very long time, in a very short time. So this is the difference between the paths. A karma yogi attains God in a very short time, and a Sankhya yogi, simple empirical philosopher, jnani, chiren adhigacchati, he will take a very long time, and he will not be able to feel happiness also in the path. Yoga yukto vishuddhatma vijitatma jitendriyaha sarva bhutatma bhutatma kurvan api na lipyate. One who works in devotion, who is a pure soul and who controls his mind and senses, is dear to everyone, and everyone is dear to him. Though always working, such a man is never entangled. Important words used here are Vijitatma Jitendriya, one who has controlled his mind and senses perfectly. So Krishna has described the process of yoga, that Karma Yoga is better than Sankhya Yoga. Now Krishna is telling what is the situation of this Karma Yogi, so that Arjuna does not confuse a Karma Yogi with an ordinary Karmi, ordinary fruitive worker. So Krishna describes, no, please understand his consciousness. External actions could be the same, but there is gulf of difference in the consciousness. And what is that? First of all, ordinary people, they work because their mind and senses are not under control. Mind tells, give me this thing, senses demand something, and they work very hard to achieve it. Whereas devotee, Karma Yogi, is Vijitatma Jitendriyaha. His mind and senses are controlled. So in order to advance in spiritual life, control of mind and senses is very important. And a person thinks, this spiritual life makes me aloof. And the family members, when they sometimes understand, our family person is studying Bhagavad Gita, following this process, let us stop him or her, because then they will become indifferent to us. But here different word is used. Please notice it carefully. Sarva bhutatma bhutatma. It means he is dear to everyone and everyone is dear to him. So it is not a fact that after Krishna consciousness a person will become indifferent. No. He is dear to everyone and everyone is dear to him. Rather, the life of a devotee, a karma yogi, is simply to work for the benefit of the suffering living entities and nothing else. He has no other purpose. So he feels so much more for the living entities rather than being indifferent. A renouncer, a person who is Sankhya yogi, he may become indifferent. It is illusion. Let me remain away. But a devotee understands the real cause of suffering and works very hard to relieve the living entities of their suffering. So thus, Srila Prabhupada explains, it is not that we will start hating or will become indifferent to our family members. No, if we actually follow this process, then we will increase our love for our family members, for the society, for the nation, for all the living entities and all the species. So this is the path of universal brotherhood, because you are engaged in the service of Krishna, and we understand everybody is part and parcel of Krishna. If I love a person, I cannot hit his finger. I have to love his finger also, take care of finger also, protect finger as well. Thus, a living entity understands that all of them are part and parcels of Krishna. And because he loves Krishna, he loves everyone. His love or her love increases. So every living entity is very dear to him. And he is also dear to other living entities. Why? Because he acts as servant to all of them. We become not dear to anybody when we start to act as master. Now everyone is very eager to lord over. Husband wants to lord over wife, wife wants to lord over husband, parents on children, children or parents. Or in this way, there is competition over who will become greater lord. And this lording over tendency, my family should work for me, my society, community, subordinate boss should work for my satisfaction. People don't think of giving satisfaction to others. That is why when we take initiation or formal acceptance in the spiritual order of life, when we become qualified to understand spiritual knowledge, accept the spiritual master, then we are given the name Das. Das means servant. So when somebody acts in a very humble way, in a servant attitude, then automatically there is no chance of committing an offense to the other person. So that is why such a person is dear to everyone. So whole society is looking for this, how I can be dear to everyone, how everyone can be dear to me. This is the process. By executing this process of Karma Yoga, yogi has this consciousness. And Kurvan apina lipyate. Such a person, even though he is acting, he does not get entangled in laws of karma. Naiva kinchit karomiti yukto manyeta tattvavid pashyan shrinvan sprishan jigran ashnan gachan swapan shwasan pralapan visrajan grinan unmishan nimishan napi indriyan indriyartheshu vartanta iti dharayan. A person in the divine consciousness, although engaged in seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, moving about, sleeping and breathing, always knows within himself that he actually does nothing at all. Because while speaking, evacuating, receiving, opening or closing his eyes, he always knows that only material senses are engaged with their objects and that he is aloof from them. So a pure devotee performs all his activities only for the service of Krishna. Thus he offers all the activities of the senses to Krishna, and he knows Krishna is in control. So my senses are acting, engaging in the sense objects. As per the control of Krishna, I am not acting. Brahmanyadhaya karmani sangam tyaktva karoti yaha lipyate nasa papena Padma Patram Mivambasa. One who performs his duty without attachment, surrendering the results unto the Supreme God, is not affected by sinful action, as the lotus leaf is untouched by water. Kayena manasa buddhya kevalairindriyairapi yoginah karma kuruvanti sangam tyaktvatma shuddhaye. The yogis, abandoning attachment, act with body, mind, intelligence, and even with the senses only for the purpose of purification. So one may ask, what is the reason for his action, for his service, whatever he is doing? After knowledge, again a person is engaged in service. So the purpose is purification. The ultimate purpose is to get the love of Godhead, but a person cannot feel love of God, the positive pleasure, unlimited bliss in the service of Lord, unless the senses are purified, mind, body is purified, just like a sick man cannot taste food unless the body is purified of the virus. So this process can be attained either by perfect material attachment, stopping all the material activities, and thus attaining liberation after many births. Such a liberated person, when he comes in contact with Krishna or Krishna's pure devotee, he immediately gets attracted because he is free from contamination. And a better and quick process is when a person engages mind, body and senses in the service of Krishna, as it is mentioned here, kayena manasa buddhya kevalaya indriyarapi. So when kayena, body, manasa, mind, buddhya means intelligence. With his intelligence he is thinking how to serve Krishna. With his mind he is always thinking about Krishna while engaged in service of Krishna. Senses are engaged in the service of Krishna. So just like an iron rod in fire, when kept for some time continuously, it starts acting like fire. So when mind, intelligence, senses, everything is absorbed in the service of Supreme Lord, then Supreme Lord is completely spiritual. So our mind, body, senses also become spiritualized. And once the senses, mind, body are spiritualized, free from material contamination, then in such purified stage, a person can attain unlimited pleasure in the service of Krishna, for which we are always hankering. So thus Krishna is mentioning what is the purpose of a yogi who is acting in full knowledge. The purpose is only for the purpose of purification. Atma Shuddhaye. Yukta karma phalam tyaktva shantim apnoti naishtikim ayukta kama karena phale sakto nibadhyate. The steadily devoted soul attains unadulterated peace because he offers the result of all activities to me, whereas a person who is not in union with the divine, who is greedy for the fruits of his labor, becomes entangled. Shantim apnoti naishtikim. Shanti, when we sleep, then also we get Shanti, we get peace. But again, when we get up, then all the problems of the world strike our head and we become disturbed. You take intoxication, drugs. For a while we get relief. We get Shanti definitely. But we want permanent Shanti. Nashtiki, fixed up Shanti. How to get that permanent peace? Here Krishna is telling, Yuktaha, you engage in my service, and karma phalam tyaktva, give up the results of your activities. So sometimes, especially those who are new, they ask, so practically, Prabhu, please explain, how do we offer the results to Krishna? Okay, Arjuna was in front of Krishna. Arjuna was knowing Krishna's desires, and he was knowing how to work for Krishna and how to offer the results to Krishna. But how do we do that? How do we yukta? How do we engage in service of Krishna? How do we offer the results? That is why Krishna tells in the 4th chapter, Tad vidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya. Engage yourself in the sevaya, service of Tattvadarshina, that is my service. Just like Viceroy would come from England, and he would get all the respects that are due to a king. And he would receive many gifts, but he will not use any of those things in his personal enjoyment. He will take back and offer it to the king or queen. Whether we put letter in the post office or in the letter box, it will reach the destination. In a similar fashion, if we are very qualified, like Arjuna, Brahma, Kumaras, we can take instructions directly from Krishna, understand what is Krishna's service and engage in service and offer the results to Krishna. Or we can find out who is Krishna's representative, who is carrying out Krishna's orders here. That is pure devotee of Krishna, a guru. And what is Krishna's work, Krishna's service? That Krishna has explained. Dharma sansthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. To give this knowledge to others, to take living entities out of the suffering. That is my work. So if we find anybody who is spreading this knowledge of Bhagavad Gita, of Dharma to others, very sincerely repeating the instructions of Krishna and helping all the living entities come out of their miseries, in their service, in such an establishment, we can do seva and we can offer the results of our activities. And when we do that, what is the result? Shanti mapnoti naishtikim. Then we get not temporary shanti of sleep or intoxication, then we are always shant, we are always very peaceful. So firmly Lord Krishna is telling you, please step on this first level of spiritual platform, first pedestal, and that is karma phalam tyaktva. Please give up the results of your activities. Life does not become very, very blissful by accumulating the resources or increasing the sense enjoyment. It acts the other way around. So, shariram kevalam karma. Only for keeping body and soul together one should work. And excess, if we get the results, tyaktvatma shuddhaye. It should be given for the service of Krishna, and then self-purification happens. Sarva karmani manasa sanyaste sukham vashi navadvare pure dehi naiva kurvanna karayan. When the embodied living being controls his nature and mentally renounces all actions, he resides happily in the city of 9 gates, the material body, neither working nor causing the work to be done. This material body is called city of 9 gates. Why 9 gates? Because there are 9 holes in this body. 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, mouth, genitals and anus. 9 gates. So in this city, the soul is there and the Supreme Lord is also there in the heart. So when we identify ourselves with the body, then we suffer from the miseries which are coming to body. Body gets sold, body dies, body faces criticism or other things. And if we think I am the body, we get affected by such miseries. And when I identify myself with the Lord sitting in the heart, or I am part and parcel of Supreme Lord, I am not connected to this body at all, then I become as free as the Lord. The Supreme Lord has entered the heart of all living entities, including the heart of a pig who is sitting there in a filthy drain. But is Lord getting affected by the filth of the drain? No. The Lord is transcendental. So this is the secret of living happily in the city of 9 gates. Nobody can be happy in the city of 9 gates. Always some turmoil is there, physical, mental. But this is the secret. When we identify ourselves with the Lord, I am not this body and mind, I am part and parcel of Supreme Spirit. Then even though within this body, Sukham Vashi, happiness comes under His control. We are hankering for happiness. What is the situation of such a realized person? Vashi, happiness comes under His control. Na kartritvam na karmani lokasya srijati prabhuhu na karma phala sanyogam svabhavastu pravartate. The embodied spirit, master of the city of his body, does not create activities, nor does he induce people to act, nor does he create the fruits of action. All this is enacted by the modes of material nature. Same thing is being mentioned, Prakrite Kriya Manani, what we understood in 2nd chapter, that material nature is doing everything. Embodied soul thinks I am doing, but what we are doing? Now we are in this human body, now we are acting basis the modes we have acquired. We are very tamasic, we will be forced to sleep. We are very rajasic, we will be forced to do hard work and we will be attracted to sense pleasure. We are sattvic, we will be sense controlled. The same soul from this human body gets transferred to a dog body, we will be helplessly chasing bones. The same soul gets transferred to swan body, we will be chasing the waters. The same soul gets transferred to some other body, bird body, we will be hopping from one tree to another. We are forced to find food to eat, we are forced to eat certain kind of foodstuffs. Pig is forced to eat stool, helplessly getting attracted. Pig may think I am using my free will. No, we can see pig is forced. Animals have no freedom. They are automatically attracted to certain kind of food, certain kind of life. And human being also, unless he utilizes the injunctions of the Vedas, Shastras tell Dvipad Pashu. We are like animals on 2 legs. We are also helpless. So if we want actually freedom in life, we have to take advantage of these wonderful instructions which are given in the scriptures. Otherwise, we will also, don't we feel helpless at times? The materialists do feel helpless almost all the time. Why? Because they don't take advantage of coming out of the control of material energy. So thus it is being told here that the living entity is not inducing anybody to act nor causing the actions to be done, helplessly being dragged by the modes of material nature. In lower species, one is completely helpless. In human form, we have some freedom. If you use Shastras, that freedom can be increased. And then we can become completely freed from the laws of nature. Na datte kasya chit papam na chaiva sukritam vibhuhu ajnane navritam jnanam tena muhyanti jantavaha. Nor does the Supreme Spirit assume anyone's sinful or pious activities. Embodied beings, however, are bewildered because of the ignorance which covers their real knowledge. So one may tell, oh, if I am helpless, then in such helplessness, if I commit sinful activities, then Lord God should be responsible because material energy is controlled by God, and under the control of material energy I am doing sinful actions or good actions, so Lord should be responsible. Why I am being punished? So here that is why Krishna is clarifying, na datte kasya chit papam. Supreme Lord does not assume the responsibility. How do we understand? It is just like a judge may give punishment to somebody, very great strict punishment to somebody, or he may also give compensation to somebody, some relief. So it is not that judge is partial, although everything is happening under control of judge, by the sanction of judge. In a similar fashion, everything is happening under the sanction of Supreme Lord, but he does not create activities. So then, what is the reason for suffering of the living entity, sinful actions, whatever living entity is doing? That Krishna explains. Ajnane navritam jnanam, this ignorance which covers the living entities. Living entity helplessly, he then acts and does sinful activity and suffers. So that is why one should be very, very cautious to keep oneself always in knowledge, not to fall in ignorance. Just like if a person is now very sane, but if he chooses to drink or take any form of intoxication, then he becomes mad. Then in drunken state, people even forget who is mother, who is daughter, and all kinds of unlawful incidents do happen. Sinful actions, then a person suffers. Crimes happen under intoxication, and when a person comes into knowledge, he cries at times. So the same thing happens. When the living entity comes in contact with ignorance, then he is helpless. Then he does not know or she does not know what is going to happen. So that is why our senses, our mind, intelligence, when they are always engaged in the thoughts and service of the Supreme Lord, then it is like iron rod in fire. It does not behave like iron but like fire, emits heat and light. So we also always remain in knowledge, in Shuddha Sattva Guna, when we maintain constant touch with Krishna. Jnanena tu tad ajnanam yesham nashitam atmanaha tesham aditya vajjnanam prakashayati tatparam. When, however, one is enlightened with the knowledge by which nescience is destroyed, then his knowledge reveals everything, as the sun lights up everything in the daytime. So spiritual knowledge is not very tough. One simply needs to elevate oneself to spiritual energy, Shuddha Sattva Guna. Just like it is not very difficult to understand how education is important for a career to sustain oneself, but a child is so foolish it is not able to understand. Sometimes when the parents force him, he thinks, oh, these parents, they don't care about me, they are cruel, they are forcing me. So a child is not able to understand because of the mode of ignorance. A person who is heavily intoxicated, how much ever he may want to perceive the world as it is, he cannot. In a similar fashion, spiritual knowledge is common sense, it is very simple, everything is so clear. But bewilderment happens, Krishna told it is because of ajnane navritam, the covering of ajnan, of the mode of ignorance. Otherwise, it is very simple. As sun comes up in the daytime, we can see everything. There is ditch, this is clean road, this is animal, there is snake, this is tree, this is clear path, everything is clear. Tad buddhayas tadatmanas tannishthas tatparayanah gacchantya punar avrittim jnana nirdhuta kalmashah. When one's intelligence, mind, faith and refuge are all fixed in the Supreme, then one becomes fully cleansed of misgivings through complete knowledge and thus proceeds straight on the path of liberation. Vidya vinaya sampanne brahmane gavihastini Shuni chaiva shvapake cha pandita samadarshinaha. The humble sage, by virtue of true knowledge, sees with equal vision a learned and gentle Brahmana, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog eater. So this is universal vision. We all want to have platform of equality. And actually this is great foolishness. Equality is not possible. If you tell man you become pregnant from tomorrow, is it possible? You breastfeed the child from tomorrow, is it possible? No. So as per one's body and one's psychology, every person has to behave differently. And different respect should be given to them. Shastras don't tell give equal respect to everybody. Respect should be given to everybody, that is fact. You cannot tell you treat equally the Prime Minister as well as an ordinary street cleaner. But you cannot insult a street cleaner. Respect should be given to him also. The simile given is, just like in our body, we cannot tell hand is not important, let me take out your hand, or you cannot even take out a finger. So proper care, protection, respect is given to all the limbs of the body. But still we cannot tell all are of equal importance. Without finger, hand or leg we can survive, but without head we cannot survive. So head is most important. Thus the Brahmanas or self-realized souls are the most important people in the society, and they should be given maximum respect. Then administrative class, then mercantile class, then working class, but respect should be given to everybody. Now when you tell equal, then there is fight. Suppose there are two CEOs in a company. You find two best companies of the world having best CEOs and put them together in one company. What will happen? That company will collapse. Because one has to be CEO having maximum respect in the company. His order should be followed. Others should follow their order. Then in this sequence, the company functions nicely. Now everyone wants equal rights and they want to fight. So this equality is not the Vedic culture. Vedic culture tells equality is there. Equal respect is there on spiritual platform. So here, this is the vision of a self-realized soul, a yogi. Whether one sees a very learned Brahmana or one sees cow, dog or a dog eater, he sees everyone on an equal level. Behavior will be different. It does not mean I embrace a dog will bite me. Now because that soul is in ignorance thinking that it is dog or it is snake that may bite me and harm me. But my vision is equal. I do not think I am seeing a dog, I am seeing a snake. No, that is also spirit soul. This is also spirit soul. As per their modes of nature, their association, they have picked up different dresses only. So this is the vision of us. So if you want actual equality in society, we want equal respect for everyone. This vision is very important. That they are not dresses, they are the spirit souls. But as long as we are having these dresses, we have to have due behavior and due formal dealings with different people. Brahmana, externally we have to show more respect, and Kshatriya, externally we have to show little less respect, and these things will happen. But equality is possible on spiritual platform. Ihaiva tairjitas sargo yesham samye sthitam manaha nirdosham hi samam brahma tasmad brahmani te sthitah. Those whose minds are established in sameness and equanimity have already conquered the conditions of birth and death. They are flawless like Brahm, and thus they are already situated in Brahm. Na prarishyet priyam prapya no dvijet prapya cha priyam sthira buddhir rasam mudho brahma vid brahmani sthitaha. A person who neither rejoices upon achieving something pleasant nor laments upon obtaining something unpleasant, who is self-intelligent, unbewildered, and who knows the science of God, is to be understood as already situated in transcendence. So if we want to attain the platform of liberation, this equanimity is very, very important. Not rejoicing upon gaining something pleasant, and neither lamenting upon gaining something unpleasant. Always equipoised, always undisturbed in any situation. बाह्यस्पर्शेष्व सक्तात्मा विन्दत्यात्मनि यत् सुखं स ब्रह्मयोगयुक्तात्मा sukham akshayamashnuते. Such a liberated person is not attracted to material sense pleasure or external objects, but is always in trance, enjoying the pleasure within. In this way, the self-realized person enjoys unlimited happiness, for he concentrates on the Supreme. So there are varieties of pleasure. Lord Rishabhdev tells, Nayam deho dehe bhajam riloke kashtan kaman arhate vidbhujam ye. He tells, my dear children, he was instructing his sons, please do not spend this human form of life. This dress, human dress, is very valuable. Do not spend it for getting pleasures which animals are also getting. Vidbhujam ye. So animals, they enjoy now in materialistic society, sex pleasure is the greatest pleasure. But animals enjoy so much of sex in a day. Pigeon within an hour enjoys many times sex. We'll get tired. We don't have that capacity also. So human body is meant for self-realization. So animal bodies, they have so much of sense enjoyment. But is that sense enjoyment solving their problems of life? After sex, problem remains the same. Rather, sex may give birth to many more problems. So he's telling you, please don't waste your human energy, efforts in getting the pleasures which animals also get. That is very low grade pleasure. Your action should be only for, again he uses the same word. He tells, actions are meant for Shuddhyed yasmad brahma saukyam tonantam. Shuddhyed for self-purification, purification of existence. Why should I purify myself? Because when you purify yourself, you experience great pleasure. There are different grades of pleasure. We all know that. As sometimes the young people are misguided. Their friends, they tell them, come on, today we will show you new pleasure. And they take them to drugs. And when you take drugs, it is definitely very high pleasure. But such a high pleasure gives lot of difficulties, physical, mental, social and all. But definitely it is a very high form of pleasure. So there is one high form of pleasure which does not create any resultant, difficult or miserable byproducts, and that is called Brahma Sukh, that is spiritual happiness. So this instruction is given in Bhagavad Gita. This is what all the Acharyas, saints, Lord Krishna wants us as human. Why you are acting as a miser, just going for sense pleasure, which animals also do. You enjoy this great pleasure, no? And that pleasure Yamunacharya, many devotees have told. This verse of Yamunacharya is very famous. Yadavadhi mamacheta Krishna padar vinde Nava nava rasa dhamani yudyatam rantumasit Tadavadi batanari sangame smarimane bhavati mukha vikar sushtu nishtivanamcha. So because he was a king, he had enjoyed great pleasures before with women. Sex pleasure, kings enjoy a lot. But now he became pure devotee, renounced everything. So he's telling, Mama Cheta Krishna Padara Vinde. When I think of lotus feet of Krishna, I am getting newer pleasures. This shloka we discussed previously also. But this is practical example. So simply by thinking of lotus feet of Krishna within my heart, this internal pleasure is so great. When I think of the sex pleasure, my mouth curls in distaste. So just see, this is called the pleasure of yoga. Simply by thinking of lotus feet of Krishna. Of course, this stage needs some practice under guidance of spiritual master. But a person can sit down in any place, simply think of lotus feet of Krishna or chant his names and merge in unlimited happiness. So that is what Krishna tells here. In this way, self-realized person enjoys unlimited happiness, for he concentrates on the Supreme. Why would the great king is having all the wealth in the world, why they would leave? This was the culture. The kings would leave the kingdom and go to jungle. They would retire. As Rishabhdev is going, Parikshit Maharaj went, Yudhishthir Maharaj went, everybody goes. Dhritarashtra went. Why somebody is going to jungle? In retirement today, people want to enjoy because they know, they understand that what is that greatest pleasure of life. And thus for this greatest pleasure, they leave all such mundane pleasures. And such an advanced person after some practice can sit down anywhere, simply chant and hear the names of God, think about the pastimes, forms of God, or he can engage in active service also, explain about God to others, preach to others, sing and dance in the service of Lord. He gets unlimited internal happiness. But Prabhu, I am satisfied with this sense enjoyment only. So Krishna tells this another important shloka, very scientific shloka. Please let us see nicely, carefully. Yehi sansparshaja bhoga dukkhayonaya evate adyantavantah kaunteya nateshu ramate buddhaha. An intelligent person does not take part in the source of misery, which are due to contact with the material senses. O son of Kunti, such pleasures have a beginning and an end, and so the wise man does not delight in them. So an intelligent man does not take part in sense enjoyment. How wrong is the education today, who tells us you work very hard so that you can enjoy your senses. Work hard, party harder. This partying harder is making our life more and more hard and hardest. Krishna is telling the creator of the world, Yehi sansparshaja bhoga. Bhoga means pleasure. Sparsh. When the senses contact the sense objects, there is generation of immediate pleasure. Nice food stuff falls on the tongue, pleasure. Genitals touch, pleasure. I watch some videos, pleasure. And we aim for this pleasure in life. But Krishna is telling, Dukkha yonaya. Yoni means birth, Dukh means misery. It gives rise to misery. And we have discussed in so many ways how this gives rise to misery. Again, we will discuss the example, because we have to hear again and again so that firmly we realize this concept. So it is just like intoxication. Intoxication is not just of cigarette, alcohol, or some powders. Any kind of sense enjoyment is called intoxication. It is addiction. So when a person who is intoxicating, he thinks he is enjoying life. That is fact. But such enjoyment comes at a cost of great misery later. Thus the whole world knows addiction is bad. But actually we see all of us are addicted. What is addiction? Addiction means you don't need that thing, but once you start using it, you cannot live without it. So we were not born hankering for the sense objects, but something is missing in our life. So we started enjoying sense objects. Now we cannot do without it. But enjoying those objects does not give us any special pleasure. As the famous CEO Steve Jobs told, money does not make me happy. On his deathbed he told, it is another thing I am used to. So either money or people, they don't give us any special pleasure. The love of our life, we would have married them or we would be living with them. So, but still the miseries of life are there, and many times they are the source of all the miseries in our life. But we cannot do without them. I was not born hankering to get addicted to football match or cricket match, but now I cannot do without it. Thus, we can see that we are addicted. All kind of sense enjoyment is addiction. So Krishna is telling an intelligent person who can understand this simple sense, he does not take part in material enjoyment. Material enjoyment is source of all misery. He takes part in Ramante Yogino Anante, unlimited happiness which is not temporary. Shaknoti haiva yashodhum praksharira vimokshanat kama krododbhavam vegam sayuktasya sukhi naraha. Before giving up this present body, if one is able to tolerate the urges of the material senses and check the force of desire and anger, he is a yogi and is happy in this world. So I will repeat this, please hear carefully. Before giving up this present body, so death is the exam. Human life is meant for a preparation to reach immortality, unlimited bliss and knowledge. So before that exam, before giving up this present body, if one is able to, 1. Tolerate the urges of the material senses. We think success means if I don't need to tolerate, so much money I have, power, influence I have, whatever my senses demand, I should be able to command it, achieve it. But God is telling no. First of all, one should be able to tolerate the urges of the material senses. Second, check the force of desire. So it is not that by achieving desire we become happy, but by checking the force of desire. And anger. He is a yogi and is happy in this world. So just see how wrong is our concept of happiness. We think if I am able to fulfill all my desires, if I am able to fulfill my urges, act on my urges, I'll be happy. Krishna is telling no. If you are able to tolerate the urges, if you are able to stop the force of desire, then you are happy in this world. This position has to be attained before you give up the body. Otherwise, there is another body. So please understand these words and hear with great faith and attention. These are the words of God, the person who is having perfect knowledge. Yonta sukho antararamas tathantar jyotireva sayogi brahma nirvanam brahma bhuto digacchati. One whose happiness is within, who is active within, who rejoices within and is illumined within, is actually the perfect mystic. He is liberated in the Supreme and ultimately he attains the Supreme. Labante brahma nirvanam rishaya kshina kalmashaha Chinnadvaidhayatatmanaha sarvabhuta hiterataha. One who is beyond duality and doubt, whose mind is engaged within, who is always busy working for the welfare of all sentient beings, and who is free from all sins, achieves liberation in the Supreme. So, important instruction here is, who attains liberation in the Supreme, who is beyond duality and doubt. One who is doubtful, he cannot be liberated. And how we can be doubtful, why doubt happens? We understood it is because of ignorance, tamoguna, sinful activities. When we do sins, break the laws of nature, we get covered by ignorance and confusions come in our life. So a person who is free from all the sins, he will have no doubt about spiritual life. That is why following 4 regulative principles Shastras tell is very important. Striya Suna Dyuti Pana Yatra Dharmas Yatra Papa Chaturvidha. Many places scriptures mention, including Mahabharat, no intoxication, no gambling, no illicit sex, no meat eating. These regulative principles are very important to be followed to come to knowledge. So sense control, especially following these 4 principles, is very, very important. Then there will be no doubt. Everything will be clear. So if you are doubtful, we have to see, am I breaking these 4 regulative principles? Am I sinful? Am I so much hankering after sense enjoyment? Then we should be patient. We should not try to understand everything in one day. Just like a child, how much ever he may try to understand, cannot understand higher things. So we have to wait for our consciousness to grow and not get disturbed if we are not able to understand the concepts of spiritual life. When your mind and senses are under firm control, then you can expect doubts will go away. And then another important thing which is mentioned here is Sarva Bhuta Hite Rataha. He should be engaged in the welfare of all living entities. So a Sankhyaite, an analyzer of the material world, he will not be interested in welfare. He will go in the Himalayas somewhere or in the ashram, he'll be analyzing. But a person who is Karma Yogi, he'll be working for the welfare of all the living entities. And what is this welfare? Welfare does not mean on the physical level. So such welfare activities are recommended for less intelligent people. But a person who is wise, he knows, I may take care of the body now. That is good, definitely. But that is anyway happening as per the laws of nature. The birth of the body, the maintenance of the body, and the destruction. Body will take birth. It will be maintained, it will be destroyed by the control of nature under God. So if I don't maintain, some other person will maintain. In womb of mother, nobody can render help to child. How child is being maintained? So when he comes out of the womb, God only is maintaining. In illusion, I may think, oh, I am opening hospitals, so people are surviving. I am giving charity for the poor, that is why they are being fed, given clothes. But Krishna tells, Ahankar Vimudhatma, person who is specially foolish, he will think I am the doer, I am taking care of anyone. God is taking care. God is giving you this brain. You are acting as instrument. If you don't act, some other person will act. So please remember, just like a child is taken care in the womb, nobody can help. When the child comes out of womb, the arrangement is there by Supreme Lord only. We should not think I am the doer. But those who are always selfish, thinking about personal enjoyment, they are encouraged to do such good activities. But the real welfare work is not saving the dress of drowning man, but saving the drowning man, saving the spirit soul, so that he does not take more miserable future dresses. So that is the act of spiritual enlightenment. Thus, distributing this knowledge is the greatest welfare activity. And a karma yogi is engaged in such work. So this work, distribution of this knowledge, if you realize, you can go and speak, or you can simply distribute these literatures to others. This is the greatest welfare activity. Kama krodha vimuktanam yatinam yat chetasam abhito brahma nirvanam vartate viditatmana. Those who are free from anger and all material desires, who are self-realized, self-disciplined, and constantly endeavoring for perfection, are assured of liberation in the Supreme in the very near future. Please mark the words again. So because these things are very important, one should be free from anger and material desires. So God is not partial to anybody. Our spiritual advancement completely depends on us. Material happiness and distress is fixed in life. People in illusion think if I work hard, I'll be more happy. That is not possible. Yen yavan yatha dharmo dharma veha samihita sa eva tatphalan bhunkte tatha tavadamutrvai. As we act in this life, the results for next life destiny is fixed. So as per our actions of previous life, as soon as we take birth here, our happiness and distress becomes fixed. So that is why if material happiness, distress is fixed, so let me now work for my spiritual happiness. And material happiness anyway does not give pleasure, it is another side of distress. So here it is being mentioned, one should become free from anger and all material desires. Again Krishna repeats, become free. So in spiritual life there is no destiny. The more we put efforts in controlling our anger, in curbing our material desires, the more we make advancement. Who are self-realized, self-disciplined. Great discipline is required for spiritual life also. So that is why the scriptures tell, Sa Gurumev Abhigachet. Abhigachet means you must go. For winning a medal in Olympics, you completely surrender to Guru, your coach. How much more is more important to surrender to a Guru who will take you to platform of liberation, immortality? So life should be great. Here Krishna has mentioned self-disciplined. It is very, very important. Spiritual life has to be executed in a military discipline. For this, expert spiritual master is required. So such a person constantly endeavoring for perfection. When we endeavor for perfection, there would be fall downs, there would be struggles. But constant hard work should be there, constant endeavor. When a person is doing such activity, he is assured of liberation in near future. So Krishna has described the position of a person who is liberated in the Supreme. Now he will describe the process called Ashtanga Yoga to attain that position. What is this process? Krishna gives a brief introduction. In the next chapter, he will give more details about this process. Sparshan kritva bahirbahyansh chakshushchaivantare bhruvoh pranapanau samau kritva nasabhyantaracharino yatendriya mano buddhir munir moksha parayanaha vigatecha bhaya krodho yassada mukta eva saha. Shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eyes and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breaths within the nostrils, thus controlling the mind, senses, and intelligence. The transcendentalist becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. One who is always in this state is certainly liberated. So, controlling the senses by controlling your breath. This is a process of pranayam, which is a part of Ashtanga Yoga. So there are different ways of controlling anger and desires. So as we understood, the desires are because of this body. The pig has certain desire, crow has certain desire, we have different desires. We are influenced by the body. This body has certain mechanism. When we are sleeping, we will not have desires of the senses. And even though the body is paining, we will not feel the pain because there is some connection which has been cut. The pain is not reaching us. So in a similar fashion, there is a way by which we can control mechanically, understanding the design of this yantra. We can act in certain way by which anger and desires fear can be kept away. And that happens by Ashtanga Yoga, sitting in one place, firm place, going to jungle. We will see details in the next chapter. And not closing the eyes completely, that will make a person fall asleep. That is why today the people who meditate with closed eyes, they sleep. That is not recommended by Krishna. Half closed. Fully if we open, then sense objects may distract us. So keep it half closed. Focus on the tip of the nose, control the breath, suspend the breath in the nostrils. And in this way, we will be free from fear, anger and desires. This is very scientific way. And then you can attain the Supreme. But this process is very difficult and not possible for all. Krishna is recommending to Arjuna so that Arjuna can reject it. So it is an instruction to all of us. When 5,000 years ago Arjuna could not follow, what is possible for weak entities like us in Kali Yuga who are not trained in strict brahmacharya? Bhoktaram yagya tapasam sarvaloka maheshwaram suridam sarvabhutanam gyatva mam shantim racchati. The sages, knowing me as the ultimate purpose of all sacrifices and austerities, the supreme lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attain peace from the pangs of material miseries. So when the anger is gone from the body, fear is gone from the body, and desires, material desires are also gone from the body, then a person can understand Supreme Lord. And what is that understanding? Bhoktaram yagya tapasam. So far Krishna has told, give up the results of yoga, give up the results of your work. In between he gave hints that your senses should be engaged in my service, to offer it to me. Now clearly Krishna is telling, Bhoktaram yagya tapasam. You understand that I am the enjoyer of all the sacrifices, offered through the devtas or offered directly to me in knowledge. But ultimately I am the beneficiary. Sarvalok Maheshwaram. I am the controller of all the planets, entire universe. And Suridam Sarvabhutanam, I am the best well-wisher of everyone. Gyatva Mam. So such a yogi, only when we are free from all the urges, anger, fear and desires, we can understand this. Otherwise, as long as we are controlled by the material urges, we cannot understand about God. Shantim Racchati. When a person understands this, then he gets Shanti. This is peace formula. So we have to understand Krishna is a supreme enjoyer. We should work for his enjoyment. What will happen if we work for his enjoyment? He is Sarvalok Maheshwaram. He is the controller of the entire universe. Not a blade of grass moves without his permission. So if the controller of the entire universe is pleased with my service, everything is under his control. How there can be any disturbance in my life? Oh, but that is autocratic. Krishna wants me to force. So Krishna is telling no. Suridam. Suridam means he is our best well-wisher, our eternal relative. Just like the parents are telling child, in a similar fashion Krishna is telling, Suridam, I am not autocratic ruler. Parents are not autocratic. They are best well-wishers of children. Similarly, Krishna is telling, Suhridam, I am your best well-wisher. So when a person understands this knowledge, so he engages only in the loving service of Krishna, and then Shantim Racchati, then he attains peace. So this process can be attained by Sankhya, analyzing the world, can be attained by Ashtanga Yoga, going sitting in the jungle, Himalayas and meditating on Krishna within the heart, and can very easily be realized by directly doing Karma Yoga or Buddhi Yoga, engaging in the service of Krishna. That Krishna will explain very nicely we'll see in the next chapter. So in this chapter we saw Krishna has clarified, yes, knowledge is important and acting in devotional service is also important, and both of them are one path only. In illusion we think that they are different. Still, the path of Karma Yoga is better because very soon, it does not take many births. If one is sincere, in one birth one can attain God. Achirena digacchati. And this path is full of bliss, full of pleasure. Controlling senses could be very difficult. One may wonder how to control anger, how to do this thing. It becomes very easy for a Karma Yogi because he is always enjoying the pleasure of meditating upon Krishna. There is no time for him to think about anything else. People have praised me, given honor to me, criticized me, given me dishonor, my senses are happy, in distress. He is not at all bothered because he is always absorbed in meditation upon lotus feet of Krishna, on the holy name of Krishna. So thus, when a person engages in service, then there is pleasure in the life. There is no time to become angry. Nobody can disturb him. There is no other desire because he is satisfied by virtue of his service, loving service to Krishna. So this becomes very easy, and it is practical also. When we engage in service of Krishna, we will see automatically all the senses become gradually silent. It becomes very easy, the self-control. So Krishna is telling this process is more important. Then he explained the situation of yogi. Yogi is always on the platform of equanimity. Unless equanimity is there, it is not possible to understand God. One should work for the welfare of other living entities. Real welfare is to bring them to spiritual platform, immortality, so that they don't have to accept these temporary dresses. And to attain that supreme platform, this process of Ashtanga Yoga Krishna has given brief. And the details, whether that should be followed or not, will be explained in the next chapter. Thank you so much for hearing. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Today we are going to discuss 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which is Sankhya Yoga. This session is dedicated to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, our spiritual master and the founder and acharya of worldwide Hare Krishna movement. In the previous chapter, Arjuna got perplexed and he was trying to understand, Krishna, please explain me who is better. A sannyasi is better because you are telling me to give up all these fruitive works, or the position of a yogi is better, who is working for Krishna. So Krishna explained, both the processes, they are one path only. One is finding the root, another is watering the root. A renouncer will attain the same end, and a karma yogi will also attain the same end. But one process is very long. A renouncer who is Gyan Yogi will take many births because he is doing research basis his own limited intelligence and senses. Whereas a Karma Yogi or a Bhakti Yogi, he engages himself in the service of Krishna. And then Krishna, being pleased with him, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he reveals himself. And this process is Na Chirena Digacchati, Krishna explained. It is very quick. So, a wise man should follow the direct path, the quickest path, rather than following the long serpentine route. But nevertheless, both the processes will lead to the same result. Here Lord Krishna is further explaining the superiority of Karma Yoga. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Anashritah Karma Phalam Karyam Karma Karoti Yaha Sasanyasi Cha Yogi Cha Na Niragnir Na Chakriyaha. The Blessed Lord said, one who is unattached to the fruits of his work and works as he is obligated is in the renounced order of life. And he is the true mystic
not he who lights no fire and performs no work. So here Krishna is explaining who is a true renouncer and a true yogi. Sa sannyasi cha yogi cha. So some sannyasis, they stop performing the Agnihotra sacrifices which every householder is supposed to perform. The fire sacrifice. Because a sannyasi is considered to be liberated, there is no more obligation to do such yajnas. But unless the heart is purified, simply stopping the yajnas and assuming you have become liberated, this is not recommended attitude. So Krishna is telling he is not actual sannyasi who stops giving up who stops doing the sacrifice and who thinks I am a liberated man. Similarly, a yogi may not be doing any activity sitting in one place. But better than both of them, the actual yogi, the actual sannyasi, is the person which is beautifully explained here in the first line. Anashritah karma phalam karyam karma karoti yaha. One who does not work to enjoy the results of his activities. He is a real sannyasi. Because in other two cases, a jnani, he is also actually looking for the result of his activities, although he has given up materialistic activities. But still his activity of gaining salvation has got little self-interest. He wants his personal peace of moksha. When the soul gets moksha, liberation, then there is immense peace, Brahmananda. So that peace, that self-interest is still there in this activity of renunciation. Similarly, a yogi may desire mystic power or may desire merging in the body of Krishna. So those who are followers of Eightfold Yoga system, usually they do it for the mystic powers, Ashtanga Yoga or Hatha Yoga. But some of them, they are advanced and they understand God has got a form which is present in the heart. But even though they understand God has got a form, they want to merge in that form. Unless they advance to the real stage and they become bhakti yogis. So the yogi who is actually able to see Krishna within the heart, he becomes a devotee. He gets attracted by the beauty of Krishna. Other yogis, they simply imagine the form of Krishna within the heart, present as Vishnu Murti, the four-handed form, and imagining the form in the heart, they try to perfect their yoga system. Such devotees usually try to merge in the body of Krishna. So there is also self-interest. Either I want mystical powers, Ashtasiddhis, or I want to merge in the body of Krishna. But a bhakti yogi or a karma yogi, he does not have any selfish desires, who just wants to sacrifice all the activities, the results of the activities for Krishna. Thus, this is called real sannyas. This is what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told. Na dhanam, na janam, na sundarim, kavitam va jagadisha kamaye, mama janmani janmanishware bhavatad bhaktir ahetuki tvai. Na dhanam, I do not want dhan. I don't want any money. Then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, I don't want followers also. Na sundarim, I don't want very beautiful wife for myself. Then what do you want? You want moksha? You don't want any of these material opulences? No. Mama janmani janmanishwari, I don't even want liberation. This is called the topmost sannyas. The topmost yogi, he has no self-interest. Other yogis, sannyasis, they have this self-interest, I want moksha, I want liberation. But an actual yogi, Krishna is explaining here, he is real yogi. Sa sannyasis cha yogi cha. He is a renouncer. He is a yogi who has no self-interest at all. Whose interest is simply janmani janmanishware bhavatad bhaktir ahetuki tvai. Whose interest is only in serving God. You want me to have births here, life after life? Then let me have it. But please engage me in your service. Or you want to give me liberation, want to call me to the spiritual abode of yours, that is also fine, but please engage me in your service. Pleasure of Lord, service of the Lord is the only desire, and such a person is true yogi. Anashritah karma phalam karyam karma karotiya. He does the activities, but he is not attached to the results because he offers them to Krishna. So very beautiful definition of sannyasi and yogi is given here. Then Krishna explains, Yam sannyasam iti prahur yogam tam vidhi pandava nahi asanyast sankalpo yogi bhavati kaschana. What is called renunciation is the same as yoga or linking oneself with the Supreme, for no one can become yogi unless he renounces the desire for sense gratification. So it is not the object of sense gratification which has to be renounced, but the desire for enjoying the object. The example given is that of a cashier. A cashier need not give up the money and need not enjoy the money for his personal interest. Both are illegal. If a cashier tells, I don't want money, take it away, I will not accept. No, it is your duty. You have been given the job of cashier so that you can accept money for the proprietor of the bank. And when the cashier uses the money for the proprietor of the bank, his bonding with the proprietor becomes strong. This is called yoga. This is called karma yoga or bhakti yoga. You work very nicely, you collect all the money and offer it to the proprietor. So giving up money is illegal. And if the cashier thinks, so let me enjoy all the money for my benefit, that is also legal. That also one cannot do. So sannyasis, those who give up their household and materialistic pursuits, they go to jungle and Himalayas and they try to practice yoga. They are also not properly situated. That is better than a materialist, but they have to advance further. Why they are not properly situated? Because they are thinking, my house or my village does not belong to me, but the jungle or Himalayas belong to me. I can live there. No, sir. How can you renounce? And further, renunciation is possible when something belongs to you. So it never belonged to me. I am a tenant here. I have been given birth in this body. My body stays in some house or place as appointed by God. And for the assigned time, I will continue my activities. Then I will be forced to leave that place. So thus I am a tenant here. It is not my place. So where is the question of renouncing? That is why the real sannyas is anasaktasya vishayan yatharham upayunjataha nirbandhe krishna sambandhe yuktam vairagyam uchyate. The right vairagya sannyas or renunciation is without getting attached to the objects of the senses. In whichever situation you are, you use the objects of senses around you, the people around you, in the service of Krishna. Connect them back to Krishna because everything belongs to Krishna. This is called Yuktam Vairagya. This is perfect. This is real Vairagya or renunciation. Just like a cashier is completely renounced, he is not thinking, I will enjoy 1 penny. He will collect millions and deposit everything in the bank coffers with the proprietor. So this is called actual Vairagya. So this is very important point. Enjoying is illegal and giving up also is illegal. But using everything that God has given in the service of God, this is the perfect course of action which is being recommended to Arjuna here. You have been given the ability to fight, you have the training, now you fight, but fight for my satisfaction as per my direction. This is perfect yoga. This makes the relationship between the living entity and the Supreme God proprietor very strong. And this strong relationship connection is called yoga, the topmost yoga. Arurukshor muner yogam karma karanamuchyate yogarudhasya tasyaiva shamah karanamuchyate. For one who is a neophyte in the eightfold yoga system, work is said to be the means. And for one who has already attained to yoga, cessation of all material activities is said to be the means. So now here in this chapter, Krishna will explain the Ashtanga Yoga process, which has got 8 elements. Yam, Niyam, Asan, Pranayam, Dharana, Dhyan, Pratyahar, Samadhi. So these 8 elements, when practiced under the guidance of a proper spiritual master, that is called Ashtanga Yoga. Not only practicing some breathing exercise a segment of pranayam, and some bodily exercises which are called asanas. These are but 2 elements of the 8 which are supposed to be practiced to attain yogic perfection. So actually nobody should call oneself a yoga guru, because whatever this yoga system we see, they are only teaching us for physical benefits mainly. So yoga is not for physical but for transcending the limits of the physique to go to spiritual platform. And any person who is perfectly practiced in this art of Ashtanga Yoga, he must have Ashtasiddhis also. Which are those Ashtasiddhis? Anima, Mahima, Laghima. One can become smaller than the smallest. Nobody can lock him anywhere. This is a Siddhi. And even the Britishers have in their records, they would capture a person in the jail and then next day he would be out. So many times they tried to capture that sadhu, but then he would be out. They were not able to understand. Like this, many instances are there. This is called Anima Siddhi. Similarly, Shukdev Goswami, liberated personality, the son of Vedavyas, he was able to stay in the womb of his mother for 16 years. How is it possible? So it is possible. Liberated personalities do have such siddhis. Then Laghima, person can become very light. One can walk on water, or one can walk on sunbeams. Such things are possible. Then Mahima, one person can become very huge. So whatever the descriptions of demons we see in the Krishna Leela, very huge bird or snake or horse, we think it is mythology. No, it is not mythology. It is a fact. Those people were great yogis. Yogis can change the form. Even now we can change the form, isn't it? Although not much. Now we are successful just in changing the gender. Male can become female and vice versa. Similarly, entire body also can be changed. So by gross process, we are accomplishing this thing. But by subtle processes also it was possible. And that is a Yoga Siddhi. You can take any desired form. Kama Vasahita, Prakamya, Prapti, whatever is there in the universe, any planet, you can just extend your hand and get it. And you can control Ishitva, Vashitva, other people's minds. So like these 8 siddhis are supposed to be in possession of a perfect yogi. But nobody has even one of these siddhis these days. So what we are understanding today in the name of Ashtanga Yoga is only pranayam and asanas, which are meant to keep the body and mind fit. Body should be fit, mind should be peaceful, because only with peaceful mind person can focus on the super soul present within the heart, which is the aim of yoga. So the aim is forgotten, just physical fitness is going on. So here Krishna is telling there are 2 stages in this Ashtanga Yoga practice, Aruruksha and Yoga Arudha. Aruruksha means in the beginning stage. Work is said to be the means. So asana, pranayam, these are various works. You have to spread your hands and legs, twist and turn yourself, breathe in, breathe out. And yam and niyam, before that, even practicing the physical postures and breathing exercises, do's and don'ts are very important, which we will see Krishna will explain. And people don't know that and don't follow that. These do's and don'ts also are very tough. So after yama and niyama, you do asana and pranayam. So these are called fruitive activities. Work is involved. And after this, on advanced stage, shamaha karanam uchyate. Cessation of work is said to be the means. Then you stop all work and meditate on Supreme Lord within the heart. Yada hi nendriyartheshu na karmasvanushajjate sarva sankalpa sannyasi yogarudhastadochyate. A person is said to have attained to yoga when, having renounced all material desires, he neither acts for sense gratification nor engages in fruitive activities. Yoga rudas tadochyate. So how do we understand that a person has reached advanced stage of yoga realization? So here it is mentioned, Yadahi na indriyartheshu. He does not indulge in enjoyment of senses. Today people are doing asanas and pranayam so that they can enjoy senses more. Body is fit to eat more, and there is loss of belly fat, and then there is increase in sexual power. This is not the purpose. The purpose is to completely regulate, stop the activities of enjoying the material senses. And Na karmasva anushajyate. Stop the fruitive activities also. Either a person is working hard to get the objects of sense enjoyment, or one is indulged in sense enjoyment. This is life of a materialist. And yogi means he has stopped both these activities. He is neither engaged in enjoying his own senses, nor he is working to get the objects of sense enjoyment. Then we can understand that a person has reached advanced stage of yoga. Uddharedatmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet atmaiva hi atmano bandhur atmaiva ripuratmanaha. A man must elevate himself by his own mind, not degrade himself. The mind is the friend of the conditioned soul and his enemy as well. In the Vedas, in Mahabharat, this body is compared to a chariot. In chariot, there are horses. So the horses are compared to the senses. We have got 5 senses. So our body, chariot of body, has got 5 horses: eyes, ears, nose. Because of these senses only, we are able to move around and do the activities. So chariot cannot move around without horses. Senses are horses. How the horses are controlled? By reins. So which are the reins in this body? That is the mind. Mind is controlling the senses. So if the senses are horses, then the reins are compared to mind. Now, who controls the mind? That is called intelligence, faculty of discrimination. So charioteer is called intelligence. And who is the rider or passenger? That is the soul. So we are the passenger in this chariot, and we are supposed to give direction to the intelligence. Intelligence, you please take me in this direction. And intelligence, controlling the reins, he directs the horses. You take me in this way, that way. So if a person has not trained mind very nicely, then the senses will go loose and the person will have a very horrible ride. That is what is happening with us. Instead of we directing the mind and intelligence to control the senses, we are taking the direction from the senses. Horses are running wildly wherever they find grass or eatables. And then we are having a very horrible ride and suffering. So Vedic culture trains a person to regulate the senses very nicely by strengthening the controller of the chariot, the intelligence. So with intelligence or mind, here it is mentioned, one must elevate himself and not degrade himself. So one who has controlled the mind is friend. But one who has not been able to control the mind will serve as enemy. So that Krishna explains further in the next verse. Bandhuratmatmanastasya yenatmaivatmana jitaha anatmanastu shatrutve vartetatmaiva shatruvat. For him who has conquered the mind is the best of the friends. But for one who has failed to do so, his very mind will be the greatest enemy. So one who has conquered the mind, he is able to control the mind very nicely, then mind is best friend. And if one has not been, one is taking the dictates from the mind, then it is very dangerous situation. Mind becomes one's enemy. What is enemy? Enemy means a person who takes away your riches, who plunders you, who captures you, or finally who comes and kills you. And actually all these things are happening to us just because of mind. The mind makes us believe that I am this body and enjoyment of body is my enjoyment. And thus mind plunders away all the money that we earn in our life for temporary sense enjoyment, which anyway never satisfies us. It is very temporary. And the desire to enjoy always keeps on increasing. In this way, mind plunders away all our money in temporary sense enjoyment. So thus, uncontrolled mind is enemy. It is plundering you. And then the enemy can capture you to do slavery. And that is what mind does to us. Mind makes us believe you are the body. This life is only life. You should be famous. You should maintain and show status in society. And thus mind makes us slog very hard day and night, not understanding that I am not the body. I am spirit soul, I am eternal. Why am I working for something temporary? I should work something on the eternal platform for permanent results. But mind creates illusion and makes us work very, very hard day in and day out, and everything that we attain, it is left with the body here. So mind puts us to slavery, and then finally mind creates so many material desires, because of which we have to take so many bodies life after life and undergo so many births and deaths. Thus uncontrolled mind is the cause of death. So the death and the concomitant other problems, diseases, old age, working very hard, stress, anxiety, everything is being given to us because of uncontrolled mind, who is acting as our enemy. So this is very important. We are trying to control missiles, cruise missiles, satellites, space vehicles, but we do not know how to control the mind. So Krishna is telling, your mind is the biggest enemy if it is uncontrolled, and it is the best friend if it is controlled. So controlling of mind, this training is very, very important. This is called Shamaha, mind control, which was taught to the brahmacharis in the Gurukul, in the Vedic school. Now in the school, children are, they encourage, okay, you let your senses loose. Parents think, if I give whatever my child desires, that would be the benefit of the child. No, it is the reverse. The more you teach them a simple way of living, regulation of senses, the more they are able to advance in knowledge, and they are able to make the best use of mind as their best friend. So I request that we practice this very important element in the yoga process, which is called controlling the mind. So there are two ways of doing it that Krishna will explain further. So please try to hear carefully what Krishna is advising. Arjuna will ask, Krishna, it is not possible for me, mind is very difficult to be controlled. Then Krishna recommends two things. Which are those two things? Please stay put, we will discuss. Jitatmanav prashantasya paramatma samahitaha shitoshna sukha dukkheshu tatha manapamanayoh. For one who has conquered the mind, the super soul is already reached, for he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor are all the same. One who has conquered the mind, super soul, that is the purpose of this eightfold yoga system which is described here, it is already reached. Because mind is our driver. It is taking us everywhere, either in repeated births and deaths or to the spiritual kingdom. So if you sit in a nice vehicle whose driver is very controlled, then you are assumed to have reached the destination. As soon as you board the flight, train or bus, you become relaxed. Okay, now I'm sitting, it's just a matter of time, I have reached my destination. In a similar fashion, Krishna is telling, super soul is already reached for one who has controlled the mind. Simply if we are able to do this, then our perfection is assured, just a matter of time. And to such a person who has controlled the mind, he is always very tranquil. For tranquility, we need not make any external adjustments, just control the mind. And then heat and cold, honor and dishonor, it's all the same. Jnana Vijnana Triptatma Kutastho Vijitendriyaha Yukta Ityuchyate Yogi Samaloshrashma Kanchanaha. A person is said to be established in self-realization and is called a yogi or mystic when he is fully satisfied by virtue of acquired knowledge and realization. Such a person is situated in transcendence and is self-controlled. He sees everything, whether it be pebbles, stones, or gold, as the same. So Krishna is explaining the progress in the ladder of yoga. First of all, one has to control the mind. Unless the mind is controlled, there is no question of coming to the platform of Gyan or knowledge. Even theoretical knowledge is not possible to understand. So control the mind, then we will be able to understand logics. But just understanding logics, theory is not important unless it is put to practical, which is called Vigyan. That is called realization. A person may know fire is hot, but touching and experiencing the heat, that is called Vigyan, realization. So just repeating I am not the body is not sufficient. One should be able to realize that I am not the body. That is called Vigyan, and act on the platform of spirit soul. So here it is explained, Jnana Vijnana Triptatma Kutastho Vijitendriyaha. A person is said to be perfect yogi when Samaloshrashma Kanchanaha, when he sees stones, pebbles and gold all on the same level. Oh really? Stone, pebbles and gold, I will see everything as one? Yes. This is called advanced stage of yoga. Now we are indifferent towards stones and pebbles, and gold is something we aspire for, very valuable. But when we are a yogi, perfect yogi, these things will be same for us. Why it will be same for us? Because just like when a person is full, he has eaten sufficiently in a feast. Even if you give him something he likes or he does not like, both things are on the same platform. He does not care for any more eating because he is completely full and satisfied. So a yogi, here it is explained, Jnana Vijnana Triptatma. He is completely satisfied by the virtue of acquired theoretical knowledge and practical knowledge, Jnana and Vijnana. Vijnana means self-realization. So when a person actually realizes the spiritual knowledge, he becomes completely satisfied. Tript means satisfied, self-satisfied. And then Vijitendriyaha, he is able to control his senses. If you are full, you have eaten sufficiently, controlling tongue and belly is very easy, you cannot take any more. So such a yogi who is satisfied, for him controlling the senses becomes very easy. In the initial stages it is tough. So we need to reach this platform where we are completely satisfied. Then a yogi advances further. What is that level? Surin mitrari udasina madhyastha dvesha bandhushu sadhushvapi cha papeshu samabuddhir vishishyate. A person is said to be still further advanced when he regards all, the honest well-wisher, friends and enemies, the envious, the pious, the sinner, and those who are indifferent and impartial with an equal mind. So in the previous verse we saw he sees no difference between the matter. Now he does not see difference, even though there is apparent difference in the behavior of living entities around him. Somebody will act as a friend, somebody will act as enemy, somebody will praise, somebody will criticize, somebody would be honest well-wisher. He sees no difference at all. Why? Because he perfectly realizes this world is just like a drama. Nato natya dharo yatha. So everybody is acting, although they are not conscious. They think, oh, this is reality, but no, nature is forcing us to act in certain way. The spirit soul is same in the body of elephant that we saw. Shuni chaiva shapake cha pandita samadarshina. Pandita means learned person. He does not make any difference. Here is a cow, here is dog eater, here is Brahman, Chandal. He does not make any difference because he sees these are only dresses. So material nature makes us believe that I am this dress, and the soul is behaving like dog, cat, fish, tortoise, human being, man, woman, all because of hallucination. But a person knows this is just a temporary dramatic platform. People are acting as per their dresses. So somebody praises, just like in drama, two people are acting as enemies. But as soon as the drama is over, they are friends. Or even on stage, they don't have any animosity in the heart. They understand that we both are acting. So in this way, yogi realizes everybody is simply acting under the control of material nature. So nobody takes the dealings in a drama seriously. So he regards everyone as equal, same spirit soul. The differences are because of all these external coverings. So this is even more advanced stage. Thus in honor, in blame, criticism, he is always equipoised, tranquil, not disturbed at all. Whether I become rich or I remain poor, it does not matter. He just wants to shariram kevalam karma, maintain his body. Whether a person becomes rich in drama or poor in drama, ultimately it's a drama, temporary platform. We are completely different from temporary opulence or scarcity of this world. Yogi yunjita satatam atmanam rahasi sthitaha ekakiyat chittatma nirashira parigraha. A transcendentalist should always try to concentrate his mind on the Supreme Self. He should live alone in a secluded place and should always carefully control his mind. He should be free from the desires and feelings of possessiveness. Now Krishna is explaining the do's and don'ts of this yoga system. So before one even begins to practice this eightfold yoga system, if at all we want to make our life perfect, then we have to practice these do's and don'ts. Which are those do's and don'ts? First of all, a person should be aparigraha, having no feelings of possessiveness. One should be thoroughly convinced the house that I have, property that I have, people that I have do not belong to me. Everything belongs to God. And nirashir means free from all desires, having no material desires. And then very important word is atmanam rahasi sthitaha ekaki. One should live ekaki, alone. Rahasi means in a secluded place. So one is supposed to live alone in a secluded place. So now we see many people, they are practicing these asanas and pranayams in community. They call it group program or group sadhana kriya, all these things. They are not recommended here. So Bhagavad Gita, Patanjali Yoga Sutras, these are the most authorized descriptions of practicing this yoga. So this is a preliminary qualification. Perfection is not attained by doing it in group. The yogi should do it alone in a secluded place. And before that, one has to attain freedom from all feelings of possessiveness and material desires. Next one is supposed to do Shuchau deshe pratisthapya sthiram asanam atmanah nati uchritam nati nicham chaila jinakushottaram tatra ekagram manah kritva yata chittendriya kriyah upavishyasane yunjyad yogam atma vishuddhaye. Further, very difficult rules and regulations. Shucha udeshe pratisthapya sthiram asanam atmanah. To practice yoga, one should go to a secluded place and should lay kusha grass on the ground and then cover it with a deer skin and a soft cloth. The seat should neither be too high nor too low and should be situated in a sacred place. The yogi should then sit on it very firmly and should practice yoga by controlling the mind and the senses, purifying the heart and fixing the mind on one point. First of all, Shucha Udeshe Pratisthapya. A person should go to Shuchi means clean. Clean means place which is sattvic. It cannot be practiced in cities and villages which are in mode of passion. One has to go to sattvic, that means jungles and mountains, natural places. So it is very difficult who is willing to go to jungle or mountains. But this is the first prerequisite. Before explaining anything, Krishna tells this. You control your material desires, you finish the feelings of possessiveness, and you leave everything and you go to a secluded place. And then sthiram asanam atmanaha. You sit down in a firm pose. So initially various asanas and postures a person is supposed to do, and finally one has to just sit in one place and close all the activities of the senses. Shanai Shanai Uparamed. No senses should be indulged in activities, and a person is expected not to sleep, not to eat, and not to drink also. For many years, person has to keep on sitting like this. So sometimes that is why the flesh is eaten away by the insects, because you have to sit for many years, hundreds and thousands of years also. Sometimes there are anthills, and there are examples like Hiranyakashipu was doing this tapasya. The flesh was eaten away by the insects. Or many yogis, the ants made hill on their bodies. So very severe tapasya. So without shaking, without worrying, person should fix his intelligence, his mind on one point. So if a person is not having positive knowledge of God, and out of love person is always thinking of Krishna, then this mechanical way of material detachment or fixing mind on Krishna, that is recommended. So it's very tough. Again, Krishna is telling secluded sacred place, secluded sacred place. Now also if you go to the places, Haridwar, Rishikesh and upwards, you'll find yogis sitting there. But they don't do in group. If at all they are doing, they do not know. Some yoga societies are sprung up. But that is not as per the instructions given in Sankhya Yoga in this chapter, either by Lord Krishna, who is explaining to Arjuna, or Kapil Muni, who explained the same process to Devhuti. Alone you have to go, and you don't get carried away by, what will happen, who will take care of me. Person should be completely dependent upon God. One should not fear, some snake may come, tiger may come. Even if tiger is coming, you cannot look towards the tiger. You keep on staring at the tip of nose, as Krishna mentions here. Samam kaya shirogrivam dharayan achalam sthiraha sampreksha nasikagram swam dishascha navalokayan prashantatma vigatabhir brahmachari vrate sthitaha manas sanyamya machitto yukta asita matparaha. One should hold one's body, neck and head in straight line, not in a loose posture, and eyes should be half closed, here it is mentioned, and stare steadily at the tip of the nose. Sampreksha nasikagram swam. It is not mentioned you close your eyes completely. With your eyes you should stare at the tip of the nose. So if you open your eyes completely, you may get distracted by the motion of various objects, and if you close completely, then you may fall asleep. So in many yoga societies, they are telling close the eyes completely, and most of them, they fall asleep and they think, oh yes, I am feeling such great peace. But this peace is not the result of any yoga or meditation. It is because we had fallen asleep. So completely closing the eyes is not recommended. Eyes are half closed, staring at the tip of nose. And prashantatma vigatabhir, person should be completely devoid of fear. And because they have strong faith in God, God is there in the heart of all the living entities. So God will protect me if He wants to protect. And if He wants to finish this body, then He can finish it. So a person is fearless. So sitting in a jungle, there are no lights, nobody to help you, no protection. Alone you have to keep on sitting. So many wild animals, but a person should be fearless. And brahmachari vrate sthitaha, following brahmacharya is very important. Now unfortunately, some people are diluting the meaning also of the brahmacharya. Brahmacharya, they are telling simply you discuss about spiritual life, about Brahma. That is called brahmacharya. No, the definition of brahmacharya is given by various sages. It is like sage Yagyavalkya says, Karmana manasa vacha sarvavasthatu sarvada sarvatra maithunya parityago brahmacharyam prachakshate. Karmana manasa vacha means in actions, in mind and in speech. Sarvavasthasu, in all situations, all circumstances, at all times. Sarvatra maithunya parityago, one should give up sex life. That is called brahmacharya. So if a person wants to indulge in sex life, sorry sir, it is not possible. So in Gyan school and in Ashtanga Yoga school, it is strict no, one cannot indulge in sex life at all. But in the Bhakti school, sex life is allowed. That also Krishna will explain in the 10th chapter. So sex life is allowed for the Grahasthas, but as per the regulative principles. Not for simply carnal enjoyment, but for bringing a good soul, an advanced spiritual soul in this world, so that he can help himself and others in attaining the goal of life. So for this, proper rules and regulations are there governing the sex life also. So such a person is admitted a regulated householder in the Bhakti school, because Bhakti school is very, very powerful, because there is so much pleasure. Triptatma, a person is so much satisfied in engaging in service of Krishna that he is able to automatically come out of the clutches of sensual pleasures, even though he is living in the household affairs. But in other schools, because there is no pleasure of acting in service of Krishna, you are simply cultivating knowledge, impersonal knowledge, or you are sitting somewhere and trying to mechanically and artificially control the senses by not looking at anything, by not eating anything, by not interacting with anybody, and mechanically controlling the airs within the body, thus pacifying the mind. Mechanical process you are doing. But bhakti is spontaneous process. When you engage in service of Krishna, Krishna gives knowledge from the heart. There is attraction, so much pleasure in such activity that automatically person gives up lower pleasures of sense enjoyment. So such sex life is allowed in the bhakti school, that also under regulation for producing good children. But otherwise in other schools it is strict no. First of all, before following the process of Jnana Yoga or Ashtanga Yoga, you give up your family life and sex life. You come to jungle, Himalayas, mountains, and there you sit alone without any fear, eyes half closed, body, neck, head in straight line. And in this way you learn to meditate, focus mind on one point. And further it is mentioned, Mana Sanyamya, now mind should be controlled, not so that it should be focused on candlelight or sun, moon, or simply our breath. Ultimately, so that Mat Chittaha, Krishna has mentioned here, one should meditate upon me. Mat Chittaha, consciousness should be fixed on me. Direct word is used here, but nobody tells this, that you meditate on Krishna. So by controlling the mind, Mat Chittaha, Yukta Asit Mat Paraha. Mat Paraha means Krishna should be made the goal of life. The goal of life is not to get some powers or to awaken your kundalini and do some magical feats for gaining public attention. Ultimately, whatever you attain, that will be lost once we leave the body. So, sensible person who understands yoga also knows the purpose of yoga. And the purpose is Mat Paraha. Going to Krishna should be made the ultimate aim of life. Yunjannevam sadatmanam yogi niyatamasaha shantim nirvana paramam matsanstham adhigacchati. Thus practicing control of the body, mind and activities, the mystic transcendentalist attains to the kingdom of God or the abode of Krishna by cessation of material existence. So this word mat sanstham is very important here. Sanstha means establishment. So Krishna has got his own establishment. This is very important point to understand. This we had discussed in the beginning of Bhagavad Gita also. God, the absolute truth, is realized in three different understandings, three different phases. That is explained in Srimad Bhagavatam. Vadanti tat tattva vidah tattvam yaj jnanam advayam brahmeti paramatmeti bhagwan iti shabdyate. The same ultimate truth, reality, from whom everything is emanating, is maintained by, and he only creates systematic destruction of the world. Who is he? The supreme truth. He is understood in three phases: Brahma, Paramatma and Bhagwan, which are non-different from one another. The example given is that of milk in the Shastras. Somebody will tell, what is milk? Oh, milk is something white. If he simply uses his visual sensation to see milk, he can only understand it is white. And when a person is able to touch, he will tell, oh, it is liquid. When a person is able to taste, he will describe the taste of milk also. So in this way, the same milk is perceived in different way depending from which sense we are approaching milk. If we approach milk from eyes, we will tell it is white. If we approach closing the eyes, we simply touch the milk, we will tell, oh, milk is liquid. And if we taste it, we will describe the taste of the milk. So the same milk is having different perceptions, depends through which sense we are approaching the milk. But what is milk? If we tell milk is only liquid, that is not the perfect understanding of milk. If we tell milk is only white, that is also not perfect understanding. Milk is a substance, milk. In a similar fashion, the absolute truth is a personality. He is a person. Unless the origin has got a form, has got various qualities of having the tendency to eat, having tendency to cut jokes, having tendency to socialize, how shall we in the creation develop such qualities? The child is a person because father is person. These qualities are passed down in the generations. So there is no possibility of a drop having any quality which is not present in the ocean. There is no possibility. The ocean is having everything that a drop is having, plus many more things which a drop is not having. So God, or the origin of this world, should have everything that we have and many things which we do not have. So this is simple to understand. Something is eternal from which everything is coming out. Now that thing, as some people assume, it is simply an energy when they approach through the process of jnana. So yes, Supreme God is also energy, because there is no difference between the energy and energetic. Just like sun and sunlight, there is no difference. Sunlight cannot exist without sun, or sun cannot exist, sun glow cannot exist without its light. Both are together one unit only. In that sense, there is no difference between God and his energy, but still there is difference. So if absolute truth is simply energy, then why so many forms, man, woman, and we want to socialize, we want to eat, this eating tendency, enjoying tendency, playing tendency, socializing tendency, how it is coming in us? Because it is present in the absolute truth. So this personal understanding is very important. Because of lack of impersonal understanding, simply talking energy, energy, energy and forgetting the energetic, people have become disinterested in spiritual life. Oh, what will I do by spiritual perfection? It appears kind of suicide that you have to go and mix in some energy. At least, even though there is misery here, there is some pleasure. I laugh, talk, walk with people. But no, spiritual life is also full of personal interaction. Spiritual life is also, there is a spiritual world. Just like here, the civilization is different. In jungle, civilization could be different. In rich countries, the comforts of life, civilization, language is different. Similarly, in the spiritual abode, where the bodies are completely made up of spirit, where the Supreme Person lives, there is also civilization. And Krishna is telling here, Mat Sanstham, to that establishment or my abode, my kingdom, Adhigacchati, the yogi attains that place. This is the purpose of yoga. If a yogi is not having knowledge of abode of Krishna, then he may transfer himself to any other planet which is having better comforts of life. Those are described in the Vedas. But if he has perfect knowledge, he does not desire to go to any place which is temporary within this material universe. He simply tries to go to Mad Sanstham Adhigacchati, Krishna's abode. So it is not fantasy. If we are hearing for the first time, you need to deliberate upon it. So we have to understand, if you do not have guidance about a place, then we follow a map. We follow the books. If somebody tells us that this is a population of this place, this is the culture of that place, we cannot go and see that. We read it from the books. Similarly, we read from the Vedic literatures what is the situation of the place which is completely made up of spirit, where God lives. So one should try to do research on bona fide book. Directly going and doing research about different countries may not be possible for everyone. If we are advanced yogi, we can fly in there using siddhis and we can go and practically see the spiritual world, but that may not be possible for everyone. So other normal people, just like we, read the books and we understand that this is the technology, they have gone to this place and they have found like that. We hear. But research should be done on the authoritative book. In a similar fashion, we should read carefully that Vedas, this is fantasy, mythology or reality. And if we have a careful reading under proper guidance, we understand that it is perfect fact. It is written and approved by people who have dedicated their life just to find truth and nothing else. They would live in jungles, just do research about truth. And others who are fortunate, they understand truth in the Guru Parampara coming from God himself. That is Vedic knowledge. Natyashnatastu yogosti nachaikantam anashnataha nachati swapnashilasya jagrato naiva charjuna. There is no possibility of one's becoming a yogi, O Arjuna, if one eats too much or eats too little, sleeps too much or does not sleep enough. Now Krishna is mentioning further regulations, do's and don'ts in yoga. There is no possibility of doing yoga if one eats too much or too little. That is why, and further, another understanding is What is too much eating? Not just quantity but also variety. It is not required to kill animals if we simply want to maintain our body and soul together for the purpose of attaining doing yoga. So eating animals is also called excess eating or overeating. Unnecessary, we should not cause harm to living entities who are highly conscious. If somebody cuts our hand, we feel pain. We are giving pain to them also. If we kill the calf, cow keeps on crying always, feels very bad. Just like a mother loses a child, they also have feelings.